Hi, chat. Hi. This is an awkward intro. Hi, chat. Hi. Hello. Hello, chat. Hello. Hello. Hold on. We gotta turn on the good music. Turn on a little bit of Hyper's music today. Is the music scuffed right now or what? Is this scuffed or no? Hold on, I'm re-enabling it. Nice, nice. A little bit of jammin' music. A little bit of the jammin' music. Hello, you beautiful chatters. Hello. Did you guys get notifications about me going live? Speaking of you guys getting notifications about me going live, I have an important announcement to make. This is extremely important. This is extremely important. Twitch has made some changes to notifications. And, you know, if you haven't been getting notifications, not just for me, but for any streamer that you do enjoy watching, I might be able to help you out here. So, Neon Zombie singing the 5 tier 1s, by the way. Hold on, I'm going to show my desktop really quick. Whoa, that's the wrong desktop. Look, you guys can see my OBS. We're getting inceptioned. Whoa. Why is this on the wrong monitor, though? That's the one I wanted. There we go. Anyways, look here. If you go on Twitch and you go to your notification settings, it's in settings, notifications. Twitch has a new thing called smart notifications, which are supposed to make it so that, let's say you're on Twitch on your desktop, it won't send notifications to your phone, or if you're on your phone, it won't send notifications to you know, your desktop. But unfortunately, I think the system is not perfect yet. So a lot of people just don't get notifications at all. So yeah, if you want to, you should you could turn them off, which is what I've done. That way, whenever my favorite streamers go live, you know, I never miss them. But yeah, if it's something that you like, you can leave it on, but you know, it's up to you. I don't tell people how to live their life, but you know, it's one of those things where it's kind of disappointing that they push that out when it doesn't seem to be perfect yet. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Joe Not Jonas, thank you for the tier 3 for tier 3 for 10 months. Sheesh, Joe. My goodness gracious. Tier 3 for 10 months in a row. Sonny Allion, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months in a row. Neon Zombie, thank you for 200 bits. DZ Dawning, thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months in a row. And Curse Court, thank you for the tier 1 for 2 months in a row. Bree, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months. It's kind of weird, champ. There's still 0 of you here according to the stream manager. Yikers. Yikers, there's still 0 of you here according to that. Grim Jaggers, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1s. If you guys haven't seen Grim Jaggers animations on YouTube, you should go check them out. Pretty pog. Thank you so much, Grim. I'm in a lot of them. Talking to myself here, it'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes. We're playing on the SMP today. At least in the beginning. We're gonna start out on the SMP at least. And then we'll probably play Survival World later. But I really am very demotivated with this Survival World right now because of what happened yesterday. Sheesh. Radio Wave singing social to the tier 1. Happy Steph, thank you for the 10. Hi Sam, Super Steph said you're a dummy for going live while they're at the grocery store, and I agree because I'm in class right now. Anyways, we have a good stream. Thank you so much, Sam, for the 10. Actually, thank you for the tier 1 gift. I appreciate it so much. Just Smile, Danny, thank you for the 510 bits. No message. Wow, Danny, you gotta give me a message. Vanessa, thank you for the tier 1 for 4 months in a row. MP, thank you for the 300 bits. Missed your stream the other day. Glad to be here. Thanks for making my day. Oh, I'm glad you're here, MP. I'm glad. Vanny Vandal, thank you for the tier 1 for 10 months in a row. And Eam T, thank you for the Prime for 9 months in a row. Brookie Cookies, thank you for the Prime for 10 months in a row. Okay, stream manager, you've got this. This is time to update now. It's time to update now. It still says 0. Hey chat, just me talking to myself here. What's going on? I'm doing great. I'm in class, dude. That's true. It is school time these days, isn't it? It's school year type of vibe these days, isn't it? It is. What time is best to stream then? Mikey M, thank you for the Prime for 8 months in a row. I appreciate it. Eldridge, thank you for the 5. Tongue out. Eldridge, I can't do the tongue out. We know this. This is known. It is known. Thank you so much for the 5, Eldridge. Sarah Berry, thank you for the prime for 10 months in a row. Hey, Sam, good to see you again. Question, pancakes or waffles? Thanks for being my comfort streamer. I like both. Why I gotta choose? Why I gotta choose? Why somebody gotta choose? 5 EST is the best time? Maybe. Maybe. But what about all the people in the UK? What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? Disney Adult, thank you for the prime for 5 months in a row. I appreciate it so much. Alright. I finally have a viewer count. It's not 0. Let's get into it. Cassandra Lee, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it so much. Switch over to the... Ooh, maybe. Switch over to the Minecraft scene. Boom. We're gaining. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I'm going to make it look good. I'm going to make it look good. Don't worry. There we go. There we go. This is the perfect time for the Europeans, right? Exactly. Taylor Cray, thank you for the tier 1. X Mary Barracks, thank you for the 5. I would send you good vibes today, but last time they killed you, so Merry Christmas. Thank you, Mary Barracks. Okay, what are we doing today? Oh, first of all, let me show you what I've done on the bank here. So on the bank, I have added in these walls as much as I could with the quartz that we had. But I don't have that much quartz. So I'm gonna have to collect more quartz, and we might do that today. Might have to do that today. Not positive yet. But yeah, we're out of quartz. It was all in here. We're literally completely out of it. So what else are we doing today? Well, Rebecca, thank you for the prime, by the way. I have a huge project in the works. That's going to have a huge amount of terraforming. And for terraforming, of course, we need terraforming materials. So stone and dirt. If you guys watched the last SMP stream, you know that we collected a lot. Also, I went and repaired all of our tools at the spider spawner. Oh, that could have been really bad. Would have had to do a super clutch MLG. Also, I think music is just a little loud. I'm turning it down just a hair. I think that's better. So yeah, I recently discovered that Puns left all this stone over here. So I've been stealing this stone. If Puns comes back and wants his stone, he can have it. But you guys can take the trip with me today to bring the stone over where I've been bringing it to. Let's sleep as well because it's nighttime. It's just us. Neil Anderson, you should check out the live action Dream SMP Saddest vid. It premiered on YouTube a few days ago, and Dream SMP live action is the account. Oh, cool. Maybe we will. Jordan Rose, thank you for the 40. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. You really got to stream while I'm at work, shaking my head. Have a good stream, Sam. Jordan Rose, thank you so much for the $40 dono. Oh my gosh. Oh, we just looped this song.
Really got to stream while I'm at work. SMH, have a good stream, Sam.
So we got that. We got the Punzo stone that we're stealing now, which is good. Which is good. I realized the mistake I made there. No one flamed me. Jumping in the air and starting to eat right then. Hey y'all. I like a good y'all in the chat. We need to get a y'all emote. Maybe that'll be the next goal is a y'all emote. I think that'd be good. Little y'all emote. Zoe, Mom, thank you for the tier 1 gift. Y'all, can we get a howdy, howdy, partner? Howdy. Howdy, partner. We really need a y'all emote. Y'all emote is up next. We're gonna get a y'all emote. For sure. We need a y'all emote. And maybe we should get a howdy emote. Howdy, partner. We already kind of have... Don't we already have a Cowboy Sam emote? I feel like we do. Maybe that's just in the Discord. I need to add that to Twitch if we do. If we don't have one on Twitch. Jump. Jump. Look at me go. Look at me go. Look at me go. Zoe, Moms, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift. And Apollo, thank you for the tier 1 for 2 months in a row. Y'all emote for the Texans. Sam enjoys true. Y'all, we got to get that. Rain was second thing to the 350. COVID has been kicking my butt for the past few days, but I'm really glad to see you streaming. It makes me feel 10 times better. Well, I'm glad to be here. Howdy, Sam. How are you, mate? I'm great. I'm great. I appreciate the mixture of slang that was in that message. Hold on, I'm clearing my activity feed. It was nice. All right. So this has basically been what my life has been on the SMP the past few days, is just collecting stuff and then trying to bring it all the way over here. And it is quite a journey. Quite a journey. Also, someone started building this. I think this is Tommy's. I'm not sure. Lou loves counseling the team for 7 months in a row. This is Tommy's, right, chat? Also, my nose is itching. Sorry. No shulkers. Sag facts. Candy, thank you for the prime for 2 months in a row. This is Tommy's, right? Yeah. That's what I thought. Chica, thank you for the tier 1. I could tell it's Tommy's. It just doesn't seem like it's anything, you know? It's just a flat wooden thing on the ocean. Doesn't even go all the way to the to the bottom of the ocean. I mean, sheesh. That's got Tommy written all over it. Alicia, thank you for the tier 1 for 9 months in a row. Bum 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 dum bum 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 bum. Dum bum 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 dum 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 dum. Oh, hold on. Oh, I don't have any inventory space. Okay, this might seem counterproductive, but oh, that's so much better. Hold on, this song's looping. I know. I'll fix it. It's just a little ways out here, chat. Just a little ways. Now, nice. We're here. Laisha, thank you for the tier 1 for 9 months in a row. I have started a little bank of chests here where we're going to be putting all the stone and dirt. I've got a bunch of extra chests here. But welcome to Running Simulator. It's time that we run back. Also, do I have any wood here to make a boat? I should have brought a boat with me. We have some dirt here, but it's like the most minuscule amount from when I was terraforming this island. We have no wood to make a boat. Okay, we'll get a boat on the other side. It might be more efficient to have a boat. Or we could maybe use a nether portal. I don't know. How far is this? 250, negative 2. Yeah, that'd be really fast in the nether, right? We don't have any obby on me, though, so we'll have to get that. We could do that, too, though. Your house is made of... Llamas are living shulkers. True, champ. Never mind. Thank you for the tier 1 performance in a row, by the way. And Shoop Dog, thank you for the prime for 10 months. I will say, it's much faster when you take your boots off, though. Look, we're already back to the Tommy structure thing. Why do you not make another portal? Yeah, I think we will do that. I think that's going to be the fastest way. It's been a while since we listened to these hyper songs here. Trident and offhand, literally the same thing. 360 it? Okay, that was lag. That was literally lag. Also, I just... Oh no. Oh no, I'm discombobulated. This is the right way, I think. Yeah, there's the prison. 360 it? Look at that landing. Look at that landing. What's your objectives? Okay, simple objective for today. We need to get as much stone and dirt to that island as we can. That's the objective for the SMP today. How's Tree Nook? Ooh, so you weren't here for last stream? Yikes. I have bad news about Sam Nook. Or Tree Nook. I mean Sam Nook. About Tree Nook, rather. Stone in the Tommy pit? Whoa, is it cobble or is it smooth stone, though? I forgot about the Tommy pit. Why do you need the stone and dirt? For our future project, which as of right now I am keeping top secret. But it's going to be very poggers. Very poggers. 07 Tree Nook. Yeah, so I talked to the people that I got Tree Nook from. If you weren't here yesterday, I'll fill you in. I talked to the people whom I purchased Tree Nook from, and they said that the issue Tree Nook is having that I described to them sounds like it could have been something that happened during shipping with his... is this the sewer? Oh, it is. With his... this isn't even the actual Tommy hole, is it? Or the actual Tommy pit? No. It could have been something that happened with... There's like a certain piece of their root, like the stem or something. I don't know. But they think that it could have gotten broken in shipping. And so, unfortunately, poor Tree Nook, he never stood a chance. It was never meant to be. But they said that, you know, I can get a new Tree Nook, but we haven't decided if we want to get a new Tree Nook yet or not. You know. Is there actually stone down here, or am I getting trolled? There's no chest here. So yeah, our previous tree nook is definitely 07'd. I don't see any stone in there either. Okay, I just got trolled. I just got giga trolled. We'll go empty out the Punzo pit first. Ella the Traveler, thank you so much for the 3. Hi, that's it. I am shy. Thanks. Well, thank you so much, Ella the Traveler. I am glad you have traveled through. Lore when? Soon. Trademark. Soon. Actually, unironically, very soon, though. Who dismantled this? Rip that beacon. Soon means nothing, they say. No. There actually is a lot of huge stuff in the works. Actually, you know what? Let me message Dream and see if I can leak something. No beats. Woo! Eric could have stone. True, maybe. Oh, it was Eric that stole the beacon? Oh, I see. Let me ask Dream if I can leak something. Foolish G joined the game. Welcome, Foolish of Gamers. How did the Valorant go? I was there for most of it. I don't know how it went. Was not that great, chat. I crashed and got lever penalty. RIP. That is the worst. Oh, his stream crashed? Oh, no. Sag. CC Smile, thank you for the 200 by the way. My first time checking out the stream. The vibes are immaculate. Thank you so much. Now I'm here to kill squids. Go crazy, big man. Where's the Punzo hole? Oh, I went way past it. Apollo singer to 333, by the way. Oh, we almost looped a song, but I caught it just in time. These last 5 minutes have made me realize how many people on the SMP have random pits. True. Oh yes, give me all the stone. Give me all that. I really hope that like Puns isn't like. Imagine Puns comes back and he's like, "Oh yeah, I was planning to do something with all that stone." Imagine. I can't open my M&Ms. This is tragic. That sounds tragic. That's horrendous. That's horrid. We're gonna do Foolish a favor. Watch this. Kill him with looting. We'll just kill squids anytime we see them today for Foolish. How's that? That can be one of our sub quests. Our main quest is of course to deliver all the stone to the island. But one of our sub-quests... Okay, honestly, Foolish, just come over here. Foolish. Dude. This river by the portal is full of squids. They just keep spawning. There's so... They actually just kept respawning. That's hot, he says. Look at how many squids there are here. I'm about to farm a full stack of ink in like a minute. Like 2 minutes. I already have 51. I mean, oh my goodness. Just a sec. 59. 62. 64. Look at all those chickens. I have a stack of sacks for you. There's a raid. Thank you so much. Okay, I need to find out what's wrong with my raid notifications because I did not get them. I did not get a notification, but thank you so much whoever rated Moo. I see a lot of Moo in the chat. Moo, thank you.
Kind of nervous.
Appreciate it.
Anyways, hope you're having a great day/week.
Mods popping off like usual. FG Moo. Put them in a chest by the portal for you, big man. There we go. Welcome, welcome. Wait, Blue aesthetically, thank you for the 5. Hi Sam, I'm heading back to university on Sunday for my senior year. Kind of nervous. Anyways, hope you're having a great day / week. I am. It's a great day to have a great day today. FG Moo is Foolish's little sister? Oh! The Foolish Fam Bam. Thank you so much. That's kind of weird. The plan will come to pass soon. Oh! Yikers. 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 Did she crash too? I wonder. I wonder. She could have. You landed on a crafting table. Well, y'all know what that means. Wally Bear? Wally Bear's here? The Wally Bear? Does Wally have VIP? Wally might not have VIP. I don't know if you've ever chatted in my chat, and I noticed before, Wally. Yeah, her stream was crashing too. RIP. You guys can vibe with me. Maybe their streams will come back online. You guys can vibe with me till then. Tegan Turner, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months in a row. He doesn't, Keck. Ooh, Keck W. Rest in peace to the Wally Bear. I know I could tab out and do it, Wally, but I'm in the middle of running right now. No, I'm kidding, Wally. I'm kidding. VIP Wally Bear. There you go, Wally. Berserk missed. Oh my goodness. Berserk, thank you so much for the $100 donut. I'm having a bad day and I still can't gift, but I hope you're doing well. Berserk, I need you to smile right now as big as you can. It's a great day to have a great day. We're going to have a great day. Thank you so much for the $100 donut. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Also, chat, I've been thinking about it. Hold on, let me look at a calendar while we run / swim. Oh my goodness. Wait, you know it would be so smart if we captured ourselves a dolphin. Hold on. Also, I'm getting text messages because I'm popular. I'm a cool kid, chat. Should not be a problem much longer. Trying to filza me, little guy? Yeah, that's what I thought. The obsidian. I forgot it. I forgot the obsidian. I forgot it. I forgot the obsidian. My bad. That's on me. That's my bad. Hey, Sam, what should I name my fish? Name your fish Fish. J. Curran Live, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months in a row. Sheesh. Have you fed Dream and Technoblade? I did, just earlier today, actually. Dropped some potatoes in there. I think Technoblade will be happy with potatoes. Boop. Look at all the little friendly mobbies over here. Bad guy. Ooh, that he just got, like, GG'd right there. Ooh! Has this song played like 5 times or am I crazy? Winterbin, thank you for the 10. Hi, Sam. Here once again for an awesome stream. And remember, everyone smile today. It looks good on you. True, champ. Smile today. It looks so good on you. I can tell. I can see how good it looks on you. I'm turning on that lo-fi chat. We're going to be vibing. We're going to be vibing. Okay. I need to... Chat, do not let me forget the obsidian this time. As, honestly, we have to bring so much materials over here. It's going to be like a must. Are potatoes vegetables? I don't know. Are potatoes vegetables? Yeah, they are, right? Excellent, thank you for the prime for 8 months in a row. Or aren't they called something different? It starts with a T, I think. Oh, they are tubers. Yeah, someone in chat just said it. Yeah. They're tubers. Yeah, I think that's actually what they're like classified as. Eldritch, thank you for the 5. It's an angry face. Why are you angry, Eldritch? There, I did the angry face. How'd I do? Greater than colon parenthesis. What just happened in the game, though? They're like a root kind of thing, you know? We're YouTubers. Good work, Wally. Good work. Just joined. Is it true you're building a new prison for the both of them? Maybe. Maybe. I refuse to reveal what the project is yet. Not until I'm fully ready to show you guys what it's going to look like. But I will say I'm doing a lot of designing in like a creative world for it because I'm very bad at terraforming and stuff, which is a lot of that in this build. I'm very bad at it, so I'm doing a lot of designing. Christina J, thank you so much for the 10 tier 1s. Oh my goodness. And CC Smile, thank you for the 200 bits. You're so lovely. I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy you're here too. Techno never dies. Literally died to get into the prison. Literally died when I locked him up. Remember? Twice, actually. He died twice. Myself, I killed Technoblade twice. Twice. I killed him. True champ. True champ. Real, not fake. Real. MP, thank you for the 200 bits. Fun fact, vegetables isn't a plant biology term, it's just a classification of food. That's why tomatoes are both a fruit and a vegetable. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sam finally realizes his power. I'm too strong. Wally, I'm too strong. Golden Halo 1, thank you for the tier 1. I'm just saying. I already did that. I already did that. I've already accomplished that goal. I've already accomplished that goal of defeating Technoblade in battle, an open battle. Also, all the beats are gone. That's kind of nice. What is this? It looks like a Pokemon shop. Muffin Boy here. Gotcha good, Puffy. Look, there's Pokemon. They're gonna collect them all in here. Hey. Elders, thank you for the 5. Sounds fake, but okay. Real. Real, not fake. It's actually real. That wasn't Techno. Must have been a paid actor. No, I'm pretty sure it was Techno. Appreciate it, whoever this is. Appreciate it. I think there's some obsidian by the prison. I think. I'm not 100%, but I think there is. I'm getting it, chat. I'm getting it. There's some by the prison. I'm like 99.9% sure. I'm going to get obsidian this time, though. I will not forget the obsidian. Good work, chat. Do I have obsidian in here? Actually, I might. No. You know what we haven't done on stream in forever? We haven't gone netherite mining because I just started doing it off stream because it was so repetitive. Have you taken Technoblade's bell? No. Fun fact, it's actually super annoying, like, to, like, remove things from the main cell and stuff. Like, it's actually super annoying. Like, I have to, like, go in there, and then I have to actually break it, and, like, it's just super annoying. Flint and steel, oh, true champ. Maybe we'll get some gravel or something so we can get a flint. Oh, gamer moment. Sandy August, thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months in a row. I think there's some obsidian here somewhere. There's a lot of stone here that we're going to steal, I'll tell you that. I forgot how much stone is here from when I was building this, because I had to dig out a decent amount of area. Oh, yeah, we're going to steal this stone as well. Probably bring that glass as well. I think there is obsidian here somewhere. Oh, that's blackstone. Oh, I have quartz here. Oh, man. I didn't think I was that close. Okay, hold on, chat. I'm, like, certain that there's obsidian here somewhere. Like, at least a bit of obsidian is here. Oh, there's a flint. Let me just turn it into a flint and steel right now. We'll leave an extra stack of stone here so we have room for the obsidian. I'm certain there's obsidian here. There's a random gold ingot. Is there an ender chest here? I don't have an ender chest in my inventory. Oh, was that a flint and steel? Oh, perfect. Okay, maybe there's not obsidian here. Ooh, wait, I think I have a secret chest here. Hold on. I think I actually do have a secret chest here. You can't see though, chat, because it's a secret. Oh my, I can't see. I can't see because I have mining fatigue. How long? I wonder if that's still there though. Secret tunnel. Okay, we'll just take a trip and then we'll come back in just a minute. But we'll take a trip right now with all this stone. And then we'll just come back here to get more stone. Steph, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift. Clara Rain, thank you so much for the prime for 9 months. Wait, it's Super Steph. Hello, Super Steph. Liv VXO, thank you so much for the prime. Oh, manhunt type vibe right there. Secret tunnel. Foolish left, I know. Rest in peace. Goodbye. The foolish of gamers. No. Put those back on immediately. Oh, I really hope there's a lead somewhere. We should have crafted some leads. This is so much faster. This is so much faster than using Trident. It's actually insane how fast you can move with a dolphin. Also, chat, if anyone is a VOD watcher and watched the VOD yesterday, was Twitch defaulting it to 360p for you? Someone that I know messaged me and was like, hey, why is your stream quality so bad? And I was like, question mark? You know what I mean? And they were like, no, go look at your VOD. The stream quality is really bad. And then I looked at it and it was in 360p for me, but I was able to change it to 1080. But it defaulted to 360p. I was like, what? Why does it do that? What's up? What's up with that? Is there any cows here? I really hope there's a cow here. Do I have any leads though? I watched the VOD and yeah, it did default to that. Interesting. Oh, I have a bunch of name tags here. I forgot because we go fishing here. I've been fishing here a bunch. Okay, whatever. We'll have to just get we'll craft a lead. Yeah, I had 480 when I joined the stream. So it's even defaulting it to a lower res, defaultly, when you're just watching. Come on, dolphin. Come on. Come on, dolphins. What the heck? The dolphins just don't love me or what? Come on, buddy. Let's go. Maybe they just can't keep up with you when you have Depth Strider. If you're not watching in 1080, you should be able to move into 1080. So if the quality is not looking good for you, change it to 1080. They think I stink. Yeah, true. It's defaulted to 1080 at the moment. Nice. Yeah, I wonder if maybe it's just some weird thing. They think that it will look maybe they don't think you have the speed to watch it in 1080 or something. Weird champ. Weird champ. What if someone can't change to 1080p? I don't know what it would cause you to not be able to change. Your song, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1s, by the way. And another thank you for tier 1ing for 2 months. Any sub primes in the chat? True. Did you guys know that every single month, Jeff Bezos, well, it used to be Jeff Bezos. I guess it doesn't work there anymore, but Jeff Bezos gives you $5 free to sub to anyone that you want. Literally anyone. Asked him about the lore. I did. I messaged him and said, hey, can I leak something? Question mark. Hi, Sam. Do you like Chinese food? I want to get some, but don't know what to get. You know what? I'm starving, and you just reminded me. It's not very cool. But yeah, get Chinese food. Chinese food is good. Kate Spin, thank you for the prime for 10 months in a row. 10 months, Paul. I can't believe it's almost been a year. Hope you're having a great day, Sam. I hope you're having a great day, too. Hold on. It's Bonby. Thank you for the Prime for 2 months in a row. Appreciate it. Okay, wait. We need obsidian. Oh, wait. Let me check my secret chest. Hi there, chat. Oh, you know what's really bad, though? I don't remember where it's at. There it is. I found it. Oh, this is just gravel and sand. Please visit the prison. What am I going to visit at the prison? They're both... I'm pretty sure they're both asleep, if I'm being honest. Okay, wait. I'm hiding the secret chest. Okay, we're good. Okay, let's get more stone then. Okay, wait, we need to go find obsidian somewhere. I'm sure there's obsidian somewhere. Oh, also we can make a lead. Is there slime balls here somewhere? There's blocks. I know there's some normal ones too. Where are our slime balls at? Oh, look, there's leads. Nice, even better. Let's put that away. I really thought there was some leftover obsidian here. Zanny, I think it's also for the Prime. I appreciate it. It's Bombi. Thank you for the Prime for 2 months in a row. Dynamite, thank you for the Prime. And Pine Tree, thank you for the Prime as well. Take the boat. I don't think boat's faster than Dolphin on lead. I just don't think that's faster. No way. Should I order food, champ? What would we do while I ate? Yeah? What would we do, though? I think Foolish took the obsidian. No shot he took the obsidian. That's where my obsidian went. Wait, why did you guys not tell me that he stole the obsidian? You saw me there looking around for the obsidian. What? Skunkshroom, thank you for the Prime. What? We haven't got lore in months. This isn't lore stream though, but you'll have lore from me soonish. Within the next 2 weeks, for sure. There will be lore. Are you going to show Tubbo the prison at some point? I think it's now a running bit that Tubbo can only see the prison on other people's streams. Oh, they told you? Okay, chat. I didn't see. I forgive you then, chat. If you tried to tell me, I forgive you. Also, I have so much wood over here. Also, I have stone over here. See, chat, this is... Ooh, do we want smooth stone as well? Part of me does. Part of me does want smooth stone as well. Actually. Unironically. Also, I'm heading to steal back my obsidian from Foolish. Angst, perhaps? Maybe. Maybe. Christina, thank you for the 500 bits. Are you going to show... Oh, this, I read this. This is about showing Tubbo the prison. I don't know. I don't know. Hunter Rinzo, thank you so much for the Prime for 3 months in a row. Appreciate it. Maybe I will show Tubbo the prison. Maybe. I'm stealing back my obsidian, by the way. Sam, if you're going to order something, what will you order? I don't even know. Something good. Something tasty. I thought he had his materials here. Let me sleep to make a day. Grimjackers, thank you for the 5. Do I hear lore? You did. Did he steal this from me? There's no obsidian here, chat. There's no obsidian here. So he stole quite a bit of blackstone too. Interesting. Foolish is just thieving around. Super Seth, thank you for the tier 1 gift. No, he got it from Bastions. Oh, I see. That's how I got all the blackstone that I got too. Oh, he mined a wall going into the cell? Oh, nice. I kind of want to get a sandwich. You know where I haven't had a sandwich from in forever? Do you guys know what Jersey Mike's is in the chat? Have you ever had Jersey Mike's? He used it already, Sag. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew he stole that obsidian. He stole all your obsidian, so you should steal all of his sandstone. No, you guys don't know what Jersey Mike's is? Maybe I'll get Jersey Mike's just to show you guys what Jersey Mike's is. Maybe I'll get the big one and I'll eat half of it for dinner. And I'll eat half of it for lunch, half of it for dinner. Because I haven't even had lunch today, and it's like 3 p.m. and I never ate lunch. It's pretty good. I would say it's about as good as Jimmy John's. Okay, dude, there's got to be someone that has like 10 pieces of obsidian somewhere. I could downgrade. Oh, Foolish got his ink sacs. Stone is more valuable than netherite right at the moment. Like this is one thing about Minecraft is Arid, I might be stealing from you. If you ever see this, Arid, I might be stealing some obsidian right now. But when I steal, I will repay tenfold. Those who let me steal from them will receive many gifts. Okay, is there obsidian here though? That's the question of the hour. There's a lot of dirt. Eric, I will bring you back obsidian. Honestly, let me just take half of it. Was it in this chest, chat? Oh no, it wasn't. Oh no. Oh no, it was in this chest, right?
DW Sam, you can just mine the prison if you get desperate.
True, Christina, true. 7 months saying 5. It feels like stone's more valuable. True, it is. It really is right now. Because this is one thing about Minecraft is like stone is like nether. I mean, mending is so OP. Oh my gosh, I cannot speak. Mending is so OP that like if you get a full netherite set, as long as you have an XP grinder, you literally do not ever need to get another piece of netherite. Once you have a full set, you don't. Like, it's super OP. Mending's like stupidly OP. Anyways, Crystal Dragon 200 bits. Sam, there's an underwater ravine on the way to your island, and there's Obby in it. Oh, true, champ. I didn't even think about that, but I could have gone down and mined some. True. Could have. Let me grab some more stone from here. Boop. Is there a little more stone somewhere? Oh? No way, we've collected all the stone here. Nice. Nice, actually. That means we don't have to come all this way anymore. What's the project? The project is my next mega project. My next base. The next mega project on the SMP. Did you get the obby? I did. I stole some from Arid. I stole 10 obby from Arid. Ooh, nice landing, Sam. I think I will order Jersey Mike's, actually. It sounds good. Or Subway. Jersey Mike's sounds better. Can show you guys what a Jersey Mike's sub is. I think I'm gonna get the big one though, and then I'll run half of it. Like I'll leave half of it downstairs, or like I'll bring half of it downstairs. What are we gonna do while I eat though? I always feel awkward eating. Like I don't know what to do. What about the bank? Bank is underworked. I really want to work on this on stream, but in order to work on this on stream, I've got to get all the materials over there. So that's why we're doing that. React Andy time? True, I guess. We can go on our React Andy spree while I eat. Who doesn't like a good old React Andy? Jump, jump, jump. Maybe we'll watch... I think there's a couple of George videos that I actually never watched. I think I saw a lot of them, though. I think. Like, I saw a decent portion of them, or like heard about a decent portion of them. But I never actually watched the final product. Shoddy season, thank you for the tier 1 for 2 months in a row. Appreciate it. Guys. I'm not going to visit Techno and Dream today. I hate to. If that's all you're here for, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a sad state, but I'm sorry to break your heart like this, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Not today. Cryptracker 5. Oh, by the way, thank you for reacting to hate.
Thank you for reacting to haters Sam Nook's song. She's a friend of mine and was super
It was really great. I liked it. Chat, the mods are going crazy from you guys asking me to go visit Dream and Techno. They're losing their mod. They're in the mod chat right now, and they're threatening to shut down this Twitch chat. That's what the mods are saying. They're threatening to have a mod riot. Zenby, Awesamdude is so cute. Real. Wow. Nice. They won. The mods are upset. I was exposing, but it wasn't like it wasn't a complete. Oh wait, I was meant to grab a dolphin with this lead. It wasn't a complete exposure because I will say not all the mods were threatening it, but mods, why are you gonna expose that I was fake exposing? This is the perfect way to get them to stop. Zen just joined the mod chat in Discord and said, please let Technoblade out of prison real. Pet the mods, chat, pet the mods. Naturally speaking, pet the mods. Oh, that's too funny. Okay, I hate to ruin my Oasis. Also, though, hold on. Before I ruin it, what do you guys think about my Oasis build? How did I do on this style? How did I do on this on the Oasis style? How did I do? Like, was this good? I feel like this was pretty good. This was my first time really trying to build this style of like the super, I don't know what the word would be, like the ideal place, like the super happy world, like, you know what I mean? Like, I usually go for more of like an industrial theme, and like I think most people know that. But this was my first time really trying to do like a Oasis type of vibe. I think it's pretty good. What portal is this? What portal is this? And where does it lead back to? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, I know where this is. Chat, look away. Look away. Elder Second with a 5. Pretty. It is. It is. Look away, chat. Look away. Look away. Look away. Look away. Not this place. Oh no. Now there's going to be some sort of lore that's made up out of this. I can just tell there's going to be some sort of lore from this. You wanted lore so bad. You've got it. Okay. On a real note though, our base that like our place is like right over here somewhere. Uh-oh, lore time. Yeah, here's the place. Not the kids, please. Sam visits the exile place. Real. I can just see it. I can see it popping up on my YouTube feed right now. I can see it. I can see it. Why is it so close to exile? Not trying to reveal the lore plans, but... Okay, wait. If I was to break... Is that the prison? Nice, Wally Bear. Obviously, an avid Sam enjoyer Wally Bear is. Okay, wait. What? What? Okay, there we go. If I break that portal... Honestly, though, it looks like that portal was already broken before. If this makes you sad, chat, look away. Look away. Also, I really want to order my sandwich now. Not again. Not again. I had to break the portal, though. It had to be done. I am going to say this. I I originally was planning to bulldoze the island that was like I didn't realize that this was Exile Island when I chose this area, and so I originally my plan was to like bulldoze the nearby islands, and then I like looked around for the first time. Like this was after I had built all of this, after I had been on the Quackity stream, everything. And I was like, okay, yeah, like to make my massive base, I'm just gonna bulldoze like the nearby islands. And then I went over there and saw that it was that island, and I was like, I don't think I'm allowed to bulldoze that island just out of nowhere like that. Because like, I don't think that's allowed. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. Okay. Now we can go find our way back over there and see if we can make a new portal in the Nether. 7 months to get switched to 5. Very nice of you to let Dream have
a fancy suit and record a new song from prison. Also, Sam visits Exile and plots to destroy Logsteadshire. Real, not clickbait.
real, not clickbait. True. Yeah. No, you know, Dream asked to have a microphone to record and to have a suit for the video, and I said, sure, I guess. I'm a generous warden. Real, not fake. Okay, how did that magma cube actually hit me there? Okay. Someone in chat said, I remember when you went to find Tommy in Exile and you found Dream in a boat. True, champ. That was actually completely unplanned as well. Oh yeah, what happened to the bamboo forest that was here? Did Eric cut it down? I'm a generous warden. Pff, they say. Hold on, chap. Oh, Tubbo cut it down? Oh, I see. Can you play the violin? What a random question. Maybe I can. I'm kidding. I can't play the violin. I can play piano, drums. There's a few instruments I can play, actually. Oh, it was Puffy that did it. Alex, well, thank you so much for tier 1 for 9 months in a row. Alex, thank you so much. Twitch, baby. Happy 9 months, Samuel. I love that like a 9-month sub streak is just considered like Twitch baby. You know what I mean? I think that's hilarious. 7 months, thank you for the 5. Very nice of you to let. Oh yeah, I read that. Friendship, thank you for the prime though. Prime poggers. Streamer is talented. True. Oh my gosh, I almost blew up the hotel. There's so many creepers out tonight. We need to sleep, maybe. Ooh, look at that. What a landing. What a landing. What a landing. Alyssa, thank you so much for the 205 months in a row. Happy 5 months. Happy 5 months. Give me the stone that is here. I'm just going to try and let the portal build a new portal itself instead of like forcing a new one. Is there a bed here? Oh. Literally standing on it. Yo. Do you want to sleep? I forgot that Foolish logged on. Oh. Foolish G left the game. Foolish, come back. Oh, nice. There's plenty of stone here. Okay, good. I just sent Foolish away. Got a 07 to that. I love the little... it worked, chat. I summoned him back. I summoned Foolish back. Dream SMP chat is cursed. That's not true. That's not true. We have good times. We have good times around here. Get another doggo? No. No. I will not have any other dogs on the server. Literally leads to one thing and one thing only. People threatening to kill your dog. Dolphin. Oh. Ooh. Wait, this dolphin disappears when I Optifine zoom on him. Oh, no, it doesn't. What? Come here, dolphin. Come here. Snagged. Now we're moving. Now we're moving. Crunch, crunch. Thank you for the 200 for 8 months in a row. Oh, we are moving now. Okay, wait. First of all, I need to drop this stone off, and then we'll see if we can connect a new portal. Honestly, chat, you know what's sad, though? This isn't even if we filled all 4 of these up, I don't think that's enough stone for what I have planned. Oh, no. Where is this? Is this near the main portal? I feel like this is in the middle of nowhere. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Where is this? Oh, I see a path over there. Oh no. Oh no, I almost fell. Okay, wait, I think I just needed to keep going straight. This is Techno and Phil's portal. What were the odds that I was able to reach all the way to that portal? Okay, so we're going to have to keep running to the place because this portal is not going to link up to the portal I just made. Unlucky. So much unplanned lore. True. Sam goes near Techno and fills his base. Real, not fake. I guess it is sort of close, right? The exile place is pretty near to Techno's, I think. It's just behind that exile place, yeah. Oh. I tried to do one of these so I could clear the activity feed real quick. Clear the feed ski real quick. Oh, you know what I never did? I never ordered food. Should I get Jersey Mike's? Oh yeah, I feel like I need to get Jersey Mike's. There's a lot of chatterins who don't know what Jersey Mike's is. I'm gonna get the big one too. I'm gonna eat half of it for dinner. I'm gonna eat half right now, half for dinner. Who's this for? It's for Sam. I get the number 13, the original Italian. I think that's the best one. Get it Mike's way, cut the onions. I don't want to add any toppings, do I? No. Mike's way. No onions. Let me get that. I'm going to get a bag of chips as well. Actually, I'll get 2 bags of chips because I'm going to eat half the sandwich for dinner. So I'll eat half of the chips now and half of the chips for dinner. They have jalapeno. Ooh, Miss Vicky's jalapeno. You know I like that. Add to order. I have completed my order. Ooh, in-store pickup. No, no, no. Delivery. Enter my address. I will. Got it. Got it. Next. Delivery is for me.
Agreed, Jersey Mike's is delicious.
Eldritch Sea Monster, thank you so much for the 5. Eldritch agrees. Poggers. They want my phone number and my email? Okay, I guess. Does this not save on my account or what? Okay, nice. Oh, I can pay with Apple Pay? We love that. Sorry, I had to do my Face ID. You already know. Alias Arab, thank you so much for the 2-1 for 3 months, by the way. Okay, let's move. Food ordered. Food ordered on the way. Well, it's still loading, technically. Yep. Order received. We will start making your order shortly. Nice. Should be here by 3:41. That's literally 40 minutes from now. That's literally 40 minutes from now. Literally 40 minutes from now, it's going to get here. That is so long. What? 40 minutes? Reveal more lore while you wait. True. We're just having we're having impromptu crazy lore happening on accident stream today. That's the plan. More time to spend with each other. Of course, chat. Of course. We're not even going to end whenever the food gets here. We're just going to react Andy for a bit. And then we'll go back to doing whatever. Okay, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like it might be faster to not take the nether. Brevity Falls. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in a row. Brevity. I might build a distinct portal for this place. I might. But that means I gotta go steal more obsidian. Oh no! Wait, I could have just deconstructed one of the portals at Exile Island. I think I will. Boop. Look at that. Just an instant full inventory. Also, chat, where's the blaze spawner? That's what we'll do while we're react Andying. We'll AFK the blaze spawner and get some blazes. Where is the blaze spawner though? Do you guys know how to get there or what, chat? I hope there's a dolphin again. That was really poggers. There is. Come here, dolphin. I saw you over here. You can't hide. Oh my gosh, where did the dolphin go? Yeah, come here. Got him! Time to zoom. Is music kind of quiet? I feel like this song's just kind of gotten quiet for some reason. Turn it up just a little bit. In the nether, duh. Well, yeah. True. I guess it is in the nether. It's a fact. Oh my gosh, this dolphin went airborne. Where'd the lead that you were on go? There it is. Oh. Got it. Nice. Swoop. There's been music. Wait, you guys can't hear it? You guys haven't been able to hear the music this whole time? It is pretty quiet, actually, no lie. Let me turn it up some. Surely you guys can hear it at least a little. We can hear it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe if you're like on your phone or something, it could be hard to hear. But if you have headphones on, there's no way you haven't been hearing it. Okay, let's go get some obby. That's what I'm saying. I saw that TikTok for the first time, like, not even a week ago or something, where that guy's like, that's what I'm saying. It's so funny. That's a hilarious TikTok. I think that might be one of the funniest ones I've ever seen. You know whose TikToks I actually find hilarious though, chat? I'm not even being ironic here, like trying to make a funny. Like actually someone whose TikToks I found hilarious are Tommy's, just because like I feel like I never know what to expect from a Tommy TikTok. Like it could be anything. Literally anything could be going down. And like I just never even see it coming, and it's just like the most random things. Like, man's just playing basketball or something with some old crappy shoes on. I just find that hilarious. George's are kind of the same way, true champ. Sam dismantles Exile Island. Real, not fake. Sam ruins Exile Island where Tommy was kept. Real, not fake. Wait, I went the wrong way. It's this way. Real, not fake. Sam canonically destroys Exile Island. Haley Honk. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the $100 donut. Sam, hi, smile. Hi, Haley Honk. Thank you so much. That is so generous. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Wait, that was the original portal? No, it wasn't. That was not the original. That was the old portal, I think. Actually, that one was kind of buried in the ground a little. It's called Logs to Shire. I know it's called Logs to Shire. It's more fun to call it Exile Island, though. Oh, wait. I forgot to get the cords. Okay, we're gonna have to make one more trip on foot. Woo! Sniper Sam. Sniper Sam right there. Wait, we're gonna have to make one more trip because I forgot to get the cords of that portal. Sam destroys Exile Island. Real, not clickbait. Gets emotional. Lauren Nimrod, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Oh my goodness, Lauren. When I play the Survival World today, you're still gonna get an axolotl. I need to do that. But I had no XP yesterday because of some unfortunate events yesterday. I had no XP whenever it was time to do so. Thank you so much for the 5, Lauren. Awesamdude destroys Logs to Shire where Tommy was exiled, breaks the portal, and disgraces the land. Real, not fake, not clickbait. Can you build a flying thing? That is so random and very non-specific. Like a redstone engine? We can go watch the most recent Manhunt. Spoiler alert. Maybe that's what we can do. We can react to Manhunt and I can tell you guys how I was feeling during a lot of Manhunt. While we react Andy. Oh no, I mean, oh yay. Oh, it's just a, hey, your order's being delivered at 3:41. That could be cool. We could talk about all the different, we could talk about my POV for a lot of the Manhunt, for the most recent one. I think that'd be fun. Lolly Yang, thank you for the tier 1 for 2 months in a row. We need you to fake cry so we have something to put in the video about you destroying the portal. Okay. I'm gonna well up some tears. I'm gonna do this. I can do this. I will be clickbaited on YouTube. I will be used as the clickbait. I am the clickbait. I'll become the clickbait. Will you ever react to an animatic with you or something? Yes, I've never done that before on Twitch. Never. I've never done that. Super Steph, thank you for the tier 1 gift. I have legitimately never, ever reacted to an animatic that I'm in. Ever on Twitch. Never. Bean, thank you for the 5. Didn't even know you were live because both my Twitch and Discord decided, quote, no notifications. Speaking of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't here to hear about it earlier, I have an important thing to tell you. If you've noticed that you haven't been getting notifications about your favorite streamers going live, hold on. This is genuinely super important here. I want you to go onto your Twitch. See, here I am on my Twitch. I'm going to go to my notifications and I'm going to go to the settings. You can also go to settings through here and then go to notifications. You see this thing called smart notifications. If you haven't been getting notifications for streamers that you like to watch, you should turn this off because smart notifications essentially it tries to only send you notifications on whatever you're on Twitch. So if you're on browser, it tries to only send you notifications there. If you're on mobile, it only tries to send you notifications there. But I don't think the system's perfect yet. And so sometimes I do believe that a lot of people have been missing Twitch notifications. So I highly recommend, if you are a Twitch viewer who likes to get notifications and know whenever people are live, to turn off smart notifications. That way you'll just always get notifications like you used to. Everyone you have notifications on, you'll get notifications for, just like you used to. You know? if notifications even work, because sometimes they just don't even be working. But you know, when they do, oh, I forgot Foolish is here. We won't sleep then. I almost left without getting this done. But seriously though, like it is pretty frustrating whenever like you don't get notifications whenever you want them, right? So I would say that, like, who cares if you get a double notification, right? Like that happens. Sure, like you're gonna get it on browser and on your phone, but like at least then, right, now you have two places you can see it. Like it actually makes the notification more effective because you're being notified in more places, right? Like if you're watching on Twitch, right, you get it there. Also, below that setting, there's where you can decide like what kind of notifications you want. And sometimes Twitch will only send you email notifications. So like for me, I don't even want email notifications on my Twitch, like from people that I follow, because I'm never going to look at that. Okay, let's be honest. And by the time I see that email notification, it's way too late for me to like go watch the stream. I'd have to go be a VOD watcher for sure. So I turn off email notifications for me, and I turn on everything else. So that's what I do. Anyways, seriously though, I do recommend, not that you have to or anything, but I do recommend it. Because then you will most definitely be notified when all your favorite streamers go live. And you can turn off email notifications, because who wants their email to be blown up with notifications about Twitch streamers when you could have just got the notification on your phone like a normal notification. No dolphin, Sag. Happy Steph, thank you for the 5. Any hints on when the next manhunt will be? Peepo Shy. No leaks. I'm not about those leaks. I'm not about those leaks. Anyways, thank you for coming to my TED Talk about Twitch notifications, chat. What a landing. Aww. Okay, wait. We need to get the portals for this. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. 240. Hold on, let me just write it down because I'm going to forget exactly. Let's see. 240 divided by 8. So we need to go to 30. Space. 69. Haha, funny number. Haha, funny number on the Y. Haha, funny number on the Ni. Negative 197. I think it's 1971. Yeah. Negative 1971 divided by 800. Or no, it's divided by 800. Negative 246. Wait, what happened to the thing that I had typed in the chat? What happened to this? It was 69. And what was the other one, chat? 240, right? 240 divided by 8. 30. What happened to it? It's 30, 69, negative. Oh no, chat, what was it? Please help me remember. Negative 1973 divided by 8. Negative 246. There. There. Haha, funny number. Let us traverse to those coordinates. Huh, it looks like this is going to be a difficult portal to make. At least it's this way, though. Are captions auto on, or did I hit a button somewhere? I think they are auto on, actually, but also I turned on the thing on. I had some people reach out to me about how captions are really nice if you like can't have your volume up, or for people who are hard of hearing and stuff. So I have turned on a feature where my OBS actually tries to generate captions for you guys. That way you guys can get hopefully more accurate captions, because that's poggers, obviously, for you guys to get more accurate captions if you need them and stuff. It's obviously really poggers. Oh my gosh, these are so close together. 246 and then 30. Yeah, we need to go quite a bit that way. 25 seconds of AFK. The captions aren't. Yeah, they're pretty inaccurate. Yeah, that's why it is like an experimental thing that OBS and Twitch are doing. So I don't expect them to be perfect. But hopefully they're not too bad. Ooh, wait, my food's gonna be here way sooner than they originally thought. It's gonna be here in 10 minutes. Okay, finally. Okay, wait. So negative 246. That's here, and we need to go to 30. We're gonna need some netherrack. Sam defaces the Logshire exile portal. Real, not fake. Hold on. This is my sad face for the clickbaiters. It's my sad face for the clickbaiters. Had to make a sad face for the clickbait. You're welcome. Compilation channels. Okay, 30, negative 246. So this needs to be... We'll do that. And we'll just do this. Chat, you know what I didn't bring? Hey, chat, guess what I didn't bring? Hey, chat, guess what I didn't bring? Chat, guess what I didn't bring? Didn't bring a flint and steel. Ah, not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Sag. Okay, wait, though. If I go through the portal on the other side, it should link up there, though. I'm not even going to risk it, though, because I just know it's not going to work. Chat, why would you not have reminded me to bring that flint and steel? This is on you, chat. You're being blamed, chat. You're being blamed. I'm blaming you here, chat. 100% you're getting blamed here, chat. You're getting blamed here. This is not on me. This is on you, chat. This is on you. This is somehow your fault. Drews, thank you for the tier for 9 months in a row. Sag, all our fault. True. True. I'm very glad you're all apologizing for it. It makes me feel a little better that y'all are apologizing for it. What did we do? You should have reminded me, chat. This is somehow this is on y'all. Can't be on me. Wait, what? That sounded like a ride. Super Staff, thank you for the 5. Please use this money to buy yourself a notepad to make lists of things you need because you forget so much and you can't blame chat all the time. Angry face. Okay. Thank you for the 5, Super Staff. I have the greatest notebook in the world, though. It's the beautiful people of chat. The people of chat are my notebook. And I'm proud of that. Hockley, thank you for the 1, by the way. Hi, Sam. Thanks for streaming this afternoon. I needed an excuse to procrastinate at work, and hanging on stream has been perfect. Hope your day has been great. Also, Sam forgets flint and steel while defacing the exile portal. Real, not fake. Hashtag rip. True. We aren't your notebook. Wow. Okay, fine, chat. Fine. We could have had a nice thing going on where you could have been my notebook, but no. No, y'all could have been my Rambu memory book, but no. You guys don't want that, and that's okay. Mr. TV, good to see you. Mr. Sam, dude. Let me not forget the flint. Chat, honestly, though, please remind me to get the flint and steel this time. It'd be so disappointing if I forgot it again. Oh, wait. That's actually a huge thing that I just leaked right there. With that, someone could dismantle part of the prison. The prison is now at risk. No! No! I need to stop going to this chest. Honestly, though. Now I need a flint and steel here. Oh, good. I have one. That's better. Now I want a milk bucket, though. I'm gonna have stupid, what's it called, for forever now. Immediately stop streaming and delete this VOD right away. True, I should. I need to. Equal, thank you for 200 bits. I'm a new creator to all this streaming stuff. Smile. Any tips? Find something fun that you enjoy to do. For me, I like to play Minecraft. And here I am. Playing that craft. You already know. I'm on the craft. Whatever that may be. I love playing on the SMP. I've also started a survival world. You know, find something you enjoy and just have fun doing it. If you're having fun, chat will have fun as well. Right, chatters? Let me see some nodders in the chat. Let me see some nodders in the chat. Nodders, there they are. Yes, nodders, chat. Did you get the flint and steel? There's one over here. Okay, this is bothering me now. Look at those nodders. See? See? That's all there is to it. You're funny. It's supposed to be you're funny, like that. You forgot the E and the apostrophe. Sam, I said A up to my teacher and I'm very American. Please help. No, you're doomed. You're doomed. You've chosen the dark side. You're doomed. It's over for you. I don't know what this is going to do, honestly, when I go through here. Sam, how do you save VODs? In the Twitch settings. You turn on save VOD. They need Grammarly. Then someone said, you're not funny, and they used the correct you're. Is that so, big man? Is that so, big man? Is that so? I'm on a gamer arc today. I am on a gamer arc today. Okay. We have hope that this portal links up properly, chat. Wait, the mods are sending funny things, I think. Any advice? Wait, Gray is roasting you guys, chat. Someone said, any advice to ask a girl out, please? And then Gray said, probably not the chat to ask that in, homie. Chat's saying that you guys don't have a... Gray's saying you guys don't have a way with women, chat. Gray said you guys don't have a way with the girls, with the ladies. Oh? Did we get a poggers here? How dare Gray say such a thing, chatters? Arrived. Oh, my food's here. Hold on. Burb. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta run downstairs. Look at me stand in this. Actually, I feel like I'm gonna die if I stand here. I'm gonna come stand over here where I can't get gassed fireballed. Burb. 2 seconds. I just gotta run down the stairs. I'll be right back. Foolish is smiling. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm back, chat. I'm back. Whew. Thank goodness. Sandwich acquired. Hold on. I'm getting DMs. I'm popular. Okay. Chat, lead me to the blaze spawner. Where is it at? How do I get there, chat? Where's the blaze spawner? How do I get there? Your mom /J. Good one. Chat, help me out here. -300 and the X, the Z, the Y. I don't know. Figure it out, man. That's not helpful, chat. -300 something. Wait, so it's this. It's this away. Michael McChill made a path. Oh, for real? Jukes. Look at me, manhunt type vibe. It literally cannot be -300 Y, Sam. You don't know that. Anime Raven, thank you so much for the 10. Michael made an ice path to the blaze spawner. Just use the stairs that lead to the nether roof. It's down one of the ice paths below the bedrock. I believe it has a sign on the path you need to take. Sorry, it's a bit hard to explain. Okay, wait. So I need to go back to the main area then. Anime Raven, thank you for the 10, by the way. And the directions. Okay, so let me go this way. Just nosedive in the lava, you can swim to it. Oh, Pog. Nice. Also, thank you for the 420. Major L for Gray. I got 2 whole partners. Proof that gamers can win. True. Gamers be winning. Gray. Falsifer has just L danced on top of you. How does it feel? Ooh.
Myself, I agree. I do not have a way with the ladies. Sorry, chat. Can't help you win him over.
Quirky Kitsune has just spoken up and said that as a lady themselves, they cannot help. You are on your own. Okay, wait. So you're saying go here, and then after going here, go to the nether roof, which the only way that I know of to get to the roof is this away. Or no, not this away. It's the other away. The way away from our house towards the, what's it called? Towards the, wait, is it this way? Oh, it's been so long since I went to the Guardian farm. That's where I need to go. I think it is actually that way. Stairwell that leads to my base. Oh wait, it's up the staircase? Oh wait, it is up here. Yeah, this leads to my base. Oh wait, I didn't realize how high this went. Wait, where does this lead to? What? What? Does this go all the way to the bedrock? Oh, what? Okay, wait. This was for Blaze Farm. Is that the right way then? I go that way or what? Do I go to the roof? Bad made a new hole. Error and Bad's nether hole. Is that a gold farm? That's against the rules. So take this path to get to the Blaze Farm. Oh, you know what I don't have? It's Ponks. Ponk is breaking the rules. I need wood.
We are bad with women. We take after our streamer smile/jelly.
Something of the 5 gray is right. We are bad with women. We take after our streamer smile/lighthearted. How do you know I'm bad with women? Honest question. What makes everyone think that I'm bad with women? It's his house, not a farm. Nopers? Oh. This is his house? That seems like a bad house. How do you guys know that I'm bad with women, though? Genuine question. Why do you assume I'm bad with women? Where was the hole in the nether roof? I'm lost. You play Minecraft? Saying that Minecraft gamers can't get women? Said the Minecraft streamer. You do Minecraft lore? Have you guys seen me, chat? You think that Minecraft lore is stopping me from getting women? False. 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 Simply false. Okay, bud, get out the way. It's just false. That's a false statement. False statement. Oh no, I hope I'm going the right way now. Now I'm just like lost. Y'all are crazy. Moon, the elephant thing with the tube. Sam, big question from me and my group chat. Would you ever partake in MCC? SSGC. What does SSGC stand for? Say hi, and it would be pretty cool if you said hi. Thank you for everything. Well, hi to the group chat, and sure, I would do MCC, but I've never been asked. Are you getting women, though? It's my business, chat. Being thinking with the 5, it's because you're cracked at the craft. Well, I am cracked at the craft, but...
It's because you're cracked at the craft.
Aha! Blaze spawner! Public Blaze Farm by Filza. Chat dubbed this place the sauna. Happy to be at the sauna here. Okay, we just AFK for a slight amount of time. Do I go down here to AFK? Is that the smart way to do it?
Always busy. There's no women.
Hold on, my phone's going crazy. There we go. Hey, Long the 5. You have 100 IRL days on the Dream SMP. Need we say more? Say what you want. Say what you want. Elders think with the 5. You're always busy. Thus no women. Not true. Not true. Maybe I'm always busy with women. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? You don't. Exactly. Exactly. Also, I don't know why, but I really wanted to harvest this nether wart. Grimjacker, singing with the 5. You can cook, Sam. No way you're bad with women. Exactly. I'm just going to say this. I made crepes yesterday. They're pretty good, too.
No way you're bad with women.
Factual. Factual. Thank you, Grimjackers, for just spitting absolute facts. Okay. We'll AFK here unless some blazes spawn while we eat and react, Andy. You missed a spot? I know, chat. I did it purposefully. I missed 2, actually. Just to bother you guys. Fine, I'll fill them in, though. Fine, fine, fine. Oh, let me up. Let me up. Okay, then prove it, they say. Just saying, chat. Also, I really wanted this for the blaze rods, but it looks like I can probably just steal all the blaze rods I want. This is a nice farm Philza made, though. Alright, we're gonna let them spawn. Sounds fake, but okay, Eldritch says. Okay. 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 Think it's fake all you want. Sam, give us your best pickup lines. I don't want to do that to the chat. You would all just... You'd be brokenhearted when it wasn't real. Hold on. Are we gonna watch Manhunt? I think we should watch Manhunt. And I can give you guys my POV and what I was thinking during Manhunt, during the most recent Manhunt. While I eat. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys what Jersey Mike's was as well. Alright, let me mute Minecraft sounds really quickly. Mute those. And then we could just AFK like that. And also pause the music. And then open up the YouTubes on the monitor here. And then, hold on though, let me show you the sandwich. I got the massive sandwich, chat, because I'm gonna eat half of it for dinner. This is gonna be my lunch and my dinner. This is like a late lunch, early dinner, and then I'm gonna eat the rest tonight. But you can see, look at the size of this sandwich. That's like... The sandwich is calling. I mean, look at how much sandwich. That's just so much sandwich. It's so much sandwich. And it's not even that expensive. I think it was like $12 for this massive sandwich. It's enough sandwich for a small army. Anyways, I'll show you what the actual sandwich itself looks like. I get it Mike's way, but I cut the onions because I'm not a huge onion fan. And they cut it into fourths. It's super nice. This is what it looks like. It's like a sub. Oh, I forgot green screen's going to make the lettuce look weird, but anyways, that's the sub. That's what I'm going to be eating. And then I got some chips. Got some Miss Vicky's to go with it. Whoa, those look so weird on the green screen. If you haven't seen these before, they don't look anything like this. They're very green. So the green screen is really removing it all, but any hoosers. Let's pull up the manhunt. The rematch. We'll watch the rematch. Let me full screen this here. Oh, let me switch to my desktop view. Also, I'm going to turn off my webcam because I feel like it's weird for you guys to watch me while I eat. Anyways, I'll pause it periodically and give you guys my input on what I was thinking about during that moment and whatnot. So anyways. Oh, let me change the title really quick. Hold on. Manhunt analysis. Hunter POV while I eat. Okay, nice. I should change it to just chatting as well. Game just chatting. There we go. Moothan Elephant, thank you for the one. Hi again, Lowell. Another question. Do you prefer apple or orange juice? Anyway, bye now. Both are good. I think I'd prefer apple though. Okay, wait. Let me turn this volume up a bit. All right.
Try and hunt me down and stop me from being.
Can you guys hear?
I said we would do a rematch if the last video got 1 million likes, and it did in less than a day. Can they stop me from beating?
It's because I was in it. I made it super popular.
This is it. Minecraft Manhunt. Also, only a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed.
You can hear it now, right? I turned it up. I turned it up quite a bit.
It's free, and you can always change your mind. Enjoy.
I'll turn it up more though, I guess.
The video.
Dream.
This was so fun.
So
Dream. 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 Dream.
Oh! Oh yeah. When I got knocked off the mountain here, I die, right? I die here. But oh, you can see me there. You saw me? You can. I think you can see where I respawn. Oh! That's me. Right there. Do you know how hard it was to get back up on top of the mountain? And then for them, you'll see what happens though. But right now, I'm grinding, trying to get back up the mountain. But look at where I spawned. There's no water on this side. Okay, there's like water over here. There's no water on this side, so I have nowhere to go. Okay? Rough start for sure.
Come on. Go, 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 go.
Oh!
He's dead. No way. He landed in the water.
Oh my god!
Get down. No, I just got back up.
Did you hear me there? I said, no, I just got back up. Oh my god!
Get down. No, I just got back up. Get down.
He's down in the village.
Hey, Dream.
Made it.
Oh!
Come here,
I'm
Dream.
gonna get some hay.
Come here, Dream.
I'm
getting him up. Go bad.
Got him.
Boost train.
Got him.
Leave me alone.
Wait, we're about to be able to have a crazy boost train.
Wait, stop hitting me. I'm on 2 hearts. Wait, I'm gonna get food. I'm getting this tree.
Yeah, I'm low. Don't boost. Oh, he's stopped. Get him.
Get him.
I'm gonna burn up hunger soon.
Oh.
The pig.
Watch out. No! I'm alive.
What happened?
I can't believe he lived there.
Oh, I'm so
I think I die. Yeah.
Well, there goes Awesome.
I don't know how Sapnap lived. This is like an actually like super deep ravine. I guess he landed on the edge. I don't know.
Well, there goes Awesome, dude. I need blocks.
I'm ready
Wait, also, get beds on the village on the way back. Get beds.
I'm gonna get a bed on the way back.
I'm following here. He's crafting.
Also, I kind of realized during this manhunt that it is a really good plan for us to get beds like all the time. And like anytime we're about to have, you know, battle, place the bed. I think I'm gonna try and do that more in the future manhunts.
I'm trying to kill him. How low is he? How low?
Thank you, Ant.
I can't run. I can't run. Go.
I'm running.
I'm
I'm
down.
running.
How's he
I'm
killing
running.
all of you guys?
Oh my gosh.
No.
Don't die.
No!
I'm almost shooting now. Don't die. Oh.
Wait, what's
no!
happening? How are you guys falling? What's
chasing him.
happening?
I'm gonna try and find him. I'm gonna try and get to him.
Hide the bed somewhere.
Hide it.
Oh yeah, me and George had got a bed here.
What's
Yeah,
that
this is
sound?
when I realized it was a good idea to do
He's
this.
right here.
You found him?
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's
where are
getting
you? Where
food.
are you?
He's getting food.
He's getting food.
He's hiding behind one of these trees or
Use this to
something.
get stone for yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, is he not?
Oh my, wait, you're so stuck right now.
He's got a
You have
sword.
food?
Let's go,
Give me food.
I
Give
have
me
like,
food. I'll
I
go
only
kill
have a
him.
piece of bread.
George, how much
We
wood
need
do
come
you
up, we need come
Let's
up.
make another bed.
Dream!
Oh!
Dream! Hello, Dream. It's me.
Yes.
It's me, Dream.
Well, there's a desert temple.
Come on.
Oh my gosh, keep going.
Oh.
Keep going, George.
I ended up looting this temple. This temple had really good loot. It had like TNT. I think it had 2 diamonds in it or something. But spoiler alert, I end up dying again, so I lose it all. But it had pretty good stuff.
George,
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna make a bed. Just stay alive, George.
Wait, he didn't even go for the desert temple. Should we get it?
He's not going for it. Should
Oh,
we
he's
get it?
swimming. He's swimming. Wait, you go for the temple. I'm chasing him.
Okay.
That's a coral reef.
Oh my gosh, this temple sucks. There we go. Finally. Don't die, George. Just don't die.
He made an axe. He made an axe.
Run, George, run!
Ooh, there's some good stuff.
He made armor.
Come here, George!
Don't die, George. Don't die, George.
Don't die,
Don't
don't
die,
die.
Do not die.
Let's go!
George, how far was he? How far was he from the
He
temple, George? I
not
just
that
got out
far.
of the temple.
The ocean is just to the edge, and he was
Okay.
in
I'm
the
gonna make a boat.
coral
I'm
reef
gonna
just
make a
there.
boat so I can actually try and catch him.
Did you go through?
George, where are
Did you go through an ocean?
I'm following the compass. I'm following the compass.
Oh my gosh. I'm making a bed. I'm making a bed here, George. I'm making a
You
bed.
just give me your cords, because I'm following the compass. And oh wait, oh I see you.
Oh, you see me? Look.
Yeah.
Look. You craft, George. You craft. I didn't craft with that.
I have
Here,
nothing.
take
I
this.
literally have nothing. Okay. What do
We
I
threw
make?
here
What's that
so
mean?
hard, I think.
Oh, you're there!
I just scream.
George!
Where is he?
I'm right back.
Ah, he's here.
Spawn right by.
Oh my God.
Oh!
Where is he?
Just see the spawns, though. The spawns are OP.
Oh my gosh! Dolphins!
Ant, come back!
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh. Make another boat.
Go, Ant, go!
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, one time's gonna go for a crit right off the bat. Hit him.
Dream is so slippery.
He's like,
Mirror.
he's juking me.
Actually, just weaved Ant so hard.
Get him up!
Yes!
I'm going to cut him off.
Get him! Nice!
Oh my god!
Get him, George!
Go.
I'm ahead of you on my screen.
He just ate the golden apple.
Go, George!
I'm so close to him. Whoa, what? He just one hit me.
What?
He just one hit me.
I remember being really low here because we had no
Oh, he's
food.
in the-
I remember us
oh my
having
God,
no
oh my God.
food at this point.
I'm just going in front of him. I'm gonna cut him off.
I'm so dumb for this. I jumped back in, but I'm so dumb for that.
You're so dumb!
I just gave him my boat, literally.
He's going to the boat. He's going to the shipwreck. I'm trying to loot swipe.
Diamonds!
Kill!
Let's go!
Kill him! Get in, Sam!
I got the iron. Where are you? Go. Yes, just cut him off. You're faster than him. No, the boat got in the way. Get in. We're just shaking.
Oh!
That's listen to me say "get in" right there. That's so funny.
Get in. We're just chasing.
Oh!
No, the boat got in the way. Get in.
Get in.
Wait,
Oh, dude, I'm low.
I'm too hard.
We were both about to die.
No!
Let's go! Okay, this is another thing though. I didn't like if we had known Dream was that low, maybe it would have been worth it to try and pursue him here, but
Yes!
Get in!
Go!
it's hard to tell because I was like 2 hearts and Sapnap was low as well. Like
That was the village.
it was
Go,
a
go, go, go,
high
go.
risk
Where's the bed?
situation.
Where's the bed? I'm so
I
low.
just put it down right here.
There's so many.
Get him! I got the iron!
Oh, get him!
I see you guys.
Good job.
Another thing I remember about this manhunt, there were so many mobs at night. Like There were so many. Like, it was unreal. We could not run around because there were so many mobs. It was terrifying.
Ooh, he's right
Get the
there.
hay. We need to get the hay.
Oh my gosh.
So bad.
Sorry.
Okay.
Wait, get a bed, get a bed, get a bed. Here, guys, use the extra iron to make shields. And I dropped an iron axe.
Okay.
No! I ran out of blocks.
I made a shield.
He can't
What
get
is
down.
it? What kind of food do you have?
I
Go
have bread. I have bread. Oh my gosh, I almost got blown up.
He jumped.
He's
He's
gone. Get him. He's the
Oh, he's got a sword.
No.
Come on.
Oh, I'm so far.
I hit him. Reaper. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
We got him.
Come on. Damn, you
I have a lot. Yeah, come to me whenever I see you.
go. Oh, I almost got
Oh, I had so much food from the village.
Take this.
Oh my gosh.
Ready?
He got the diamonds from the
Awesome
shipwreck.
horde.
Boosted you?
Thank you.
Come on, Dream. Just slow down a little.
So nice. I have such good momentum.
Nice. Get him, George.
Stay up.
Keep going.
Oh! It didn't work.
Oh my gosh.
It didn't work, Dream.
Come on, you got it.
Yeah, I think this is a new village right here.
Oh my god, he's tree boosting.
I think this is the village that we loot.
Come on, Austin.
Here we go.
Watch out.
Oh my gosh, he literally two-shot me.
Come here, Dream.
I'm running back. Get my stuff. I
Oh,
had so much
I'll
stuff.
pick it up. I got your stuff.
I had so much.
George!
You had so much.
He's gonna be low.
I had so much food. Make sure you get it.
I think he's low, guys. I think he's
Oh
low.
my gosh.
Okay, good.
George,
I'm running back.
I'm trying to boost you. I'm trying to boost you. What?
Oh my god, the creeper.
Sam, death counter, that's number 4, true.
Come on, Nino, come on. Dude, this stupid squid's
Oh
blocking
my
me.
god.
I'm behind you a little bit, yeah. Be careful.
I'm running back.
Just sprinting straight there, George.
Yeah, same.
Hey!
Kill him.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
is he really gonna kill all of us?
Sat map and I.
Don't die.
Oh.
Don't die.
I gotta back up,
Just
Bad.
try not to die, try not to die.
Sat map.
Bad, be careful, Bad. Oh, no.
No.
Oh my god.
Come here, man. Let's go.
No, bad. Okay.
Okay, this is actually the most frustrating situation we can get into because everything that we've collected is now lost, right? And so now we have no food, which is the main issue because now Dream can just run away from us forever. So this is like, I would say this is probably like worst case scenario where we've all died and we've lost everything. This is pretty bad here.
Oh my
That's
God.
actually ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
Now he has this.
Alright, guys.
Bread.
Now we just gotta regroup and just get stuff again.
Can you get there in time to pick up anything?
I don't think
Green,
so,
please
but I
don't
think I can
burn
do
our
something really
stuff.
smart. I can do something really smart here.
No.
Alright.
Why are you giving him ideas, Bad?
What are you
He
saying
was
now? Going to do it. Don't give me that.
Should I try and kill him? Should I try and get him or get hay? Should I just get the hay? Should I just
No,
get the hay?
dude, just get the hay. You're not gonna kill him. He's
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, let me just get the hay. Let me just get food. Let me just get food from the village.
Yeah.
There's a blacksmith. I'm going to the blacksmith.
We need food.
There's so
Oh my gosh, I remember this village was so OP.
much iron. I have like full iron. I have like full
Okay.
I can make full
I'm
iron. I
coming
can make
in.
full
What?
iron right now.
I literally got like full iron out of this one blacksmith.
And I have an iron sword. And I have an iron sword.
There was so much loot at this village. Like actually there was so much.
That blacksmith was so OP.
I'm on my way to you, Sam. Do you see a dream near you? Is he near you?
Do you see a dream near you? A dream?
I need food. I can't eat. Oh my god, he's in full iron.
Come here, George. Come here, George.
Do you have any
Sam,
stuff for
you're
me? The only thing I have is food.
I need wood. I need wood to make. I can make a shield, and then here you can have this.
Let me get
sword,
some
you
food.
can
Let me
have
get some
Give me
food.
stuff.
this. Can you make me? Can you give me stone or make me?
Yeah, hold on. I'll make you a pickaxe.
Thank you. Sat map.
I've never heard you guys so like organized.
We actually were so organized and like ready to roll here. Like it was feeling good here.
Everyone follow me. I'm following the compass. Let's go this way.
Okay, we're following you. We're following you.
I feel like it's been like
He has what, like-
I haven't even had time to do anything, and you guys are already like doing stuff.
He's done. He's done.
He's so done.
Oh, yeah.
You need
Did I
that,
just?
George?
I think I just saw a Dream down in the ground.
But yeah,
What?
my compass is
My
spinning.
compass just turned around. My compass just
Wait,
turned around.
wait.
I think I just saw his name
Oh,
down in the
we're
ground.
above him. We're
God.
above him.
Hold on, I'm wrapping up my
Right here.
leftover
I see
sandwich.
him mine it.
He's running
He's in
down.
a cave. He's definitely in a cave.
He's
Definitely in a cave.
Definitely in a cave. Did you just get inside now?
Yep, this way.
Oh, get this iron.
I'm getting it.
Oh my god, he's towering up right here. He's towering up
This
right
is
here.
probably
No.
the most. Hold on, chat. I got.
Tower back.
I spilled stuff on my Spacebar.
So
It's gonna be super buggy for a second.
I know, I actually can't see anything.
Sorry, I was cleaning it.
cannot see anything. I literally
Guys,
cannot
got
see
it.
anything right now.
I'm definitely playing the next manhunt with Gamma
Yeah,
Plus, by the
he's
way.
eating, he's
Because
up here,
this
he's up
manhunt,
here.
I did get
He's
super
in-
frustrated because there was
Yeah,
like
he's right here.
several occasions like I could not see a thing.
Help! Help! Help!
Wait, is he
Just
up top or
run.
down below?
Go, 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 go! Run! Run!
Where is he?
No, no!
Where am I gonna get
Where
from?
is he? Is he below or
Sam!
up?
Sam! I cannot see anything!
I literally could not see anything here. Like, well, I tell you, I may as well have had the monitor off. I'm being so serious. Like, I may as well have had the monitor turned off, unplugged, and put in the garage. That's how much I could see. I'm telling you.
Hey!
You broke my ship! I'm
Stop!
done.
Sam, what are you doing?
Oh my
I
God.
cannot see anything. I literally cannot see anything. Where is there?
Look at me. I'm just standing there letting him beat me up because I cannot see anything. I cannot see. I just cannot see.
No, he's down below. He's down below. He's down below.
I'm tearing up, George. No, they're below.
Oh!
I hit him! I hit him again! Yes!
I'm trying to get up.
Where?
Bad, let's just go. Let's go out. Let's go out. Get out.
I'm on heart. Oh,
No.
Come here, awesome! Build up!
This is the part of the manhunt that made me so mad. This is the part that I got so mad during. Oh my God. It makes me mad just thinking about it. Dream and George. Dream and George. Bad and George are down below and they're not building up to help me. Okay? They're not building up to help me here. They're just letting me about. Listen to how, let's watch. It's 11:30 into the video right now. Let's see how long I run around and beg for them to build up and help me.
Oh, Sam! Go down there, get up here. He's chasing
Move. I'm doing it.
If he had hit me there, I would have died there.
I'm one heart.
I literally have one heart this entire time.
I cleared him!
Okay, wait. About 15 seconds. 15 full seconds. And they just stayed underground. They didn't build up to help at all. Sapnap ran from an entirely different cave before they built up straight up. They weren't even that deep.
No, Sam, what? You killed him?
Wait, he go to the bed.
And I spawned at spawn this time because he broke our bed. Do you know how far we are at this point from spawn? We are so far from the spawn. It is actually the worst. We're so far away from spawn here.
Oh my God.
Take this.
Oh, God.
You're gonna die, Dream. You're gonna die. Bad help!
Oh, stop that!
I'm bad. I'm on freaking half a heart. You're not helping.
Oh, the skeletons are gonna kill me. The skeletons are actually gonna kill me.
Why are there so
Oh, my
many?
Yo,
God.
bad, you
Oh,
have
Sapnap!
to
We literally got a second chance at that black. Don't die.
Help!
Oh my God, you're joking. I literally just got one hit.
No. Is that Sapnap? You're still alive? You're still alive?
Okay, remember what I said earlier where like worst case scenario was when like we all died like that and lost the stuff we had?
The second village that
That's
we
what's
found.
happened here.
The one in the acacia biome.
Take this and take
He
this.
said it. Go.
I'm so close to beating you guys. I felt across the ocean.
I'm getting him. No.
What? Get the stuff. Get the stuff.
Sapnap's iron. Get the iron.
I got it. He's killing me. I died.
I got the stuff. I got it.
There's so many balls of you.
I'm punching a chicken.
Oh, he's so low. He has to be so low. What is he doing? I can't hit him.
Punch him.
Broke his shield. Go.
Oh my gosh!
Attack! Attack!
Okay, notice how all of them are there doing this, right? Because the two of them wouldn't build up and help me, guess what? I was literally at spawn. I was so far away. I was just following the compass. At one point, running over there, I ran out of food. I'm pretty sure I die again here. I'm pretty sure I die again. I can't remember if I die again or if I get to dream first. But I just know that I was playing, like, running simulator for the next, like, 30 minutes.
Try not to die.
I got him.
Also, this is Bad's thing. Bad's thing is he goes in with 0 HP all the time and gets one shot by Dream. I swear that's his thing. I swear.
I blocked. What is that?
Oh my
Bye
god.
bye. Bye bye.
No! Wooden sword! No! Who's still with it? Who's still
Oh, I'm
with it?
gone.
He burned it all.
I'm
He burned
gone.
it all. George, get the stuff. Get the
We
stuff.
lost
George.
all
What's
the stuff.
No, it's burned. It's burned. It's gone.
What was that?
God.
Actually, just the most defeating feeling ever.
What was that?
I'm literally just getting stoned now. I don't know what else to do. I'm so far away from everyone.
I know
Here,
I'm gonna die.
in here, yeah.
Just make sure to set your spawn point at the bed.
You know, send me cords. Send me cords. Send me cords.
Here,
Yeah, well,
bad
sound
message in the
message.
chorus.
I'll measure.
I kept killing you guys over and over, but I couldn't break the stupid bed.
He's in the nether.
Oh my
Whoa.
god.
Oh, we need to hurry up. Come down here. And
We
have
have to
fire.
get iron.
Of course.
What? This is like a terrible
I
spawn.
can't find any of my stuff. This is.
Honestly, thank goodness that the nether spawn was so bad, because we would have never had time to get enough stuff to like actually get back to try and do anything. We would have never had enough time. Thank goodness that he had such a bad like spawn in the nether. Thank goodness it was such a bad spawn, because we would have never had like time to get iron and stuff to actually be able to fight.
Absolutely
He
ridiculous.
burnt it all, man.
No,
It's
the stuff I
gone.
just got. Sam, can you try and get food?
What do you want me to do? You want me to just poop out bread right now,
No,
Bad?
I'm saying
Let me
you're the-
show you a magic trick. For my next
No.
trick, I shall make bread appear out of my. That's what I'm gonna do.
I was so mad at him. I was so mad. Okay, you gotta hear it from my POV though, okay? I died, okay, because him and George wouldn't build up. I died, had to run all the way back from spawn, and then they all died and lost all the stuff that we had gotten. So now we have nothing. And then Bad has the audacity to go, "Hey Sam, can you grab some food?" Like I'm gonna have food. Like I'm gonna have anything. You know what I mean? Like what does he expect me to do here? Actually, the most frustrating moment ever in any manhunt ever was that. I was like, dude, what do you expect from me here, Bad? How am I supposed to have any food? You've just all died, and I've been running all the way from spawn. Like, how am I gonna have food? It's just ridiculous. So anyways,
What do you want me to do? You want me to just poop out bread right now,
No,
Bad?
I'm saying
Let me
you're the-
show you a magic trick. For my next
No.
trick, I shall make bread appear out of my. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna blow your mind.
There's no
Where's
much
the bed
iron
here?
smelting.
Where's
There's
the bed?
iron
Where's the
smelting down
bed?
here.
Daytime. How are there so many mobs here still?
that was the thing, though. That was the other thing. There were so many mobs in this world, like, and not like friendly mobs, like hostile mobs. There were so many hostile mobs. It was the daytime, and I remember very clearly. We were collecting iron here, and I was trying to kill mobs for food, and there were so many mobs there. Like actually, so many. There were so many. I was literally like this close to dying. I was so close to dying again while I was there trying to like just get food so that we could actually live. It was unbelievable.
There's an Enderman here.
I was an Enderman. I hear it. It's angry at me. I'm
We
finding
still have some
diamonds.
extra iron. We still have some extra iron. We have a lot of iron actually. Y'all mind so
Make
much iron.
make some extra slick
Sure,
sets.
I'm coming back down.
All right, let's go.
I have an extra bed. Leave these.
Just set your spawn there.
Set your spawn though, everyone.
Oh, I see furnaces. That's probably. Oh yeah, I see his portal.
There it is. Let's
Yeah,
go.
there it is. Okay.
Okay, wait.
This way, this way, this way, this way. Follow
Yeah,
this
this
Sam
way.
went this way.
Does everyone have food?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got food.
I have a decent amount of mutton if you guys need more food.
I have loads of mutton.
You mutton say.
Oh my god.
What?
Bad at his puns.
Doesn't make sense.
Like,
Hey, real quick, let's not lag the server out. Oh no. Oh no. It is kind of laggy. Nice. Look at all these. Look at all those blazes. Nice. Okay, nice. Yeah, we're good. We'll just go back down here now. Come on, let me in there.
Oh, that's where Dream just was. I bet. Look.
Yep, right here.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
a ruined
I see
portal.
him! I see him!
Get him! Get him! Get him!
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Let's go.
Why do I keep doing that in this manhunt? Listen to me again.
Damn! Get him, get him, get him!
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Why am I talking so fast like that?
Oh god.
Also, I'm done eating, so what do you think, Chad? Do you want to keep watching Manhunt, or do you want to go back to playing the SMP? We can do either.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going, I'm going, I'm going, I'm going, I'm going, I'm going, I'm going.
Oh, he's timing up. He's timing across.
Oh my god, he's going.
Son of he pushed me in.
Careful!
Okay,
Don't die,
okay.
George.
Keep watching? Okay, we'll keep watching. We'll keep watching for a bit.
He's gonna try and hit
Does
us right
anyone
here.
have a boat? Anything like that?
No, 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 I
Oh
don't
my
know.
gosh.
We might fast forward a bit, though, to like the parts that I want to talk about.
Let me hear
Like
what
a one block wide tower.
This is so sketch.
Guys, don't fall in.
Ah!
Stand up.
That was actually a crackhead move from Sapnap right there.
Stand up, you're on your own. You're literally. No, let's dig and one person in the front.
We
we're
gotta
gonna
be
get
I think I'm
always
gonna eat the
stupid
second bag of
when we
chips right
dig
now.
for
The
him
chips
in
were
the
really
nether. We're
good.
not gonna
I think I'm gonna eat them.
He's up, he's up!
He's up. He went up, he went up.
Oh, I see him.
Oh, that's you. I was like,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Hi, Ponky. We're watching Manhunt.
oh my
know.
gosh.
I just
Yeah.
heard something already.
I see him, I see him, I see him.
Where?
Right
He's
ahead.
right here! He's literally
Yes, sir.
right
Yes.
here!
He's right in front of bad. He's right in front of bad. There's a
Push
hog
right
on
now,
here.
right now, right now! Ah!
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Ah!
He's going up again.
I did it again.
Bad. There's
Push
a hog
right
on
now,
here.
right now, right now!
Listen to me.
Ah!
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Go, go,
Tower,
go.
tower, tower.
Be careful, be careful. He jumped.
What?
You can live that jump.
No, no, no,
Wait,
I
where
don't
did
know
he
what he
jump
did.
to?
I'm following, I'm following, I'm following.
Oh, this is something else. Right here, this jump. Okay, so obviously you can live it. It was just half a heart, right?
Be careful, be careful. He jumped.
We thought he had to have done something to survive this jump. This was such a far fall. Like, listen to
What?
Sapnap. Listen to what he says.
Live that jump.
No, no, no,
Wait,
I
where
don't
did
know
he
what he
jump
did.
to?
Yeah, see, I said, you can live that jump. And Sapnap said, no, 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 no. I don't know what he did. Because we thought that he had to have done something. Because, like, it was such a far fall.
I'm following, I'm following, I'm following. I'm getting caught in these stupid trees.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, I'm right behind you.
Oh, okay.
I have
okay,
all your
come
stuff.
back
I
to us.
have all of it.
Just come back to us. George, have your stuff.
Dad, where are you?
I'm right behind you.
I'm right behind you guys. Let's go,
Did
let's
he
go.
tower
Let's
up?
Yeah, he's up here, up here.
go. He's over here.
Careful, careful.
He just jumped.
No! I said careful! Yeah.
What do you mean? You pushed me off.
Wait,
No,
wait, wait,
you
wait. What
jumped
did,
off! I was shifting! You gotta be careful on those!
how did he survive that fall? He just jumped all the way down to there.
No, he...
Oh my gosh.
Ender Bro?
I don't know. I literally don't know how he survived that. That was
You can't
that's
survive
so
that.
far. Okay, I'm coming over here to
Wait,
George.
where did
I didn't even realize you
go?
could go so far with hay bales until this manhunt. You can go so far with one hay bale. Sapnap has nothing, I don't think.
Wait, Sam, where are
Come
you?
here, Ant.
He's
Wait, where
like
are
spawn
you?
camping us.
Past the bed, under the sand.
Oh, I
Oh, I
see
see
you
stand up.
guys.
I see stand up.
Guys!
Oh, I see his name.
George!
Did you get that loot? Did you get the loot?
Wait,
Sapnap?
how do we get to you stand up? Are you on the, wait, we're digging to you. We're digging to you.
Just don't ship. Don't ship, Sapnap. We're so
Hello, hello.
Good, good, good.
Wait, how
got
do you
the
have
loot, got the
stuff?
loot.
I have.
Hug
how
me,
do you-
hug me, hug me.
Just come through, Bad. Just get with us. Get with us. We can just go to Dream. We can go straight to Dream right now.
There's a
Cobble,
bastion over there. There's a bastion.
Oh, it's go to the bastion.
Where? I
Defend
want
the
the
bastion!
bastion.
Defend the bastion!
I'm going to the top. I'll see you guys with all the loot.
I'm going to top over this way. Look, there's a
Oh
staircase
my gosh!
built
Wait,
in.
wait. That's actually okay.
I think I found
What are you
a
doing?
tower one of you guys made.
Ka-chow.
This is so out of context.
Look how fast.
So funny, though.
Am I than you guys?
A lot.
I'm gonna have to go 1v1 Dream.
Just me randomly going ka-chow.
Please do.
I just heard an explosion. That was a ghost, I think. I think Dream's nearby.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
That was
what?
an explosion
What
again.
is
That wasn't
There
me,
was
that wasn't me,
another
that wasn't me.
explosion. I heard that.
I heard that too.
Ampharos, have you ever heard of crouching bud?
Sapnap.
Oh, he's got
I hear
TNT.
TNT.
I just heard something.
Careful!
Oh, I
George!
see him! I see him! No,
Wait, where? Oh, he's here.
I'm so scared. He's right here. He's right above me. Literally.
Get him,
right
George! Get him, George!
I have to dig out from under the lava. I have to dig out from under
Come
the
on,
lava.
come on.
Ka-chow.
Yes. Guys,
I blocked up the lava. You're good. I blocked up the lava.
he's got TNT again.
Ant, be
I heard
careful.
more. I heard more.
Oh!
Place that block. Good job.
Guys, tower up. He's dropping TNT
Look out,
down.
look out, look out.
George, you're on.
Yes, he's down here. He's down with us.
He's down here.
He's down!
I thought we were gonna kill him here.
He's in the wall, he's in the wall, in the wall, in the wall.
Wait, what? What?
In
He's in
here?
the wall!
He's right here. He's right here. He's right here.
Oh, fudge.
Oh!
Anyone have a pick? Mine, George. Stay
I'm trying. You're taking me down, idiot.
Oh my gosh.
Right here.
He's building up.
Oh, I see him.
Got him.
Go.
Stand up.
we're
my
back
gosh,
here.
He got away. Is this the
There's bedrock.
Like the ceiling?
Bro,
Where
what?
did he go?
Oh, I see him.
Yes, just stay alive. Good job. Stay alive.
Oh, Dream, come here.
Oh, I remember now. George has the soul speed boots and stuff.
So scary. You gotta
Oh my gosh,
escape.
we're stuck. Go around.
Get him.
Right here. Right
Yeah, there you go, George. Just stay
Oh, you're out in the open soul sand plains, Dream. This is my home.
This is my home, he says.
He can't outrun me.
We're right behind you. Keep going.
Soul Sand Valley is your home,
Soul sand
George.
biome. Come on, Dream.
Keep going, George.
Boom.
Who's in the oven?
Oh my gosh, that's so
Oh, I just
such
fell.
a far jump. Good job.
Ah! Come on.
Go, George, go.
I'm trying.
Come on.
Wait, where did he go? He's right there.
Oh my gosh, I almost died here too. I was like 1 block away from falling down in that lava below.
George!
I thought he built up further.
Hey, where is he? Oh, he's right here. He's right here.
I got him. Oh, he jumped.
Wait, what? Oh, hey, Dream, behind you. Look, it's me. It's your old friend George.
Get him.
Oh,
Get up,
come on.
George.
George, oh come on. Oh come on,
Go
George
up, go
says.
up.
No. He's right there.
I'm literally back here.
Oh my gosh.
Bad Ant, where are you? We're
towering.
We got him.
We're back where we were in the soul sand.
Come on.
I must say, I hate the soul sand valleys. I hate trying to navigate them.
Come on, Dream. Fight me, Dream. Fight me.
Hold on, I'm gonna redirect the gas. Oh. There's so many gas. This is gas.
Oh,
gas.
I do remember this. Whenever we were running down through this valley, there was actually like 5 gas just like all around here. Like you can see like 3 of them right now on the screen. There were so many gas in here. And I remember they made the pigmen mad and like it was this close to like us all dying to pigmen.
Oh my
He's in the fortress.
Careful, George.
I'm being careful.
Run. Oh my god, I'm on
We already
fire.
passed it. Y'all break it when you get here.
We're already behind you. We're right behind you. We're
What?
Okay.
Oh, we should have broke it.
Okay, well, we both
How did I
missed it. Where is he?
fall?
No, I'm building up.
Oh, he's right here.
I need to learn how to do that where you like just spam blocks like that. Oh, he failed it though. Forgot.
I'm looking.
Hey, where did
He's
he
the
go?
nurse. He's going. I'm above him.
I'm trying to. Oh my god.
I fell.
He's going. He's running. Oh, he's right.
We had such a good shot here. We had all like collapsed on Dream. This was such a good shot we had.
Oh, he's running behind him. He's almost crazy. I see him. Over here.
Oh.
Okay.
He's ahead.
This is one important thing is that Dream has so much food and we have like no food. So it kind of like puts us in a situation where we can't just chase him forever.
So fast.
Come on.
How is he so far
Oh my
away?
god, he's so high up.
Where are you going?
Just tower up here.
Oh my gosh, you're higher than I thought. Oh god.
Oh, I forgot that. Yeah, he made the pigments mad, right?
Oh my god.
I didn't even know that during the manhunt. I didn't know until I watched his POV after.
He's stuck. He has more to go. He's done.
Oh my god.
Okay, in this, me and Sabnap were coming from both sides, and like he was basically on that island, and we were on both sides where he couldn't have come over to the side, and he couldn't have kept going. So like, we thought we had him trapped here. So you hear me and Sabnap like excited a little bit before this because we're like, he's nowhere to go. He has nowhere to go. Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying. Like he has nowhere to go. Like we've got him trapped, and this is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
That's too far.
He actually might not. He might not make it.
He's not gonna make it.
Miss.
Bye. He's not gonna make it. Bye.
Oh my god! That's one of those things too where like there's nothing we could do, and then Bad died to a different ghast, I think. It was a different one, and then I killed it, but
What was
so
that?
Bad dies, we pick up his stuff, but like there's no way for us to pursue this. Like there's no way for us to try and chase him really.
My gosh.
What even happened?
What just happened? How are we gonna get a? We cannot get a.
How do we even get across?
Hay bales? Do we have hay bales?
Wait, what do you mean hay bales? We can't even tower across. We
I
can't
think
even
we'd still
reach.
die. I think you'd die from that height.
Oh my god.
Let's head to the portal.
That
Come
was
on.
ridiculous.
The cords are.
I feel like a Disney princess again. The animals are just in the right place.
That's so stupid.
What all happens now? Oh yeah, this is Dream looting for the next several minutes and trading.
Me, 3 items does. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were all having sing-song time. From our POV here, we were setting up our trap around the nether portal actually.
Karaoke. You start a song though, and we'll
Okay,
we'll
here
try
we
and
go.
follow your lead.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Shorty at the apple bottom jeans.
What?
I know one.
Go, go. Take it away.
Hey, I just met you.
Look at me, look at my
This is
singing.
crazy. Get him.
Go, 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 go.
You guys are so stupid.
We scared. Did you at least look around?
I think he did kind of flinch, right?
You guys are
Crazy. Get him.
Go, 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 go.
No, not really. He didn't really even flinch.
Did you at least look around?
No, he looked definitely
I didn't
looked
even look. I did not even look.
into fire.
I think he found.
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
I did.
Hey, do you guys want to play tag?
Tag these nuts.
You're in Sam. Gosh darn it, Dream.
Gosh
What?
darn it, Dream.
What you just said.
What you just said? That is so funny.
Pez dispenser that you wanted me to find for you.
He's colorblind.
You already made that joke before, and I didn't even understand it that time.
It's not a joke.
I don't understand the joke either about the Pez dispenser thing. I don't get it
Pez
either.
Dispenser collection.
What is this joke? Bad close it.
Guys, shift.
Bad close it.
Okay,
Shift.
we're inside this wall right here. Okay. Dream you can't see it on Dream's POV, but like 3 blocks further, like in, like toward, like past the portal, Bad has like opened up the wall and is like looking out. Like, why? Why did he do that? You know what I mean? Why did he do that? We've got a trap set. He's gonna give it away, you know?
Place that.
Bad close it.
Don't have any. Shift.
Oh, we're mining extra.
We were so close to getting him here. He almost stepped on the tripwire here. We were so close.
Hey guys, can you help me kill this cow?
Why are you
I don't
whispering?
have another one.
You're exposing it.
I'm gonna kill him.
Oh my.
That was okay. That was turned down for the video on YouTube. That was turned down. That was literally turned down. You do not. I cannot express to you how loud that was. Like in real time. That was turned down. It was literally so loud that my ears were ringing afterwards. Like I'm telling you right now, he screamed at like his maximum volume. Like that was as loud as he could scream. I'm telling you, it was so it was definitely turned down for the video, but like it makes sense. Like, you know, you don't want to like break people's eardrums. But I'm telling you, it was so loud, like so loud.
Why did
It was ridiculously loud.
I almost died.
Oh my
What
god.
was that?
Like you can hear his mic peeking out whenever he screams right there.
God.
That
That
hurt
was
my
actually
ears. That
terrifying. I was not
genuinely
expecting
hurt
that
my
at
ears.
But here, like I said, that genuinely hurt my ears.
Stop it.
It's actually annoying.
Literally stop. Yeah, come here.
Huh.
Put some there. Wait.
Wait, what is that? Wait, Dream's here.
He's here! What? He's here! Oh my god!
Okay, you see how we're like, look at how I'm standing here like, what? Because I thought the TNT I was hearing was Dream setting off our trap, not Dream replacing the TNT and trying to blow us up. So look at how I'm standing here. I'm just standing there like, huh, I wonder what's going on over there. What do you guys seen that meme of the little cat like, I wonder what they're doing over there or whatever. So I was like, like they died, but how is Dream not dead if he set off the TNT trap? And then I just see him going through the portal.
He's going to
look at my you can see my reaction real time. You can see me standing there at first like what's going on? Right? You see me standing there at first. Hold on, I'm turning it into slow-mo. Watch my reaction. I'm like, oh wait! And I start punching and I'm like, oh, he's going through the portal! And I start running over there. And Dream's just laughing. Oh my gosh.
What do we do? What do we do? Get him! Get him!
Oh my, it is. Oh yeah, and the two of them spawned right here with nothing. I think he breaks the bed here if I remember right.
Where is he?
Oh my god. Get him, get him.
See, Sam never revealed the location of the bed here though. We just tried to battle him away from our bed. I remember that.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my stuff in the portal.
Don't
He's trying to get the bed. He's trying to get the bed. He's trying to get the bed. Just don't let him get to the bed. Just.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what?
Sapnap killed George killed Sapnap, I mean.
There's a creeper.
Oh!
Good
Come on,
hit, good
Dream.
hit, good
Oh
hit.
my gosh. There's so many mobs. Why is it always nighttime?
you heard me complaining about the mobs
Oh my
again?
God.
I'm telling you guys, there were so many mobs. There were so
When I
many.
yelled that loud, it was because I was breaking all the TNT and I didn't want you to hear the TNT noises.
Are you
Oh
serious?
my
God.
way. Ooh, I'm right behind you, man.
Damn, send him. Oh, he's my
I was actually gaming here. I was gaming right here.
I got him.
Look at that. Look at that. He's half. Oh, I was gaming there for a minute.
What?
I'm boosting you.
Ooh, yeah, that means Dream's probably low.
Perfect, perfect. I got his
I broke his shield. I mean, we were on a good chase here.
Wait, he's got Frostwalker.
Oh my god,
What?
he does Frostwalker.
Kill
The
him, kill him,
PTSD
kill him.
of the Frostwalker for all of
Fight me
them.
like a man,
I'm
dude.
boosting Sapnap.
Fight me like a man. Oh, you're getting comboed.
I'm gonna kill
You're
him
getting
for you.
comboed.
I'm killing him for you, Sapnap.
You guys
Wow.
do it. Come on.
Oh my god, I was on a
I'm
hot
making a
bomb. You could have killed me, you absolute idiot, Dream.
I was actually having a gaming moment right there.
Making a
Try
try.
not to die. Sam, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Get in, get the boat, get the boat! No!
Guys.
Dream made a boat, Dream made a boat!
I'm crafting a boat. I'm crafting one. I'm crafting one.
Hey, Dream!
Wait, what?
We chased each other in the
What?
ocean so many times in this manhunt. This seed was crazy.
No, no, you're not going in there.
Sapnap said no.
You're not going in there.
No, you're not going in
You're
there.
not going in there. You are not. You're not going in there. You're not going in there. You're not going in
Hear me,
there.
hear
You're
me,
not going
Captain
in
Jack
there.
Sparrowing in. Look at me, there I am. Me and Ant are there.
I'm in his boat. I'm in his boat. I'm in his boat.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's lots of iron that you missed out in here.
Yeah, I was
Dream.
trying to get it. Awesome, get out of my boat.
I know where he is.
Awesome, get out of my boat.
Yeah, I was trying to get it. Awesome, get out of my boat.
I'll let you know where he is.
I said I'll let you know where he is.
Get in the boat, get in the boat.
This way.
Oh, this one's so
Come here, Dream.
Oh, I grabbed a horse.
like
Oh
that?
yeah. Okay, wait, let me fill in the context here. So he gets out of the boat, and I got out and was trying to chase him, but I was kind of pushed back from the edge, so I wasn't like right behind him. But I was trying to catch him, and then Ant and Sapnap obviously caught up too. Then I went to get a horse here.
Oh, this one's so
I don't know if the horse has ever seen
Oh,
though.
you like that,
Become my
Dream?
friend. Become my friend.
I like
Get
you
him,
hitting
get
my
him.
shield, yeah.
You like that? And you like that?
I got him.
Oh,
That's where I tamed the horse right here.
Get that, get that, get that.
I'm getting it. I'm on it.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever shown in the video, but it was actually such a good horse, but Dream just murdered it. Unfortunately, he murdered it. But it was actually a really cracked horse.
I got him.
But I was by the water and stuff, and so Dream just murdered it.
Bad dig.
I am.
He really just first named you. Dream has always called me
Last time I went
awesome,
in
just
the
like
hole,
that. Like
it
he
didn't
drops
work
the
out.
dude completely.
That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny.
This is so
Last
funny.
time I went in the hole, it didn't work out for me.
Last time I went in a hole, it didn't work out for me.
That's not funny.
The thing was, Sapnap knew what he had done immediately. Like,
That's not funny.
like listen to his voice when he says it's not funny.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
That's not funny. That's not. But he's so disappointed. Like he knows that we were gonna give him a hard time.
He's in the stronghold.
He's in the stronghold.
Oh.
Go down.
What?
Dig straight down. Dig straight down. Dig straight down.
Just find it.
Oh my
Look for
god.
the room. Look for the room.
Where?
I was so scared here. Sapnap literally saved my life right there. I think I was literally like a heart or like a half a heart or something. I was very low right there.
Everyone get Dan! Everyone get Dan! Get Dan! Get Dan!
Come here, George.
Where?
I'm stuck in
Yeah,
a
where are
cardboard.
you?
We gotta save George. George, this way.
I'm here.
Guys,
I'll
I'm here,
help
George.
everyone, rendezvous at me.
Over here. Come here.
I'm here.
Go,
Come on, come on.
We're dead here. We're dead. Come here.
Just in the stronghold room. Just in the stronghold room. He's right up here. He's literally right up here. George, what are you doing?
Come here, George.
George! Don't die, don't die.
Get me in!
This way, George. Are you dumb? You literally walked right past where you need to go, you stupid idiot.
Oh my gosh, we should have attacked him here.
I'm in.
Alright, we're good.
Oh my god.
We had no way of knowing though that he was that
Oh
low.
my god.
Ready up at this room. Just ready up here.
Lol.
We'll never see that coming.
Lamau! He's roasty too.
Let me in, George says. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here. Oh yeah, this is crazy too, that Dream was able to do this. And then went to the inn to get the quartz for the observer.
Look at me, George. Look at me, George.
That's crazy that he was able to like do that. It was really smart to think of that.
Wait. He's here. He's above us. I hear him break. I just saw him.
Crouch.
He's right there. Lock it off.
Where is he? I hear him like. I hear him breaking. Is that his water? Oh, that's yours.
Sapnap went up in the roof. I remember that Sapnap went up in the roof here to try and find out where Dream
I see
was.
him. Go kill him, Sapnap. If you hit his Dream.
Oh, I see you.
Where did he go? That was definitely above, right? Everyone crouch.
Oh yeah, Blazes on the SMP. True. Okay. This is probably good that we're murdering all these blazes because everyone else doesn't have to deal with lag. Nice. We're gonna have lots of blazes, blaze rods and stuff for future projecting. Let's harvest this really quick. This is the background music because I paused the music so that we could watch the manhunt. Active manhunt.
He's definitely above us somewhere.
He's in the apple.
He's below. I can't hit him. I can't even hit him. Wait, what?
He's right under here.
He's still here. He's still here.
Get him.
Get him.
Get him, Job.
He jumped in. Go.
Everyone said spawn, right?
Get him.
Oh my gosh, it was so close to. We were so close to getting him right there. That would have been ideal. This was such a good in spawn for us, though. Honestly, it was.
Mine it.
Oh!
Go.
Oh my.
Mine is staircase. Hurry.
I'm digging. I only have a
Staircase
stone
in
pickaxe.
case we
I'm up.
so we can get back up.
Oh my God.
Make sure it's a staircase.
Come on, guys, come on.
Get him.
Just defend.
Here we go, one.
I made a second. Go. Same. Where is he?
How many blocks? Look at
I have
that.
a lot.
Blocks. George, be careful.
We saved George with the water there. Nice.
No, the sand deleted my
Who
water.
else has water? I have water. Who else?
Make an infinite pool here.
Bad, do you have water? Here we go. Who else has water?
I think Bad has water.
I might.
Drink from the eternal
can.
pool.
Go.
We're good.
The dragon's down. I'm gonna kill it.
Where is he?
This is so frustrating in hindsight because the only reason he knows how to build this is because. So me and Dream, he talks about this in the extra scenes. We were working on the prison, and if you don't know, several of the mechanisms in the prison are flying machines to move the floors up and down. And so me and Dream were building those together. Obviously, he was there when I was building some of them and stuff. and he like asked me about it, like, oh, like how do you know how to do that or whatever, and like why do you make them so big? Like, couldn't you make them? Can you make it like you can't make them small and stuff? Like, he was just asking me questions about it and stuff, you know. And then I was like, oh no, you can make them small. You can make them really small. And then I like I showed him how to build this. So I was like, oh, yeah, you can make them super small like this. You can make them like a 1x1. And so like I showed him how to do that, and like it's just so annoying now. It's so annoying, like in hindsight, thinking about the fact that like the way he learned how to do this was because I showed him how to build it at one point. It's so
Wait, Bad, stop.
makes me want to mauled.
You're literally gonna get us killed. You're literally getting us killed.
No, I'm telling you, this is the smart play.
Yeah, we didn't know what he was doing here. We were trying to get water down.
He's not destroying anything, though.
Can we kill these Endermen? Oh my god.
Watch me.
What?
Let's go!
I know exactly what's happening. Look at me go. Look at me go.
Wait, what?
You see me come flying by here. Look at me from downtown. There I am. You see me running up, and I start building because I know that's our only shot to stop him. Look at me go. He almost throws by trying to shoot me off as well. I don't know how he saved this. I don't know how he saved this.
This arrow right here is gonna end him.
Wait, what's the point though?
Oh, I should have turned. I should have turned to try and break it.
Bye.
Sam,
Bye.
I was trying to chase him, but it's just he's faster. He's just faster.
Go. Hey!
What is he screaming about?
What are you getting hype about?
Ooh! Let's go.
Wait, what? What? What does that mean again?
I remember we were really confused what his end goal was.
You know, I hear if you jump in the void, it refills your hunger.
Oh
Yeah, he does.
my god.
He's
someone's
brewing a
making
potion, not
There
even
it
just
is.
getting a potion. He's making potions.
There it is.
Oh my
Well,
god.
no. He just broke. No, wait. He's in an airship. He broke the brewing stand.
He gets such good gear here too.
Yeah, he must have.
Let's go!
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just looking out into the sky.
On the flying.
And I'm guarding
He
his
can't
back.
come back without me saying.
And I have his back.
Perfect.
I think he had no food though.
Watch for his flying machine. Imagine if you were the one standing on the island waiting.
Oh yeah, I remember Dream was like, "This is fun," and I was like, "Imagine if you were the one standing on the island waiting for you to get back." Elder, thank you for the 5, by the way. You contributed to your own downfall. True. George and Sapnap, their only job was to watch for Dream, and look at this. What?
What do you mean?
What? Why did he kill this
Oh
boat?
my god!
He elected in. He has the elytra.
Oh my god, here's the elytra and rockets.
We lost all of our stuff. It's in the void.
Honestly, we were very defeated at this point because, like, he has all this gear. He's got the elytra. He's doing this. I mean, from our POV, you gotta understand, he's just gliding. Look at George. George is just standing there, so defeated. I mean, he's literally flying around, shooting the end crystals in a place where we literally cannot reach him, like, to defeat him right now. Like, we cannot get to him right now. It is literally impossible for us to, like, reach him, to defeat him. Like, look at George. Look at the defeat on George's face. You can just tell. And I was just, we were all like, okay, what are we gonna... I was trying to defend this one, though, because it was in a cage.
Where did he go?
But then he somehow does that. I mean, how does he hit this shot? Look at this shot.
Where did he go?
How did he hit that shot?
Behind you. Oh
Also, he was so hard to keep track of. Like,
I mean, right under my face.
Bad, he's chasing you.
I remember I was so mad at myself. I said, you just broke it right under my nose.
Behind you. Oh my god, he got it. He literally destroyed it.
He literally just broke it right under my nose. I mean, right under my face.
He literally destroyed it right under my nose. I mean, right under my face. That's what I said.
Bad, he's chasing you. Bad, he's chasing you. Bad, behind you.
Destroying me.
Oh, bad!
Bad, no!
I have like no
Bad pearls to death.
Get stuff, get stuff!
I got you.
Get him, Bad, get him, Bad.
This Enderman's
The
after
bad
me.
gets in there.
Guard!
George gets launched.
Yes, it's fine.
We gotta try and get in there. We gotta.
Oh my god, what do we do? What do we do?
I got launched there.
Enderman are fight.
Go!
Just don't let him.
I can't do anything. I can't do anything.
Just kill him.
I got him.
Kill him.
Oh my, he's still
This is so annoying. This is so annoying.
I said this is so annoying. This is so annoying, I say.
I don't know where I died. Did you find myself?
It was so annoying too.
I literally cannot catch. I cannot catch him. How do you want me to get him?
Matt just told me like run him down or whatever. I'm like, I literally cannot catch him. He has an elytra. We literally cannot catch him. Honestly, the two of them were so close to killing him here.
Where's he?
Okay, we thought he was eating the course fruit to mess with us though because it was teleporting him and it was actually making us, it's so hard to like catch him.
Yeah, we got
He's so close!
I know, it's ridiculous. It's okay, we got him, get him.
He's shooting at the dragon. He's shooting at the dragon.
Come on. Oh, there's a bucket of water here.
There's stuff there.
I got a sword.
I need food.
Up here, up here!
Go, 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 go.
Ender pearl.
I think you all know how it ends. Look at how close I was to getting to him too. I was literally right there.
Let's go!
I was so close. I was so close to getting to him. I was so close to getting to him. Oh. I would say that was probably... Let me turn my webcam back on. I would say that was probably... definitely for me, it was the most intense one that I was in, but... Yeah. Oh. Oh, Nikki messaged me on the SMP, guys. Nikki thinks I'm ignoring her. Nikki said, do you still have TNT? I want to work on my city some more. I have just what you need. Oh, let me turn the sound back on for you guys. GG. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of the... Here's was my POV. A little bit of backstory for me on a lot of the situations in the manhunt. Dream SMP. We have many projects. Survival world later, maybe. All right. Actually, let me turn this. I think I usually run this like 100%. Oh, let me also turn the music back on. Turn back on our lo-fi chill vibes. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I think that's something cool that we've never really done before. Yeah, Phil, I'm going to take a bunch of your blaze rods. Okay, let's go meet Nikki. Somewhere. I am at the blaze spawner. But... I can meet you near Eret's castle? Question mark? Where do I go, chat? Respond to Nikki? I did. Never fear, we will provide Nikki with the TNT she needs to build her city. Where do I go? I'm lost. I'm actually lost. Oh no. It's right here by... Oh, category? True.
Less than 3.
Squid, thank you so much for the 20. My goodness. Grimjacker, it was fun to watch you analyze it. It was fun to do as well. Eldridge, thank you so much for the 25 tier 1s. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Where do I go, chat? I'm lost. Thank you so much, Eldridge, for the 25. And thank you so much, Squid, for the 20. And thank you, Grimjacker, for the 200 bits. Yo, where am I supposed to go? Chat, I need help. Chat, this is where I need help. I need help here. Chat, this is your time. This is your time to shine here. Eldritch! Eldritch, thank you so much for 25 more tier 1s. What? That's 50 tier 1s. Thank you so much. What? Thank you so much, Eldritch. Keep going in that direction? I don't need to go up here somewhere? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is not a good situation. I'm just gonna run. Okay, good. Other door. Oh, wait, there's another door like on the blaze spawner is what you're saying? Okay, wait. So I wasn't supposed to go through this door is your point. Is what you're saying. Oh, I see. This door, I think, was the one I went through. Yeah. This was the one. And I came from up here, I think. Good work, chat. Good work, chat. And me, of course. Both of us. Eldritch, thank you so much again for all the subbies. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Eldritch. Eldritch, thank you for the 5 smile. I am your notebook. Chatter, who said that. Your name has flown by, but pog you. Pog you. Sam, would you ever consider doing a hand cam like puns? I guess we could. I don't. What's the purpose though when we're just playing Minecraft? Like this kind of Minecraft is my point. When we're just on like the server, just chilling. Put that in there just for future people. Is there? Yeah, nice. I was about to say, is there a? Oh my gosh, that is so sketch. Okay, the TNT is at the other base, so we're gonna need to go over there. Get the TNT for Nikki, and then we'll meet her by Aird's castle. Oh, I hear Gast. Oh, he's too far. I can't really do anything. Super Steph, thank you for the tier 1 gift. I love your Minecraft skin, by the way. My Minecraft skin is very low res. It's a very OG-esque Minecraft skin. I've had this Minecraft skin since having skins was a thing in Minecraft. That's how long I've had this skin. That was so sketch. We love our Creeper King. True. That is me, the king of creepers. I'm gonna put these here for now. Okay, let's bring Nikki all this TNT. Literally, I do not have any use for any of this TNT. I literally have no use for any of this TNT. Nikki may as well take this TNT from us. This world couldn't handle a high-res Sam skim, to be honest. True. The world is not ready for a high-res Sam skin at all. The king of creepers. The subjector of men. Awesamdude. The warden. I have many I wear many hats. Many titles to my name. This nether is so ugly. It is honestly so ugly. Let me turn the music up just a hair. It feels just a little quiet, right, chat? He has the range, they say. Is the music quiet? I feel like it's okay. Oh, you know what else though? I turned down my local output. I turned it up a bit. Hopefully that's better. Sam Nook is the best title you carry. True. I heard an Enderman teleport. / whisper Nihachu. I am at the castle. We'll keep heading towards your city. Oh, I misspelled your, but oh well. Pride Pog. Poggers. I like your hat. Thank you. This is my white Nike hat. I've had it for a long time now. I actually have 2 of these hats, fun fact. Go to the portal. It's a quick way and I'll meet you there. Wait, chat, what portal is Nikki talking about? Chat, what portal is Nikki talking about? Isn't Nikki's city like right over here? What is... This is Kanoko. Oh my... Am I leaking this? 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 Okay. What if I just go through here? Oh my gosh, I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no. Wait, I'm here, Nikki. I'm on the grass path. I've arrived. Don't make too big of a mess. Oh, wait. In other news... Wait. Actually, do you have dirt/smooth stone? What if Nikki has like a bunch of dirt? Yes, come with me. Yeah. Chat, we're not gonna have to mine ever again. We're just gonna start stealing everyone else's stone and dirt. Yay! Nice! Katie Gold, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Hi, Sam in chat. Just came out to my parents as bisexual, and unfortunately, they don't support me, so I'm coming out to you guys because I see you as a family. Hey. I really cannot give you advice on that because I haven't gone through that, but I believe in you, and it's gonna be okay. And you can come vibe here. I'm just looting all her chest. Wait. No, I don't want to steal all of your smelting stuff. That is okay. Do you have dirt? That is the hard one. Actually, I don't want to steal the stuff that Nikki's smelting. Where's Nikki going now? This is a nice chest room. Yeah, see, Nikki, I feel bad for Nikki because I'm going to be taking what little stuff Nikki has. My things are your things. This is a place where we can help each other out. Okay. If I am in need of more, I will come borrow some. You are very welcome. Okay. Now, I think that... Where else are we getting stone from, chat? Did we get all the stone from the prison? I think we did, right? I think we did. So let's go to... let's head over yonder to our base, because I have a bunch I need to transport from there that I've been putting off. But we can transport it together. Oh, come on. Oh, I don't have any. I was going to say, let me get some fences to fix that, but I don't have any. Maybe Ponk's place? Didn't we just find another place that had stone at it? That I was stealing from? Sam, Ponk hates you. I don't think that's true. I do not think that's true. Oh my, who did this? Who did this? My base. There. Oh my gosh, there's like a plane outside. It's super loud. A gas did that? No, I don't think so. Don't steal from Tommy. Why not? What's Tommy gonna do? What's Tommy gonna do? I'm kidding. Oh, it's a gas from Foolish. Oh, when Foolish was looting my base, you mean? Typical. Typical. Do I have smooth stone here? I know I have smooth stone, but do I have regular stone here? I got cobble. I have a decent amount of leather here as well. I saw a creeper when we were on our way over here. I have a lot of smooth stone here, so we might transport that eventually. But for now, let's just work on the smooth stone itself. Puns has stones from the Punzo chunk? Yeah, I took all that already. That's been stolen. Yeah, we have a lot of dirt and stone here. You know what, chat? I'm gonna try and do this more efficiently. I think this is like a necessity at this point that we do this more efficiently. Like, we're never gonna get all this over there. Okay, well I have more TNT. Jeez, I need to stop crafting TNT. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna try and do this at peak efficiency by moving. Let me get one of these out of here. I'm gonna try and get maximum efficiency here. There we go. Now then, that means we can put these in there. Not only can we fill our inventory, we can fill our in chest. I need to get an in chest though if we're gonna do that. So, whatever. We can just bring that one with us. Okay. Also, let's do one. Wait. Oh. I just realized that I put my hoe away. Also, we don't need these leads. We'll put those in here. Oh, I knew I had obsidian. I told you guys I had obsidian somewhere. I knew it. Okay, we have blazes over there. Unless I have some blaze powder here, but I don't think I do. Ooh, I kind of want to bring this with us too, just because. Do I have blaze powder here? I might. Where's my nether stuff? I have like a nether stuff chest. Aha! Oh, wait. And boom. Yes, that means I can bring more stone with us. Where's stone? There it is. Okay. Let's just lock this open. Go to Phil? Why am I going to Phil? Go to Phil's basement? Why? What? I have a lot of stuff here. We have a lot of stuff here we need to transport. Does Philza have stuff? You think Philza is okay with us taking stuff? Steal from Dad's. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. It's so much. Actually, that place is so close to where we're at as well. Like, it would actually be so easy for us to do that. He has so much stone. I'm sure it's fine. Let me message Phil. There's a lot of people on right now. For a random Thursday evening. Why did I go there? Needed to keep going. Phil has 10 times more than you do at your house. I mean, I believe it. Phil's probably got a lot. Let me message him. Mr. Minecraft. Hello, Mr. Minecraft. That's how I'm going to open it up. Chat tells me of a mystical place where you have much stone in a bunker / basement. I am doing a huge terraforming project and need stone. Need stone / dirt. Can I rob you? Question mark. There we go. I asked Mr. Minecraft if we could have his blessing to rob him of his stone and dirt. You're okay with stealing people's stuff, but not from Phil. We need his permission. True champ. That's why I messaged him. Silk Touch Sarah, thank you for the 2 for 10 months. Can I rob you? I forget which way I'm supposed to go. I think it's this way. Yeah. Okay, the nether pathways are so scuffed. Honestly. Can I rob you? It's a good way to put it, right, chat? Jay, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifts, by the way. Happy Staff, thank you for the 53. Sam, would you like to go out next Thursday? Are you free on Thursday? I'm free on Thursday. How's Thursday? Is Thursday okay? Happy Staff, thank you for the 333. I've already said, how do you guys know that I'm not already going out with women every day? How do you guys know? Maybe you're the second person asking me out on Thursday. Just, you know. Lex the Wolf, thank you for the 420. I have D&D here soon, so I'll have to leave the stream. It was nice to actually catch one live. True, champ. Enjoy the D&D. Ah, we made it. I'm not gonna lie, our stone supply is looking good, but I just know this is not gonna be enough. All right. Almost forgot. We have more. Happy Sav, thank you for the 10.
Sorry, Twitter made me do it. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry Twitter made you do it? I'm sure. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's okay, Sav. Twitter makes us all do things we regret, you know. Classic Carmen just lying in the chat. Sam is 4'11". Literally not true. Actually not true. Unironically not true. How? I feel like we've been live for a long time today. Oh, Mr. Minecraft answered. Let me check, he says. Oh no. Oh no, he's gonna say no. He's gonna say no, chatters. He's gonna say no. Oh, wait, he said that he used a lot of it for the manhole treatment. Oh. Ooh, I see. Yes, my answer. He said, how much stone and dirt did you need? How much stone and dirt you need? I just said yes. I just said yes. Yes. Yes, I need. How much stone and dirt do you need? Yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I need. Social skills, social skills. Wasabi, who thank you for the prime for 2 months in a row, and that Maria X, thank you for the prime for 7 months. Yes. Yes, I need. Get out of the way, pig. Just a simple yes, I need. That's so funny. This music is fire right here. This song is so nice. Yes, Father, I require it. Where are you at? Ooh. Ooh. Near my base. I can be anywhere though. Anywhere you want to meet though. Wait. I think Phil is... We're not gonna have to rob Phil. He's gonna give us stuff willingly. Oh my gosh, there's two piggies here who are mad. We're juking them. Look at the jukes! Evidence! Evidence! I can deliver it. What's the chords where you need the stuff? No way. We're gonna get a special delivery from Mr. Minecraft himself? Okay, wait. Chat, what are the chords? Wait. Okay, what's 30 times 8? 240? 69? It's like negative... It's like negative 2,000, I think. It's like about negative 2,000. The Crow Father special delivery. Mr. Minecraft absolutely saving the day here. Can we carry this entire thing here? Nice. Now we start on the dirt. Honestly, I'm really glad we built the nether portal. That made it, it's making it way faster. Mr. Uberlicious, welcome to the chat. You're fine? True. I'm gonna start doing that. It's gonna become my thing. Confidence is key, my friends. Philza has an Uber service. Philza is Pog. For sure. Philza is also old, true champ. And that's what we love about him. Because he invented Minecraft back in the youngin' days. Tell Phil about the portal. Oh yeah. Oh, wait, I should have told him about that. There is also a portal in the nether by the Lagershire exile in parentheses portal. We've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. I can't believe I didn't think to tell Philza about the fact there was a portal. It is also the most jank portal in existence, though. Old is the wrong word. Wise is what we were looking for. You're right, chat. Sam, have you ever attempted a British accent? How was that? How was that? How was that? Be genuine here. How was that, chat? 1 to 10 me on that. How was that? That felt not that bad. That felt not like not good, right? It wasn't good. Don't misunderstand me here. Definitely wasn't good, but it wasn't like that wasn't like so bad like, oh, I hope I never have to hear that again. You know what I mean? Come on, chat. It wasn't that bad. Like, it wasn't that level of bad. I mean, I understand it wasn't amazing, but it wasn't that level of bad. Actually, I'm going to move these chests. Oh, I didn't bring my axe, did I? A solid 2? I'll take that. I'll take that. I think it's probably deserving of a little more than a 2, but okay. That was horrible, someone says. Okay, chat. You have to be so mean about it. The Maria X, thank you for the Prime for 7 months. I appreciate it so much. And Wasabi Who, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Poggers. Okay. Ah! Mr. Minecraft! Be back with more Phil's of Minecraft, ladies and gentlemen. Phil's of Minecraft. Yes! Phil is our hero. Wait, that's actually, honestly, what we needed to collect more of was the dirt. Like, I have a lot of stone in my mine and stuff, but like, we didn't have any dirt. Phil is coming in clutch, honestly. Phil's going that way. We're going this way to collect the dirt. We're gonna have enough dirt in no time. I wonder who's gonna be faster, me or Phil? Oh, gotta juke the gas. Juke, juke, jump. Get in the boat. Turn around. Get to moving. We need shulker boxes. That's it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. We need shulker boxes on the server. We need them. We need them. We need, like, desperately. We need them. So badly. Aubrey, thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months in a row. Foolish slash Rambu has one. I know, so does Puns. But I'm telling you, I want like an inventory full of them. You know what? I got an idea. I'm gonna tell Dream I want to do a video with. I want to tell Dream I want to do a video with Drista on the DreamXD account. Drista gets on the DreamXD account, and then essentially, like, it just comes down to the fact that what I do is I tell Drista, hey, spawn me in a bunch of shulkers. Big brain? Big brain? Is that big brain? That's super smart, right? That's so smart. That's giga brain right there. Casey K, thank you for the tumor for 5 months, by the way. Look at all this dirt. All right, only one double chest left, which we should be able to get in like 2 more trips max. Just tell Drista it's for the children. True. True. Drista, it's so that I can build this beautiful... you killed her dog? No, that was not me that killed the dog.
Question. What songs do you know how to play on the piano and drums?
Okay, the honk, thank you for the 5. Lots. I can also sight read. Was Foolish mining the stuff here? Songs that I can probably play by heart right now. There's one song called The Eruption of Sakajarima. I think is how you say it. Sakajawema Rima? It's something like that. The Eruption of Sakajamia. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on it. Excuse me. I pushed his boat off of the edge. I just screwed him over so hard. Oh my gosh, I just screwed him over so hard. It was foolish. I just screwed him over so hard. Why is that so funny? He was on his boat, and then he went to break his boat so that I could continue by, and when he did, I just, like, bulldozed through him and pushed his boat off of the bridge. Ka-chow! I am speed! That is so... I went the wrong way.
How could you greater than?
Elders, I'm gonna have to say it was worth. I'm gonna have to say it was worth it. This thing that it created was so funny. My head hurts from laughing. Oh my gosh, I have to relax. Oh. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. That was so funny. Luxy Lane, thank you for the 350 bits. Sam, I've been missing a lot of your streams because of school. Glad to see you're back. I'm really glad to be back. Oh, that was so funny. Foolish. Honestly, it was his reaction in the chat that made it so funny to me. My boat! Language! Excuse me! Ka-chow! Effed me over! Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Oh. That was so funny. Oh. Oh. That was so funny. Oh. I can just imagine him shouting, "My boat!" Like, just like that. Yo!
Greater than.
Eldridge, thank you for the 5. Oh my. Oh my. Phil, oh my. Thank you. Phil, this is... You're so generous, Phil. Oh my gosh, Phil! Mumza? Is Mumza in my chat? If Mumza is in the chat, I must VIP Mumza. Oh, Phil even brought grass. Phil's a king. Phil deserves the world. Yes, Mumza is here. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I'm failing. Hold on. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh my, come on. Yes. Okay, wait, I'm actually gonna make a new chest for grass. I feel that grass deserves its own chest. Okay, there we go. Is Phil VIP? Surely Phil's a Minecraft's VIP'd in our chat. No shot, he's not. This Enderman almost GG'd me. Oh, mistake was made. I forgot that he could probably kill me. Are we good? Okay. Philza is definitely VIP'd in our chat. Hold on. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check right now. He's not? Yes, he is. Surely he is. If he's not, this is my bad. And I thought that he was. He's not. Roles manager. Phil. Mr. Minecraft, forgive me for... I have sinned, Mr. Minecraft. Please forgive me. Please forgive me for this. I cannot believe I've done this. Please forgive me for this, Mr. Minecraft. I cannot believe I've done this. /VIP. Philza. Now Philza has VIP. What is Mumza's... How do you spell Mumza's Twitch name? Is it? It's not Mumza. I know that. It's like it has an I in it. That's what I thought. There we go. Good work, chat. Good work, chat. Mumza, I'm honored to have you as a VIP in this chat. If you are here, even if you're not here, I'm still honored that you are now a VIP in it. There we go. Back to Twitch. Back to my stream manager. We have accomplished something great here. Foolish isn't VIP? Nah, he's probably alright. Yes, he is. Okay, now you guys are lying. Foolish is VIP. No way Foolish is not VIP'd. No way he's not. If he wasn't, he is now. He's actually not, someone says. Hyperzone, thank you for the prime for 4 months, by the way. Wrong Foolish? Oh, wait, I forgot. It's Foolish Gamers. Oh, gosh. Now someone has... I am a good streamer. Okay, I removed that Foolish's VIP. /VIP Foolish _gamers. There we go. I was about to say, I don't make mistakes like this. I'm a good streamer. Where am I going? I need to go back to my base. Juked that guy, sent him through the portal. It's a double underscore. Oh my, Foolish, change your name. This one's not on me, that's on Foolish. There. Invalid username, Foolish __ gamers. It doesn't work. It is just one underscore, right? He changed it. Yeah, 2 underscores is invalid. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did, Foolish. Yeah, you have it, right? Foolish, you have VIP, I'm pretty sure. You just typed. I saw that Foolish had VIP. I had that mode for 3 generations. So the boat thing is gonna send me over the edge. It was so buggy on my screen too, because like we were both glitching because we were moving so fast. And then all of a sudden you were there, and then you were adding a boat, and then you just said, my boat. Ooh. Oh my gosh. VC for a sec. LOL. Okay, Foolish. Hello? I can't hear you. I can hear you now.
Dude, it was so garbage.
How did you, what
It was
happened?
like barely pushed out of the way. And literally like out loud, I was like, no, my boat. And
I could just imagine you like screaming whenever it happened. He's quiet. Hold on, I'll turn him up.
It was just the most like minor inconvenience.
Oh my
for
gosh.
boat. It just got sent off. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, Sam, yeah. I tried to be like the courteous guy and like get out of the way so you can pass through.
I wasn't stopping. I was in
No,
motion.
I could see that.
I was
could
in
see that.
motion.
You just kept going.
I was moving.
And then my poor boat. I just
I'm
watched
in
it plunge
business.
all the way into the lava.
I'm in business right there.
So dumb.
Oh.
But yeah, I was in a state of panic for a brief second because I tried desperately to like grab onto it as it was falling, but it was nothing I could do.
That literally was making me like cry. I was laughing so hard when you started typing.
No, like I literally like in my head it really was like, wait, are you a language streamer?
Wait, what? I mean, I don't really.
Do you care if I swear?
No, I don't care. No.
Oh,
I don't care if
okay.
people swear.
'Cause, yeah,
I don't
literally, like,
normally
in that
swear.
Order, like in that order when my boat like fell, I was like, fuck, damn it, like my boat. I missed that boat so much, but it's okay.
It's okay. There's other boats just like that one, to be honest.
There's other boats in the sea.
There's other boats just like that one in the sea.
Except no, it isn't, because I've had so many memories with that boat.
Yeah, it'll be all right. I think it'll be good. Sometimes it's good to get a new boat.
Yeah, and then as soon as I saw Ka-chow, I was like, no, it was fucked. You fucked me over.
It just seemed like such a good time to ka-chow. I don't know why. It just felt right to say ka-chow then.
What, don't you ka-chow me?
It just felt like the right thing to do.
So, but it's okay. It's whatever. I'm just getting my little black stone, and then
That's okay. Yeah, you can just rob my own personal bastion that I've been. There's probably a boat in my base somewhere or something that you can steal if you want.
I get lost in your base.
Okay.
It's too confusing. There's like an elevator and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I try to avoid your base. It's too scary.
Well, you know what happened to the last foolish gamer who wandered into my base?
No.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened to him. That should tell you all you need to know.
Like a surprise birthday party?
Some would say something like that. Anyways, have you seen how much stone and dirt I've collected?
No, I've been kind of like listening a little bit, but after the boat incident, I was like, okay, what's this fucker up to?
I'm collecting dirt and stone
yeah,
for my future project.
I didn't even know you were gonna be on there. Like I didn't that was like coincidental. Like we met on that bridge.
Oh, I see.
I was just going to get Blackstone.
Oh, Chad is putting collected in air quotes. But I did collect it even if I did steal it. It's big dirt. Thank you for the. Oh, you're not streaming, right?
No.
Oh, it's big dirt just primed, and it just seems appropriate for them to have primed right now.
Big dirt.
The big dirt.
Time dirt.
Big time dirt.
Good work.
Chat, even if it's stolen, it's still collected. It still counts as like being collected up if it's stolen. Like.
No, it certainly is. It certainly is.
That's how it works. Like even if I stole it, I still collected it by stealing it.
No, yeah, like it collect doesn't mean like got it
mined
on your
by
own.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's more stone here. I think Phil's of Minecraft has come by to bless me with more stone.
Do you need how much dirt do you need? You said something about like 2,000 by like 1,000 or something.
It's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. and it's also going to be
ridiculous.
tall. Like honestly,
That actually has to be huge.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 double chests full of stone. I still don't think that's going to be enough to do the terraforming. Like 2.5 chests of dirt and grass. I don't think that's going to be enough either.
So it's not all like building. It's some of it is like, this ice.
It's all a lot of it's terraforming, yeah.
Ghasts have done a number on the bridge.
Yeah, I know. I really need to have like a repair day for the bridge.
It's just, or just like have some like ice like in a chest, and like if I'm ever like cruising down it, like I'll try to fix it.
Yeah, I should do that.
Speaking of, I'm trying to just running down the thing as we speak.
Oh, you're running
Not in
down
a
the, you're
boat.
running down the bridge? Oh, why aren't you in a boat?
Because I don't have a boat.
Oh.
What do you mean? Why?
Oh, wait, why don't you have a boat?
Because I don't have a boat.
Oh.
Because I
You
lost.
should probably
it
get
on
one
my
of
way
those.
here.
That'd probably help. That'd probably help you get down
No,
the boat
I'll keep that
faster.
in mind next time. But there is a pedestrian in the way.
Yeah, I'd
and
run
I tried to
them
get out
over.
of the way for him. And then the old geezer just kept on driving.
Who's the old geezer?
It doesn't matter.
Who's the old geezer? I don't get it.
It doesn't matter.
I'm confused who the
Doesn't
old
matter.
geezer would
Well,
be.
it's not Phil's. If that narrows it down.
Oh. Probably Tommy, huh?
Sure.
Yeah, probably Tommy.
Sure. Yeah.
It is what it is.
Wait, you're not. Oh, okay. I'm on my way back now. I did find a boat like halfway through.
There's a guy attacking me. Oh, he died, I think.
I don't think I have any extra dirt. I was just thinking maybe I have some dirt for you, but I don't think I have any really dirt.
Well, if you find dirt, you give that to me. Not Tommy
Is
getting
there a
blamed again.
fast
It's
way?
his fault, chap.
Listen, how do I dupe obsidian?
You can't. There is no
Why
duping on
not?
the server.
There's a way to do everything.
I mean, there's probably a way. I don't actually know a way to dupe obsidian. Other than like a chest
like,
dupe, but
You can dupe anything in 2B2T.
The chest dupe that I know is is patched on this server. Oh yeah, how much obsidian did you take from me, by the way?
I don't think I took any. Maybe I did.
No, you
I could
definitely
be
did
wrong.
from the prison.
Did I?
Definitely.
I don't know. I might have.
The best
I
way to
honestly don't think I took a ton.
the best way to farm obsidian is probably portals.
Portals?
Yeah.
Huh?
Like you can build a portal in the Nether, or in the overworld, go through it, have it linked to a portal that you already had in the Nether, go back through that portal, and it takes you back, and then you can go mine half that. You can mine one portal for free, basically, and then you just keep going through that same portal, generating a portal in the same place.
I've just been like beacon. I'll get like a beacon, and then I'll just go deep down in lava and water buckets.
Yeah, that's how I ended up doing a lot of the prison's obsidian. Was I just went and I would fill my inventory with lava buckets, go back, and then place lava buckets and place water.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, it was pretty awful, but it was way faster than like digging up all the obsidian for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm just digging it.
It would have taken years to dig it all.
I don't need that much though, so maybe digging's easier, but maybe it isn't.
It depends.
I know nothing.
If we had access to the end dimension, we could just mine the pillars with a haste 2 beacon.
When will we unlock the end? Is there like a point in time?
I don't know.
Because I would love end things.
I would love end things too.
Dragon head.
No, I want shulker shells. That's what I want.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Dragon head, screw that.
Just give me shulkers. Give me all the shulkers I want.
Yeah.
That's what I need is the shulkers.
I don't see why the XD can't just give his most loyal builders some shulkers.
You already have one. Don't even with me.
I mean, yeah, it's one, but like it makes you just want to snort up more shulkers.
Oh,
you know?
no, I can imagine wanting more and more. But you already have. At least you have one.
It is. Yeah. I will say it's nice, but it's not enough.
Yeah, no. Like an inventory full of shulkers, you can move like 127,000 items at once. But like, think about what I'm having to do right now, where I'm just carrying items to and from.
Yeah, that's it. There needs to be an uprising, an uproar.
Yes, we'll
Sam,
kill
we go
Dream
on
XD.
strike. We go on strike.
We'll kill Dream XD.
We kill Dream XD.
And then make...
Wait, that's such a good idea.
Yeah, I think this is a plan. A battle plan is brewing here.
Okay, we kill Dream XD. Wait, how does that help though?
Because then he'll...
So I get a shocker.
No, we'll bring him...
we can go to the end.
We'll get him close to death. And then say, give us a shulker shell and we'll give you this instant health potion.
And then like we tickle his nose with a feather.
Yeah,
until he
yeah,
gives us
yeah.
shulkers. I feel like Dream XD has a large schnoz.
Yeah. From all the shulkers he's been snorting.
Yeah, I could probably just shove a bunch of feathers up there.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, shove those feathers up there. We're now writing Dream XD lore. This is the creation of the Dream XD lore. Large nostrils. Write that down, chat. Write that down. People, write that down.
It's the only way to defeat him.
The only way to defeat him is via his nose.
Oh, and then if the feathers aren't good enough, we'll just start throwing salt up his nose.
Yes, salt and pepper next. Write that down. Write that down.
We'll make him eat a spoonful of
Wait, you
cinnamon.
have a Windex emote? No.
Yeah, I
No.
drew it myself.
You drew that yourself? Wait, that's
Yeah,
actually so
yeah.
good if you drew that yourself.
Yeah, I did it for like a little drawing stream.
Wait, that's actually so good.
Yes, thank you.
That's actually so good. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with your
Yeah.
drawing ability here.
Thank you. Yeah, I can do like some decent like cartoonery.
Yeah, no, that's nice. That's good. I think that looks real good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm stuck.
Ah, I see. I
How
have
is
some coalition
collecting the
there.
ink sacks going, by the way?
Done with that. Got some blackstone. I'm gonna have to do it again though. I just keep smacking squids around. Really love the sound of it. In fact, I just play it on YouTube. Squid ASMR.
When they die, yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, but
It's kind of like they're like juicy little sound that they make.
I like it when the tentacles slap together. That sounds like a rope.
You know what? If I think about it, I don't even know what like sound squid make.
Oh, like from like their mouths or their.
It is like it's a whoops. That's the sound that they make when you like smack them. It's like whoops. It's just like that. As they like do the little ink animation, that's literally the sound they make. It's like whoops. It's just like that.
Wait, Sam, I'm going over to kill squid right now.
Because you get like the sound of
No.
the smack, right? Of the whoof. That's where the whoof comes from, and then it's like that's the exact sound they make.
We should just mod it to where when you kill him, it's just like chow. I'm about to smack a squid right now, and I'll replicate it.
Yeah. Smack
Philza never blesses me. He only curses me.
You're good.
I do so much good for him, and then all he does is burn down
Don't
any
you dare talk
buildings I
about
build
Philza
in his
Minecraft
basement.
like that. You've done nothing for Philza Minecraft.
I have done so much.
None of us are good enough to do anything for Philza Minecraft.
I disagree. I think I'm up there. I'm up there.
Disgraceful.
Can't find a
talk.
squid.
Look, I'll find a squid.
Wait, I found it. Okay, here. Okay,
Look, there's one right here on top of me.
It's actually not quite as like sound. Here, wait. Let me smack it with my fists to get a real feel for it.
Hold on. I gotta turn every other sound off. Pause music. Turn the friendly creatures all the way up. Excuse me, turtles. Where is a squid at? Where is the squid? Oh, there's one. I see one. Listen to this, chat. Literally the exact sound I made. Literally the exact sound I made. Literally the exact sound I made. That's literally the exact sound I was making.
I mean, maybe.
Literally the exact sound I was making. Literally exactly the sound I was making.
Oh. You know you can punch a squid 10 times before it dies.
No, I wouldn't punch him with my hand. I would use a weapon of some kind.
I just did it 3 times in a row.
Exactly, Mr. Minecraft, but Mrs. Minecraft. Exactly.
I just did it a 4th
Exactly.
time.
It's literally that kind of sound. It's kind of like, it's like that. That's what I'm saying. There's like a pop and then a kind of sound.
The 5th time's even better.
That pig probably died, by the way, chat.
6.
Yeah, that pig that was on that bridge is probably dead now. Pig is probably dead, honestly. Foolish.
Wonder how quick I can
I'm
get
gonna
to
tell you
number
a
10.
secret.
Huh?
I feel like my stream stamina has gone way back up.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what
I saw
changed.
you had a pretty long stream.
Yeah, I streamed like 7
2 days ago,
hours.
maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, felt good.
I've been doing something a little different in the past like month. Like instead of like one longer stream, I've been doing like double stream.
Yeah, you've been streaming twice, right? You'll stream Val in the morning and then the MC in the afternoon.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll vice versa, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
something like that.
Do you like that better?
I don't know. Only maybe because like I switch games. I feel like it's
Yeah.
like appropriate. Like I know some people just stream like go to one game and then go to another, but I don't know. For me, it feels like I need closure on one game before
Yeah.
switching to the next.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But
feel like
oh
I
wait,
do
you
the
said
same.
your stream sound. Listen, I was talking with puns today. I want to do maybe like a long stream, like stupid hours amount of streaming in like a day.
Do a
like more
subathon.
than 24.
Do a subathon.
Well, I don't even know what a subathon. I just want to stream for a long time.
You don't know what a subathon is?
I mean, I know it's like what, you just stream long and people sub?
No, so every time someone subs, it adds time to the stream, and then the stream doesn't end until like a timer runs out. And you just add time every time someone subs.
What if I just stream for like 48 hours anyway?
Well, I mean, you can do that if you want, but you could also make
You
it a
think people will
thing.
still subscribe?
Yeah, probably. No, don't do it, Creeper. There's another one. Get me out.
Oh, I just watched that in your stream. For some reason, that creeper just stopped
just
for a
stopped.
second. You guys
It's be-
sound lucky.
It's because I'm the king. He knows better. My chat's saying no way Foolish can do that. Not with his internet issues.
Oh wait, that's true.
They
That's
did you-
true.
they
I
did you
mean,
kinda
it would maybe
nasty.
close. Yeah, dude. Oh, the past 2 weeks, it's just so frustrating.
Even having storms up there too, right? I had storms yesterday. That's why I
Yeah.
didn't even attempt to stream yesterday.
I don't get it. I don't know. It's like not spring. In the fall, it's not supposed to do this much storming. Is there a hurricane somewhere?
Actually, there is, I think.
Oh.
I do believe so.
Oh.
Juke the skeletons. 360 the water bucket MLG. Keep juking. Oh, one of them got me. Unlucky. 360. Duck. Bob. Weave. Dash. Look at me go. Look at me go.
I've never been in a hurricane.
You've never been in a hurricane? Me neither.
No, sometimes I wonder, like,
I would be terrified.
I
I've
don't
been in
know.
a tornado
Like,
before.
you've been inside one?
Not inside, but really close. Yeah,
Oh.
I've been really close to one before.
I've like heard tornado warnings.
Yeah, I mean, I've been able to
So-
like see the tornado, like see
Oh,
it.
yeah, no. I've never seen one.
Yeah, it's pretty sketchy stuff for sure.
Honestly, I feel like for a brief second, it'd maybe be like interesting to like be inside a tornado.
I feel like it would just be hard to breathe. That'd be scary.
Like minus like the after effects of possibly getting tossed several yards or miles. Like I feel like it'd be kind of fun for like a second. Like you'd really get to fly.
Oh my gosh! Wait, what? What did you just say? You really get to fly? I feel like that's messed up.
Huh?
I feel like that's messed up.
How?
I mean, wouldn't you like die?
Well, no. Well, that's what I'm saying. So minus like
Okay,
the
wait
after
though.
effects of getting
Did you
tossed.
did you
I
know
feel
that
it'd
like
be
there's
fun in
people
the
who have
moment.
like been flung by tornadoes and survived though?
I remember like watching like a little documentary about that guy.
Yeah, there was a guy that like went into a tornado, like got flung by the tornado and survived the fall. I mean, like he was messed
Yeah.
up. Don't get me wrong. Like he broke things, but
Maybe I could do that.
oh, he had creative mode. Probably chat. Probably it's probably what he did. Twister was
I
a
have
good
strong
movie.
bones. Dude, Twister, the beginning of Twister always pisses me off. Like the dad's like, I'll hold the doors. It's like, no, the dad.
Make that
Dude,
sound
it's
again.
so
Make that sound. What did it do?
I don't remember. I was in a heat of anger.
Made like a tornado slurping sound.
I don't know. I just picturing like the tornado just like look at
Oh,
that.
that
It gets
was
almost
so
like a
funny.
straw to it. And, like, and then it's like, there goes the dad. It's like, uh-oh.
Straw. Oh my gosh, Phil's of Minecraft, you are blessing me so much right now. Hold on, I gotta empty my inventory, Philza. I will help.
But then like clearly like the dude in Twister like didn't need to hold the doors because like the rest of his family didn't get
I'm
sucked
out of
up,
storage
so he
space
just-
for grass. Philza,
he just
hold
did that
on,
for
I need to get
nothing.
more chests. There's so much stuff here. Get rid of this this torch. We don't need those torches. Okay, that one's full of grass. Oops, I accidentally misplaced a chest. There. I did it. Okay, and then I need an area for stone bricks, because oh no, this is still the smooth stone area. Okay, and then I'll make an area for stone bricks next. Nice. Methinks
I don't do that.
you may have to move this. Wait, Phil, what will I have to move? Why? Oh no, Phil. Don't tell me there's like big lore plans already meant to happen here. I claimed this area, Phil. Look at this oasis I built here first. Your whole island is going to be one giant chest.
Is that what you do?
There's so much. Actually, we have so much stuff. Honestly, this is good though. This is good though. I need this much stuff. Chest Island. I honestly don't think this is enough still. Honestly, I don't think this is enough still. That's the thing. We have a decent amount though. We've got an area for dirt and grass. Well, that's all I had spare. You are the greatest, Mr. Minecraft. I will not forget this.
I can just like hear that sentence in my
Oh,
head.
7, Mr. Minecraft. Now release techno. Stop. Stop. We're leaking the lore. Phil arrives to the prison and sternly asks Sam to release techno. Sam complies. I can't type. Sam complies.
I've never complied before. Why are you laughing?
That's so funny to me. Remember the dark. I remember. This is actually the planned story of what was gonna happen. This is canon. You remember when I gave you that dirt? Let techno free. And I remember. The dirt is gonna save techno. I remember. Spoilers, spoilers. Oh.
I'm just like picturing Phil like in one of those like giant like dumpster trucks, like rides to the prison, just like starts dumping out dirt.
He starts pouring dirt on the prison as well. Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Right this way to the main cell, sir. Oh man. Let's get you your piggy back.
What?
It's like not even being delivered to the right location. Just outside prison. Oh. Release techno smile. That was so funny. Oh, whew, almost died.
What in the Wattpad fanfic?
Someone said. Did you hear that dono that I just got?
Is anyone else
Said what in the Wattpad fanfiction is going on here?
and every time Sam doesn't release Technoblade, he places more.
Oh my gosh. This is kind of like a fever dream, I feel like. You ever had one of those? I've never had one of those. I never understood the saying
No.
either.
I've never tripped. Yeah, right.
Wait, was that a slash me? Was that a slash me? With mind bullets? Oh no. Philza has become too strong. I must release techno. Wait, I just realized I went past all the stuff that I was trying to get. He has a mind gun, Your Honor. Insane, that's a wrap. Callahan logs on. GG. Also, Minecraft has left. Mr. Minecraft has left the game. Oh. Feels like Minecraft coming in absolutely clutch with the dirt though, and the grass, and a bit of stone. Super clutch. Super clutch. Foolish, where's your donation for my project?
I'm here to vocally provide sustenance to the ears.
Okay. I guess that can be alright. Could be alright.
Yep.
Woo. It's Big Dirt. Thank you for the 10,000 bits. It's Big Dirt. The dirt that set techno free is here. Oh my gosh. Someone just Trackers just donated his son. Can confirm this feels like a fever dream, comma. Except my fever dream made much more sense.
No way, this is a cohesive story. It had like a surprise and then build up and then like angst and then a canon life from me.
A canon life was lost. I mean, this is a full-fledged arc almost.
Can't believe techno is free now.
All it took was the dirt. The plot development deserves 10 out of 10 there. For sure.
Wow.
Oh.
Can we please, by any chance, just say that actually happened?
What is the arc called? the dirt saga. The saga of the dirt. The
Dirt
warden and the
saga.
dirt. Oh my gosh, I just absolutely scuffed my pathing. There we go. The warden and his dirt or something like that. Enough
warden's
dirt equals
dirty
get out of jail
surprise.
free card. True?
Wait, it could be that. It could be like Phil's us dirty surprise. Yep, that can go in the wiki. What?
Phil's a
No.
surprise.
Thanks.
Oh no.
No,
Is that what
I
you
don't
said
know
to
why-
call it?
why is there- I said Phil's us dirty surprise.
Oh. Phil's a
Like, that makes
dirty
sense.
surprise. I don't know. I don't know if that name is. Uh-oh.
I don't get it.
Uh-oh.
It's like dirt. It's like it was a surprise. They had so much dirt. No. Okay.
No.
Okay. I was
That
just trying to
sentence just-
describe the scene.
Yeah. No.
I mean, I feel like it would draw people in that like didn't see it yet.
Mrs. Minecraft in the chat has said that she likes the dirty deal.
Wait, what?
I quote, I like dirty deal from Mrs. Minecraft herself. The Chronicle of Dirt, the Warden and the Pig. Honestly, the Chronicles of Dirt, the Warden and the Pig. There's a title for you. It's a title and a half right there.
Wait, that's not too shabby.
Oh. Funnily enough, Techno being bailed out of prison with Phil using dirt isn't the weirdest storyline to come out of this SMP. Honestly, that's kind of true. You guys ever heard of Mexican Dream? That was a pretty weird story arc, wasn't it?
Please, for the love of
Oh, I wasn't around for that one.
this dirty surprise I will solve.
Hey, Leon, please, for the love of God, don't use this dirty surprise. I will stop. Don't worry, we would never let that actually become what it was called. Oh, maybe dirt should be the currency at the bank since it's so valuable. Beepo G, true. Plot relevant. It's big dirt. Plot relevant, Pog. True, champ. Oh man.
Can I already picture the animatic for it?
Oh, that's so. That is so funny. Honestly, that was so funny. There's been a lot of really funny things that happened in the last like 30 minutes, or like last hour of the stream.
Oh, my poor boat.
R.I.P. to the boat.
Whatever though, that one had a leak in it.
Why did I go through this portal? I keep doing this.
I've actually been very unproductive right now.
That's okay, foolish. I'm being very productive right now.
During that whole dirt scene, I just ran around in circles.
That's what I usually do. Well, hold on. I need to open up my...
I hate circles though, they're so confusing.
I think I got a raid, but I didn't get a notification. Does that happen to you, foolish? Where people say raid, but there's no raid in your activity feed?
Maybe.
Well, welcome.
I think sometimes it depends on like the size of it too, like whether or not the activity feed picks it up.
Oh, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Welcome. Thank you.
I think sometimes it's
Ren,
like
I believe. Thank you, Ren.
quantitatively figured to. I don't know what I'm saying.
Oh man, I've had a lot of lore today on my stream. I went to Exile Island.
Forgive Mexican Dream being the weirdest thing on the SMP isn't Phil's his wife canonically a Samsung smart fridge with his daughter-in-law.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was just a big part of it. Sorry, someone donated it and said, forget Mexican Dream being the weirdest thing on the SMP. Isn't Phil's wife canonically a Samsung smart fridge and his daughter-in-law being a fish? I don't know anything about that.
Oh no, every family dynamic on this SMP is fucked.
Loganshire. That's what the name of Exile Island actually is. I think it
Sam,
might be
let's
time to
do-
move my beacon over there to mine more stone and dirt. After I get the rest of this. Yeah?
Listen. What lore are we doing tomorrow? Let's just do lore.
We're doing lore tomorrow? Like you just want to do
Yeah,
lore
yeah,
tomorrow,
yeah.
no matter what it looks like.
I don't know, like you know, just some lore. Like let's just, you know, sprinkle in a little angst. Maybe we kill something and
Kill someone?
and like a little plot, maybe a little bit of plot to it. Yeah, someone would be good.
Someone could be good.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go
think
collect
the
my
script
beacon.
can basically write itself. We just have to go for it.
Oh, is Nikki in the VIP? Nikki is VIP. Okay, wait. Why is like everyone that I thought was VIP to my chat just not VIP?
You just haven't
I've
VIP'd
just
any SMP
never
members.
VIP'd any of the SMP members. No way. Wait, Nikki isn't VIP'd.
Oh my. I mean, at this point, I'm not even surprised.
Wait, what is wrong with me? Wait, you spell Nikki's Twitch name just like in-game name, right? It's like Nihachu. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, pretty much certain on that. Right? Mods, if I did it wrong, tell me in the chat. I trust you, mods. Be gone, zombie. Oops, gotta eat.
Ooh, I gotta eat too. I should DoorDash something.
You're gonna DoorDash something?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I got it. Look at me go. Look at me go. Everyone's being VIP today. Look at me go. Look at me go.
Oh golly. Can't find my DoorDash.
What are you gonna get to eat?
I don't know. I can't find my app. Now I'm screwed. Now I'm gonna die.
Is that serious?
There's no DoorDash.
I didn't realize it was that
Yes.
serious.
So serious.
Why so
I found it.
serious?
I'm Batman.
I really like this song. It's so vibey.
You remember that time Batman and Robin like attacked your bank?
I do remember that. Those were crazy days when that happened.
No, you just never know where the lore takes us.
You just never know where the Lord. Maybe that's what we should do tomorrow. I can be Gordon tomorrow finally.
Oh, okay. We
We need to get Punk.
like
We need Punk.
yeah, we just need to get Punk, and then we need like a person to be like the bad guy.
We need a Joker.
We need a Joker. I feel like Quackity likes doing the Joker. Like, why so serious?
Why so serious?
He can be the Joker, and we can just like, I don't know, just like beat the shit out of him, and then call it, and then throw him in the prison.
No, my beacon.
What?
Ooh, there were
Oh.
creepers.
Why are the creepers always following you?
Because I am their king, of course.
Wait, yeah, that'd be awesome. And then like the Joker's canonically in the prison.
Yeah, we can lock the Joker up.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm juking, bobbing, weaving, juking.
Why is the Joker's line of like, we live in a society so famous? Like, I don't get it.
Because we do,
It's like,
we
yeah,
do
okay.
live in a society.
I mean, yeah, but like,
I think that's why it's so famous, is the irony of it.
it's just I don't know, it's just like a statement.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the irony of it.
Batman
That's why it's so
and, like,
famous,
I'm
is because it's an ironic statement.
tired.
Like to say.
I'm sleepy.
Ooh, nice
Yes.
landing, Sam. Nice landing. I'm cracked at the craft. Did you know that? Did you know I'm cracked at the craft?
I've heard here and
Did you
there.
know I'm gonna trademark that phrase?
Can you?
Yeah, I'm the one that started it.
Is it you? Was it you all along?
Yeah, no, actually. Cracked at the craft is like my thing. It's like my thing. Seriously.
Did you invent it?
No, seriously. Like I'm not even joking with you about that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
So you like invented it, like you.
I
Or did you, like, make
pioneered
it
the term.
popular?
I pioneered the term cracked
You're
at the
one of
craft.
the founding fathers.
Yes, I pioneered it. Yes, I was the first. I was the
You
founding
gave it
father.
a boost. I did not know this.
I'm not actually going to
information.
trademark it. I'm not like that, but it is still my thing, though.
Do you think I can like? I don't know. I feel like I should try to trademark something like a very popular word.
Well, that's not how
And
trademarks
just see
work.
if it works. Well, like, what if I just start saying like nutsack a lot? Like, do you think I can trademark it?
No. No. That's not how that works.
I just want to bring it up in court just so everyone has to keep saying nutsack.
Imagine that everyone is just to read off of like the transcript. Like, today we're here to discuss the people, or like, you know, foolish gamers inheritance of token frame trademark nutsack. And the judge is just like trying to be serious about this. I think people have tried to trademark things before, though, like that are like that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, Momza
sure
just
they
said that Paris Hilton tried to trademark, quote, that's hot.
Was that a her thing?
I guess. I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, I feel like that wouldn't hold up, though. Roger Dodger. Imagine, like, you tried, like...
Roger Dodger. Yeah, I don't know that one. I didn't like invent really, but
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know really. Where
I
it
did
came from.
invent Cracked at the Craft, though. So, like, I actually could do that, right? I think she just said that a lot.
So that's all it takes. Well, actually, I guess that's not all it takes. So she lost. but-
Yeah, I don't know if she won or not, though. That's what I was about to say.
How would that work? So, like, can I not say like on stream like that's hot? Like if she.
If you did and she wanted you, like, she thought you were making money off of it, she could, like, charge you.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot to fill my ender chest. What a dummy.
So like I'd be able to tell like my child like, hey, don't touch that hot pan. Like it's
Hey,
hot.
that's hot.
Like,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, what? She
Paris
couldn't, like,
Hilton wouldn't-
physically stop you from saying the word, but if you were, like, making money off of it, she could, like,
can't
sue
warn
you
you.
to, like, get some of that money. Oh my gosh. I keep making big mistakes.
Can't warn my
Ender
child
balls
because
seems like a
Paris
very
Hilton-
foolishy word.
Ender balls. Nah, but ender balls are meant to be free for all.
True. Wait. Stop. I just made a mistake. Wait, I threw my sword. Where did it go?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's here.
As in foolish trademark.
I was gonna say karma.
Imagine
Just like-
foolish trademark D's nuts. LOL.
LOL. I invented that.
D's nuts. You know, like, things that, like, I feel like some people could trademark, though, like, Steve Carell, he could probably trademark, like, the premise of a "that's what she said" joke, right? Like,
I don't-
if you've
like,
watched
that
The
one
Office and
started-
stuff, like
yeah,
he started
yeah.
that kind of joke, I think. Like, that's really where it got, like, started. I think so, yeah.
Oh. I mean, like in my head, it's like always been around, but maybe that's where it like originated.
Like,
Or,
I think that's
grew.
like his thing, though. Like, he always makes "that's what she said" jokes. Like, that's like Steve Carell's. It's one of his things.
Yeah.
He probably could, right? Couldn't he? I don't know. I don't know how litigation works.
Oh, I hate that word.
Litigation?
Yeah.
Why do you hate that word?
It just doesn't make sense.
I will say though, I feel like "that's what she said" was probably around before The Office and stuff. I feel like
it was,
Steve
'cause then it
Carell
wouldn't
must
make
have made
sense
it.
to say
He
it.
must have made it like mainstream, though. You know.
Yeah, maybe that, but it was like already kind of like a thing.
It was probably already.
I remember.
Oh. Wait, Sam, what was that recording?
What was that? That was Bad's voice, right?
I thought that was a recording from you.
Is Bad here?
No.
Nah.
That came out of your mic.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Then I don't know what to
Okay,
tell
is
ya.
bad here or no? I'm freaking out. I definitely just heard bad talking. I know that for a fact.
Well, yeah, but it was a sound bite.
No, it wasn't. I don't have any sound bites of bad.
I have, maybe it was me. I have a bunch of different
The manhunt
sound bites.
video, do I still have it open? I don't even have it open anymore, chat. Being haunted by BBH, real. He said something about remembering, didn't he? Yo, what was that?
I don't know, like I have a bunch of like the Pokey Prime Dex things.
What? I'm freaked out now.
It's okay. Doom is upon us.
You all constantly door dashing is killing me. Lol.
Seraphic, if you want me to use Grubhub instead of DoorDash, give me that sponsorship. I got you.
Oh, you must have missed
Unpopular
it that time.
opinion. Parks and Rec is better than The Office. Parks and Rec is good, not better than The Office though. Ron Swanson is so funny in that show. That show in general is so funny. Andy Dwyer is one of the funniest characters ever. Thank you for my pretty badge, Mrs. Minecraft. You are more than welcome for that badge. I am honored that you have it in our chat now. You have an amazing evening, Mrs. Minecraft. We are honored to have you with a nice badge in the chat.
Or maybe Bad like wants to like compete with like getting Nutsack trade marketed.
Language.
Okay, no, he's here. He's here. He's in the VC, isn't he?
Oh, like it'd be so easy to do a language soundbite.
He's here.
Hard.
He's here for sure. That was too real. He's here. Hold on, I'm gonna check now after I finish emptying. Okay, he's here. He's here. I can hear that he's here now.
Language.
Wait.
I'm just spamming it now.
Wait, no way. He's actually like he's saying that though. I can tell that that's actually him.
Language.
No, there's inconsistencies in it. I know that you're here, Bad.
I have different ones.
Language.
No, you don't. Stop lying. Ah, no! No.
I just have like 8 different languages.
I am not a soundboard.
Okay, yeah. You just happen to have that on your soundboard?
Well, of course,
Stop!
'cause, like,
Stop! This isn't. I'm having a crisis right now. Anyways, I don't have time for this.
Of course, I'd have Bad record that.
A soundboard.
See, it's convincing.
Language.
Oh my gosh. This is. I'm having a crisis right now.
You're having a language.
I'm having a crisis. That's what I'm having.
Language.
Bad, I'm in the middle of something. I'm in the middle of a crisis here, and all you're doing is saying language. At least support me in my crisis.
Spirit he is.
Okay, I really only care about the cobble. I don't care about diorite or granite or anything.
Stop!
What is going on right now with Bad? I am so confused. Stop it. Stop this. Let this end.
Language.
Okay, this is not a soundboard. Oh, hold on, I'm checking. He is in here. I knew he was in here.
I said I wasn't a soundboard, but you didn't believe me.
No, of course I did. I knew that it was you.
I'm so sad.
The cookies were in the crumble all along.
The cookies were crumbling.
We really had you going there.
We got you.
I was in the middle of having my chest blown up by creepers and having to fix it.
That'll learn you.
Consider yourself fooled.
Navi, thank you for the 5. Oh, you're not streaming, right, Bad?
What? Yeah, I'm live.
Oh, you are? Oh, sorry. I was just reading my donos. I didn't mean to do that.
That's fine.
Oh, here, I'll mute.
Thank you, Bob, for the 10 gift.
Not live. Thank you for the 5. There's this really cool video on YouTube where someone made an IRL cinematic
Okay,
trailer,
bad.
IRL of the Dream SMP.
Bad, come on,
It's
bad.
really
You
cool.
know- you know
Please
it's
react to it on
Sam.
stream. If the song isn't DMCA, of course, the person who made it is called
Thank you for the 100.
Beazel Bufo. Bufu. Oh, okay, yeah.
man,
if it's not
you're kinda crazy
DMCA.
in subs.
Foolish,
He's not
thank
live?
You, for the 300
You
gifted
liar! You're not live. I actually muted so that I wouldn't disturb your stream. That is so mean.
It was
I
We're
got
giving
you
away the
again.
300 gifted by me.
What?
Oh, come on. I'm sorry. I'm just teasing.
That's not quite like the
Bad's in a
trolling
trolly
roar.
mood. I was about to say, what is up with him?
Bad, what are you doing at like this very this very
I'm
moment?
eating a potato.
From where?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
From where?
Wait, really?
A restaurant.
Can I? If I guess the restaurant, is that okay?
No.
I bet I know where you got it from.
Probably.
Can I guess, or do you not want chat to know?
No.
Okay.
Where can you just get potatoes from? What?
I know where he got this potato from. Hold on, I'm DMing you that. I need to know if I'm right.
Like a raw potato or like what? Like,
Is that right, Bad?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I knew it. 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 I knew where he got it from. Ooh, I know Bad so well.
You know his potato supplier.
I do know his potato supplier. Very personally, I'd say.
Oh. What?
Language.
Being thinking about one, a completed design for my most overpowered mob farm, nearly 10 million items per hour. Jeez, and I'm going to build it on your sub server. It causes no lag. I fail to believe 10 million items per hour. No way that causes 0 lag. That's crazy. From Dragon Same with 5. It started with collecting dirt. How did it end up like this? It was only collecting dirt. It was only collecting dirt. Yeah, it was. What are you languaging?
What? Well, dirt is close to dirty, and dirty is close to well. You know.
No.
Language.
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 What is wrong with the two of you? Language, 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 language.
Language. Gosh darn it, I'm just trying to language a muffin. Jeez.
I didn't like that.
What is up with Bad tonight?
What?
Language.
I feel like you're in a mood tonight, Bad.
You're a little ditzy right now.
I'm just enjoying this delicious potato.
Oh, where's it from?
Alright.
It's I bought it.
Oh, nice. As opposed to stealing it? That's good.
I
Yeah, I'm
grow
trying to
my
cut down
potato.
on the thievery.
That's good that you're
Oh yeah, you
cutting
stole
down
from
the
like a
thievery.
Walmart or something.
I have not stolen from a Walmart.
You stole from somewhere like a micro center or
You
something.
stole from Walmart, Bad?
one.
Please tell me
It
the
was a
story.
Best Buy.
Best Buy.
Two.
That's it.
It was a price tag. I stole a price tag.
Thievery is
Wait,
thievery,
so
no
you
matter the
stole from
price.
Best Buy? Honestly, let's be real though. Best Buy been stealing from people for years now, so they had it coming bad. I'm with you.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I was literally like 5 or 6.
Oh,
age
well, that doesn't
matter.
count then. What?
My dad. No, listen. My dad and my sister. We went to the store, and I don't know why, but I saw a price tag, like one of the yellow ones. I just said, you know what? I'm gonna just take this, and I stuck it in my
This is
pocket.
great.
Well,
Just
my
got out of
sister
work,
saw
you're
me,
still straight.
right?
Have fun.
I wasn't as sneaky as I thought I was.
Okay, so your sister
And my
ratted you
sister's-
out.
My sister snitched. She snitched.
Wow,
hardcore.
not cool. Snitches get stitches. Did you tell her that?
And yeah, I did, but.
What did she say?
Help. She said, "No, get snitched on." No, let him.
Wow, so she
snitched on
LOL'd
me.
in your face whenever you said snitches are gonna get stitches.
Yeah.
So
I
did
got
she
in
not
so
believe
much
that you could
trouble.
deliver the stitches?
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's a shame.
That would have just gotten me more trouble.
Yeah, you should have tried to do
So-
it anyways though.
I got in a lot of trouble for that.
For stealing a price tag?
Mm-hmm.
What? So this is like a core memory then that you're talking about here. This isn't just like a random memory that Bad Boy Halo has. This is like a core memory of yours.
Yeah, no, I remember that day very clearly.
What?
Mhm.
I did not think this would be like one of your core memories around that time of your life.
Were you a
Yeah, no,
big-headed kid?
Huh?
Were you a big-headed kid? You know how some kids just like their heads are just much larger than their bodies, like the bodies just haven't like caught up to their head yet.
Why does that matter?
It doesn't. I'm just curious. Like, were you like a bobblehead kid?
What the fudge? I don't know.
What?
I was kind of a bobblehead kid. Like I had just a large head. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Okay, was it a coincidence that I was looking at the Best Buy app for PlayStations as you started talking about it? Maybe it wasn't.
And anyway, so yeah, I was thankful he didn't like. So when I was growing up, one of my siblings stole a pack of gum, right?
Yeah.
And this was from some rest stop or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
On like a 12-hour drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we get literally, they stole it from the halfway point. So we drove like 4 hours back to like have them go in and like return the gum. You feel me? Like they had to go in and hand it back to the cashier and like explain what they did.
Wow.
And, like, yeah, it was more of a punishment for us.
Right.
4 hour drive back.
Yeah, that sounds miserable.
Mm-hmm. But I will say, that sibling, I think it was a good lesson for them.
Never stole again?
Yeah.
It causes no lag
Well,
by using multiple nether portals.
I knew someone
Therefore, the hoppers
who
immediately pick up items and instantaneously
they
stop your life.
stole
I
like
was trapped in a distance of hoppers in a single
like
ticket.
a bag of candy or something like that
Yeah.
from a store, and their parent took the candy and like ate the candy and like didn't give them a punishment. Talking about like bad parenting.
Yeah.
No, that's good parenting.
No,
It's
it's
like,
terrible
if you don't
parenting.
steal successfully, you're gonna get it taken
I
away
mean,
from you.
it's better than doing nothing, but
No, that's not better than. It's like,
No,
oh,
that-
good. I'm
that
glad you
teaches the
stole
kid.
these M&Ms for me. Like, I'm gonna eat these.
well, I don't think you have to think about it like that though. It could be like, oh, you stole these because you were gonna eat them. Well, no, now you're gonna have to sit here and watch me eat them because you stole them and you shouldn't have done that.
No, I think I've known people who work in retail, and you wouldn't think that parents would like try and teach their kids to shoplift for them, but there's apparently parents that do. They actually encourage their kids to steal.
I would put a large vest on my kid and have him start pickpocketing.
What? You are foolish. You're literally doing the exact wrong lesson.
Or like put in like, or wait, actually you're right. Why only have one kid? Have two kids, put them in a trench coat. You know what I mean? Walk around, start filling up their little pockets.
What is happening right now? Honestly, what is happening?
I'd make sure they wear a fedora though.
Why?
Wait, I need to do my wait, stop. This is important. I need to do my intermediate stream announcement for the chat.
Oh, okay.
Chat, listen to me. If you're watching right now and you use Twitch, two things that are very important I need to tell you. You could have Twitch Prime right now that you're just waiting to use. $5 free to anyone. You don't have to sub to me with it, but you can click the subscribe button and see if you have a Twitch Prime. You can subscribe to me. I would love it if you would. But you can subscribe to any of your favorite content creators. It doesn't have to be me. But, and this is way more important, on Twitch right now, I want you to open Twitch, go to your notifications, go to your settings. You can also go here, go to settings, and then go to notifications on the tab. There's something called smart notifications on Twitch. And I've decided to make it one of my things for the next little while that I'm going to talk about smart notifications a lot. Smart notifications is a new thing that Twitch is trying to do, where it will only send you a notification on wherever you're currently watching. So if you're watching on your computer, it won't send you a notification on your phone, and vice versa. However, it sort of seems to be causing more issues than good. So make sure you have your notifications turned on here. See, I have all notifications by email turned off, but I have them on mobile and on Twitch themselves, and I have smart notifications off. That way, whenever anyone I follow who I have notifications on goes live, I get a notification right away because, and you guessed it, I turned on that notification and I want to know when they're live. That way I don't miss any of my favorite streamers' streams. So yeah, if you haven't been getting your notifications and you're hoping to get your notifications, I would highly suggest you turn off smart notifications and give it a try for a little while. And if you decide that you're tired of the smart notification or the notifications on both your devices, you can always turn them off on one or the other. I think a lot of people would prefer to just have it on mobile, which I think works. You know what I mean? So anyways, do what you want. I never tell anyone what to do, but do whatever makes you happy. But what made me happy was turning off smart notifications. That way I actually get people's notifications when they go live and I don't miss streams because, you know, Twitch didn't send me a notification. Anyways, back to Minecraft.
I like notifications.
Me too.
Me too.
I have a setting to where I get.
Is that why
3
you turned off smart
just for
notifications
one
on
thing.
Twitch?
Yeah, I shut it off immediately.
Yep, same. As soon as I found out what it was doing.
I said, this is an
I
atrocity.
said, this is not poggers. And turned it off immediately.
Only a ruthless dictator would apply such settings.
Sure. It is off now. I'm proud of you, random chatter.
Good work. Get yourself a
cookie.
Yeah.
Time to move my beacon where I can mine by my house, by my new base. That way we can mine quickly there. Okay, I need to bring torches into my next mine, though.
Be right back.
Okay, see you in a minute.
Okay.
How do I turn it off?
Always says that and then disappears forever.
Oh, hold on. If I'm going to tell you how to do it, I got to exit Minecraft to show you how to do it. Here, wait. I care about you so much. I'm going to show you how to turn it off again. I'm going to go to the main page of Twitch. Oh, sorry, my ear was itching. Sorry. Oh, that was kind of weird. I should have like turned off my...
I've had an itchy ear too today.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Look here. This is the easiest way I can show you. Hold on. Turn on my desktop view. Here we are. Here we are on the main screen of Twitch. Look, we're gonna get streamception going on here. Wow, that's gonna be so weird. It's gonna have like multiple streams. Vroom, 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 vroom. Anyways, streamception aside, here we are. Click this button for notifications. Click settings, and then flip the switch right here to turn off smart notifications. Right there, you can do that. You can also go here and go to settings, and then that'll put you on your profile page, and then you can click on notifications. I don't remember if there's something... Hold on, let me see. Let me see if there's something I can not show on here. Oh, no, I can show everything there. Okay, yeah, so let me show you again. So let's say we're on the main page of where we're watching the stream right now. You can just go here, go settings, notifications, turn it off. There you go. That's the full tutorial. Again.
Tutorial. Yeah, everyone just turn it off. There's really no need.
I do think that it could be a cool feature if you're like already watching somewhere, but I feel like it's just going to lead more to turning it all turning it off does is make it so that every time someone goes live you have a notification on, you get the notification on every device that you have signed into your Twitch. Not just on the device you were last using or are currently using. You get it everywhere. And I know that, like, I've seen on Twitter and stuff, and in my own chat and stuff, no, that better not have blown up my beacon. I've seen that a lot of people have been talking about how they haven't been getting notifications. Grimjagger, sing it with a 5. Have a good sleep. I hope you enjoyed the contents, even if it was a little cursed. But I've noticed that a lot of people have been talking about how they haven't been getting notifications, so that could really be a big reason why.
I can understand what Twitch was thinking, but it was a dumb idea.
I just think it did not work out as expected.
It's like they just didn't really think it through.
I could see it being a good feature and whatnot, but it kind of
exactly. It's like,
sense.
but then like the longer you think of it, then it's like, wait, well,
why don't I just get the notification on both my devices, even if I am currently watching Twitch on my computer?
Yeah.
Like I'd still want it on my phone, you know?
Or like maybe I'm in the middle of pooping and like I'm not at my computer,
right?
But like the stream's on.
Yeah, like I went to take a massive dump ski and now I'm missing it because I'm taking a dump ski. Yeah, exactly.
And then boom, though, you get the notification.
Yep. On
your phone.
Sometimes I think that's why if you feel like your notifications are always really delayed between when the streamer is actually going live and stuff, I think that's because Twitch thought you were on a different platform, and so it sends your notification late.
They just don't know. They just don't get it.
Okay, I can't see where the water was coming in originally. Oh no, Twitch chat, please help me here. Okay, what I need is some light source. Get over here. Actually, wait, this is a bad idea.
Seal.
What? Foolish? You just went full robot. Foolish? Foolish just died. Foolish is dead. Oh no.
Hello?
Foolish?
Hello?
You're with us again, Foolish, yes.
Sam, it's dark.
Don't die, Foolish. Don't go into the light, Foolish.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
The Grim Reaper came for me.
R.I.P. that Foolish. Hey. That's a TikTok sound.
That Foolish?
That's not what they say, but you know what they
So
say.
I was like, wait, is there one?
No, there's not one that says that, unfortunately.
We should start it.
You started. It's your name.
Well, you can start it. Like, people can just take your soundbite now.
They could just take your soundbite instead. There's a bunch of...
I want to become a TikTok.
You do that. You become a TikTok, Foolish. Live your dream of being a TikTok.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, where it's like a popular thing to like...
To use your sound?
Yeah, or maybe like my video or something.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, to like duet it
I
or
want to
something.
become a TikTok. Yeah, exactly. I can die in peace when I'm become a TikTok.
When you become a popular TikTok, that's all you need to die in peace.
Yeah, I don't really want to be like a TikToker.
You're gonna be a TikTokian.
I just want to be a TikTok. I want to be the recipient of TikTok. I'm really worried. Every time I say like TikTok, I'm worried I'm gonna say like Dick Doc or something.
You just said it though. Like, if you're so worried about saying it, why'd you just come out and say it?
Well, like, I was just trying to explain to you my worries and woes.
What? I don't think that makes any sense at all.
That's about like half the things I say, but they make sense in my head.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
No, it's just it's a rhyme. All the rhymey words, they get me.
Oh, I see. So it's a rhyme scheme you were using.
Yeah. But that time, like, not all rhyme schemes like make me think of dick, but that one does.
Oh, okay. I guess that's fair.
Yeah, because like TikTok, it's like asking for me to slip up.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. They should think about rebranding.
Oh, for
It
sure.
happens to others than just me.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure you're not alone in this.
There's got to be other dick dockers out there.
There must be.
I don't understand how I have so much wisdom at this age.
I don't know.
Like, I feel like I'm the only one that understands me. And everyone else is just a couple brain cells behind.
That's how you feel.
It's the truth.
It must be a lot of pressure to live that life.
It's a lot of pressure because everything I say, I just get a bunch of like question marks. Like, what did he say? And it's like, well, they just don't get it. They just
Right,
don't
they
get
just
it.
can't comprehend. That's why they're what did you say to what you say?
Exactly.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's definitely why.
It's stressful to be like the only one that really understands.
Right. Right, I could see that.
And I have to bear the weight of leading this world to a brighter future.
It's tough. Sounds
I
like
once
it's gonna
had
be a
like
hard
this
life.
really like good conversation though with this guy like on the side of the road. He
Terrific. Thank you
understood
for the
me.
333. I don't think it'll be that hard of a pitch. Minecraft YouTuber said if you want him to stop using DoorDash and start using Grubhub, we need to offer Grubhub in his area, first of all. Second of all, we need to give him a sponsorship and free food. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to talk about it on stream if they can do
I'll
that.
too take free food.
Foolish will also do it. Foolish is also in.
I also want food of the free variety.
Same.
As long as it's not poison though.
Right. Right, especially if it's not poisoned.
It's just good to state these things, because sometimes they'll bamboozle you, and that's when they get you.
Sometimes. Forsaken Rose, thank you for the 5. Sometimes you seem so quiet, I turn the volume up, but then the...
Seem so quiet, so I turn the volume up, but then the ads kill my ears. But also, hello. What are we up to?
We are...
I was like, huh?
we are up to just vibing.
It just depends on what's going on.
Bye, Nikki.
Like,
We
bye.
just be vibing. Today we're up to moving materials around.
I'm still just running in circles.
Are you really?
I should stop running at least.
Yeah, you're just wasting food. You're gonna have to go kill cows for no reason.
No, I'm very bad at like VC talking and building. It just doesn't happen.
You just are completely inefficient.
Yeah, all my brain cells are too scattered. I need to keep them all at one focused thing, like when I'm doing it.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna move all 8 of these chests to make them aligned the same way as the others. I don't like the way that they are facing this way, actually. I changed my mind. I want them like this one. I want them like this. But I have to move them all to do that. I gotta break them all to do that. We'll put my beacon in here for now. This is gonna be intense, though. Actually, I should keep some of these in my inventory. Just put them all in there. And then we should be able to do this pretty easily, though, honestly. The lag, it won't be bad. My computer's,
It might be.
my computer's a beast.
It comes to get me every like 2 hours now.
My computer's a beast. Oh, does your stream crash at like 2 hours and 4 minutes?
I don't know about 4 minutes.
My stream literally
sometimes.
at 2 hours and 4 minutes used to crash every time.
Oh, no, mine's around like 2 hours. That would be really cool though. Now I want to investigate.
No, you should check it out. It literally might. It was an issue with like OBS and stuff, I think, or my
No,
internet
but it's
provider.
also not just stream though. Like I'll crash it like, oh, there's a problem with the internet provider?
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh.
Oh no. There's so much stone on the ground, chat. There's 4 double chests full of stone here.
You're really risking it right now.
Not really. Not really. I'm already filling them up again.
Oh.
The chest, that is.
Also, didn't I tell you? Bad Boy Halo always says, be right back, and then he disappears forever.
Foolish. I don't get how you think you're the one. You're the first one to tell me about this. You know how many times I've waited for Bad to get back when he said I'll be right back and he never showed back up.
Oh, so you're aware of this.
Oh, I'm well aware of the Bad Boy Halo.
I wonder if he
be
does
right
it on
back.
purpose.
No, that's the thing though. It's not intentional. He's not doing it intentionally. That's the thing that's weird about it. It's completely not intentional. Like he's not trying to ditch us or anything.
It's tough being the smartest one in the room.
Are you the smartest one in the room, Foolish?
That's what I tell myself.
Well, it is good to tell yourself things, even if they're not true. See, chat, look, we collected all the dirt again. We're good. Okay, now we just need to do these 4. It's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chests technically, but I think I like it better sideways.
Does it really matter?
Yeah.
Okay.
You expect the unexpected. Does that make the unexpected expected?
Scrumptious badonkadonk with the 5. If you expect the unexpected, does that make the unexpected expected?
No.
How can you expect something that
question.
is unexpected? That's my question. Craft an axe, please. This is painful. I have an axe. It's just downstairs. I'm not poor. Oh my gosh, there's so much stone here. Oh no. Now I gotta break these.
Just set the forest on fire.
Yes, I gave me the one. Hello from the UK. Thank you so much for being so amazing and streaming. Helps me out a lot. Oh, thank you. Have an amazing rest of your day. I will try. You as well. It's a great day to have a great day today.
Today is Friday.
It's Thursday.
Wait, is it?
It's Thursday.
Oh shit, I actually wasn't even like...
You weren't even memeing there? Like you genuinely thought it was Friday?
I actually did think it was Friday.
Oh no. No, it's Thursday.
Like,
Did I
even,
miss
like,
any
looked at my
stone
phone
chat?
after you said Friday?
Oh, I did miss some. How am I meant to get that?
I'm just 3 steps ahead.
Oh no. How am I meant to get that stone that was bouncing around in there?
Bouncing around the Christmas tree. Have a happy holiday. I'm so excited for Christmas already.
Didn't you like never take down your Christmas tree?
Yep, still up.
Oh, I got it. Nice. I think I got it all, chat. I think we're good. There we go. Now the stone is more betterly organized.
More better.
Now the dirt is next, chat. We rotate the dirt and grass chests.
Have you just been like transferring blocks for the past like 3 hours or whatever?
Literally, actually this entire stream, we've just been transferring blocks around the server.
Love the grind.
Grind loves me. Okay, I'll get my axe though, because I am getting annoyed of doing this as well. Just put a stake in the system.
No, Sam, they aren't all facing the same way. D.
No, Sam, they aren't all facing the same way. That's what I'm doing. I'm making them all face the same way. Kaylee on a string, thank you for the one. Just made varsity for field hockey. Now time to watch grown men play Minecraft. Great day. Poggers!
am.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Foolish, your laugh brings much joy.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad a little squeaky window can help ease the pain.
Much joys is in the air.
I don't know, like more often than not, like I'll start a sentence like not know where it's going, but like I always like typically find my way there, but that time I just didn't. I just ended with I am.
You don't know where you're going, but you know whenever you reach the destination.
Yeah, like typically I'll make it to the end, like I'll just be like, nope, I made it, but that time I just didn't. Oh boy.
Happens.
I definitely need to eat.
Why do you need to eat for?
So I can keep maintaining my sustenance.
True. Wait, Scrumptious but not gonna give it a fight. Speaking about Christmas, in the Philippines, we start Christmas in September all the way to January, lol. When I got here in America, I got sad. It was boring, lol. But I'm excited for Halloween. Is that actually what?
The Philippines
Foolish,
does it right.
we've been getting scammed on our Christmas.
I know.
Have you ever had a Christmas that long? I've never had a Christmas like that.
No, that's garbage.
I'm gonna call my parents and be like, yo, you guys owe me a lot of Christmas time that I missed out on.
Like, I know some people would be upset, but like I wouldn't even be that angry if like we just got rid of Halloween for extra Christmas. Like if we just made it go to October.
Yikes. I feel like some people are not going to agree with you on this. This is a controversial thing that you've said.
Yeah, I know. Some people live for Halloween. I'm like, all right, you little ghouls. I don't care. I'm one of Santa's helpers.
Yikers. People are not going to be happy about this, Foolish. I can already tell.
Even in like the Nightmare Before Christmas, like the Halloween people wanted to be Christmas. So like, I don't know. That's my evidence.
Your evidence is that in the Nightmare Before Christmas, the Halloween people also wanted to be Christmas, so Christmas must just be superior.
Yeah.
Good evidence. Good evidence, I guess.
The embodiment of Halloween wanted to be Christmas. Like,
maybe he just wanted the attention that you get from being Christmas.
Oh.
Bet you didn't think of that, did you? Eldridge, thank you for the 5. Greater than? I think I got a greater than with you on this one. Foolish is dropping unpopular opinions left and right.
What? No way. Yeah, that's garbage. Like, nice. You get a bunch of candy, like, for Halloween. Great.
Can I be honest with you, though? I do not like candy that much.
I'm kind of over it. Like, you know, I'll enjoy like a little candy thing here or there, but I'm honestly kind of past the point. Just just garbaging down candy.
Like, I just don't enjoy eating candy anymore. Like, even when I was younger, like I used to like it on like Halloween and stuff, but like even when I was younger, like I just was never into candy that much.
Oh, that's a little strange maybe.
Wow, so I'm weird, Foolish. So I'm weird. Wow, okay, fine. So I'm weird.
Aren't we all?
We all are weird, it's true.
One day I hope to become the epitome.
Of weird?
No, just I'm the epitome.
You want to be like the singular epitome.
Yeah, like when they say like that's the like I am the embodiment of everything. I am the epitome.
Oh, just
There
think of
is
the vibe.
none
It's
above.
not about the candy, it's about dressing up and being a little gremlin.
Look, I'm totally down for replacing Valentine's Day with the second Halloween.
Yeah, right.
People celebrate a second Christmas in July.
Oh.
I want a second Halloween.
I hear my dog's going.
Forsaken Rose said, look, I'm totally down for replacing Valentine's Day with a second Halloween. Some people celebrate a second Christmas in July. I want a second Halloween. More spooky time.
Well, I don't know about that. Now
You're messing with Valentine's Day. It's because they don't know any women, foolish.
I've never celebrated Valentine's.
You've never celebrated Valentine's?
No.
So you don't have any women either.
I'm a lonely soul.
You can celebrate with me and Ponk.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Like,
what did I come in
like
here to
all
find?
together?
My pumpkin pie. Where did I put my pumpkin pie?
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Where is the pumpkin pie at? I forgot that all this
Oh, my
cobblestone
dogs
is
are
in my
going
niches.
crazy.
They are going crazy. I heard that. Dum dum. This song is so vibey. Oh my lord.
Okay, Sam, my food is here. It's been good, but I'm going to go munch now.
You have a good munch.
Alrighty, bye bye.
Bye bye. Bat, are you here or no? Okay, Bat, I'm leaving. Okay, I left. I was thinking about the vibe. I mean, half price chocolates the days after Valentine's. True, there do be half price chocolate and stuff after Valentine's. Where's the pumpkin pie? Oh my gosh, it's right here. Lol. Everyone say bye to Foolish. Why don't we build ourselves a nether highway on top of the nether? Like, instead of this, what we have right here, why don't we move this to the top of the nether roof? Because, like, Y values are independent on portals. They don't really matter. Forsaken Rose, thank you for the 5. Valentine's Day just seems so extremely overrated. Not just because I don't care for love, but why, like, why spend one specific day just to be affectionate when you can do that every day? I mean, that's true. That is true. Give you that. I'll give you that. I'm gonna give you that. That is true. Might have to go repair our trident at the rate we're going today. Oh! I think there's like some glass and stuff by the prison I want to grab. Dive. Submerge. Arise. What all am I looking for here? No, not like this. We can bring this with us, sure. Sure. We'll know that those are there. Oh my gosh, there's a stack of redstone here. Nice. More cobble. Is there an E-chest here? Oh no. Is there glass here? I know there is. Oh yeah. You know what? Let's just hurry while it's still raining. Look at me go. Look at me go. Look at me go. Gamer moment. Gamer moment. 360 it. Oh, okay. I landed that. I don't care. I landed that. I landed that. Cobblestone was here. Okay, and then redstone we'll just put over here. Where's my E chest? Oh, I didn't have an E chest over there. Oh, I have mining fatigue now. So I'm not going to be able to collect an E chest. Yikers. Alright, well, let's just go grab glass then. I feel like my lighting looks kind of weird today. Did I go the wrong way? Oh, no, I didn't. Lemanberg has a lot of glass. Leman Hole has a lot of glass and chests. I don't want to steal glass, though. Glass is usually something that somebody's, like, smelted down and, like, gotten ready. What's on your trident? Riptide 3 on Breaking 3 Mending. See? Normally, like, what's considered normally, like, what is normally considered perfect enchantments for a Riptide trident? It's free. Phil left it. Oh, maybe we'll go steal it then. I see. Okay, chat. I see. I see. Phil said it's for people to take. I got you. Oh yeah, I guess perfect Riptide Trident would also have Impaling 5 on it, but... I don't think Impaling's that good. It only does bonus damage to water mobs, like ocean mobs and stuff. We might need to go repair our trident really quick. Let's just go repair our trident at the base. Dum bum bum ba bum. We need to make this an actual bridge, I feel like. It's just kind of a little sketch right now. Pretty sure Phil's a leftover puppy to take back. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, look at me go. You saw that? That was big brain. Anyone know what he was going to build? I think only I know. It's a large terraforming project, though. A very large terraforming project. Calling out lurkers. Chat, don't call out lurkers. It's not Pog. They don't want you to call them out, trust me. If they want to make their presence known, all of my friends are always welcome to chat into the chat until I see it and respond to them. Do whatever they want. Is it going to be on that island? Yes. I should have had Foolish distract the stream while I went to the bathroom, though. Let those lurkers lurk in peace. True, champ. Is Sam starting a new a new project when the bank is still a hollow box? No. I have big plans for the bank. I'm working on the bank offline more, though. I found that I'm not very good at building whenever it's on stream unless I have like a really detailed plan for myself of like how the building's gonna go. Like yesterday when I built my Enderman farm on my survival world, I built it 2 blocks too low. And I think it has to do with the fact that I was streaming and I was like just trying to like hurry and stuff. Absolute gamer moment right there. Oh, nice. Hey Sam, how often do you check the Discord fan art? I try and check it really often. I haven't been as good about it recently, checking it, but I try and check it really often. I try to, though. It's so nice and bright outside. It feels weird. I feel like we've been streaming forever, chat, but it's only been like 5 hours. Dude, my stamina is feeling amazing right now. I feel like my stamina is feeling amazing right now. All right, chat, I'm trusting you to just be chill. I'm gonna go pee. I'm turning on the BRB screen. You guys can have chair cam. Hold on, I'll make sure that the music is still hearable though. Chat says, I'm back. I'm back, chatters. Banana Blue, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months in a row. Appreciate it. Oh, I don't have my Bane of Arthropod sword. Ugh. That sword would literally be one-shotting them. I wish I had it. Oh, full health trident, though. Also, someone broke my item filter, so I'm going to go back there and fix that really quickly. Let's fix it real quick. It won't take long to fix, chat. It'll be an easy fix. It's one more layer up above that. Yeah, these are messed up. These are both messed up. Okay, get these out of here. I wonder if the items are coming in too fast in this chest. Yeah, because this is supposed to be a string area as well. Okay, so I'm gonna need a string, and then I need a randomly named item. Do I have any stone in here? Yeah. Go down here to my anvil. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's right here. Oh. I saved a screenshot just that I smacked my keyboard so hard. Bean, thank you for the one. Best trident enchants would be Riptide 3 and Channeling. Unfortunately, they are mutually exclusive. But if you also could fly into a mob with a flash of lightning. I think it's actually possible to somehow achieve that in survival. Okay, so we'll fix the item filter really quickly. It's 18 items, right? Yeah, take those out. 16, 17, 18. There we go. And then this one needs a spider eye. Yeah, there we go. Now it should be working again. And then the thing is that once this is full of spider eyes, what happens? Oh no, it'll still work even if it's full. Yeah, let's check it. Let's test it. I think that's what might be breaking it every once in a while. Is that the last one is getting full of spider eyes. But if this gets full of spider eyes, so if this one's full and then another spider eye shows up in here, it should just get ejected. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. It has to fill up all the hoppers below. Yeah, there's no way that's full. Oh, maybe it's close to being full. Maybe. Let me get a bunch of these spider eyes out of here. Let's fill it up. I just want to make sure that it works, chat, really quickly. Sorry for the... I know a lot of people get confused and don't enjoy the redstones, but... And also this chest has to get full. But it looks like it might be full now. Yeah, okay. It's full now, so if I put these in here, then this item filter turns off. Where are those items going, though? Okay, hold on a minute. Oh yeah, this chest isn't even close to being full. I forgot there's one chest that like you can't even access in this storage system. In the way I did the storage system here. Yeah. We got spider eyes for days. Let's do this, do this. There we go. And then that goes there. And then this and this. Yeah, so we're not even close to being full on spider eyes. But, oh, my ears are ringing all of a sudden. Ugh, weird. Anyways, any item that doesn't fit into the sorting system, like we'll use pumpkin pie, should just come over here and get ejected. Yeah, see? Nice. Okay. Sorting system fixed. Throw those in there. We'll use this to repair our armor really quickly. Nice. We can sort that, and now there should be no more spider eyes showing up in either of these chests. Is this one full of string? How's string getting into this one? I don't know what's up with that. I think I might need to put like a Q on the item sorter. I think that might be moving too fast is what I think. It actually would be really easy to do. Do I have a dropper? Do I have another? If I have another dropper, I can do this like right now and it'll be super easy. I just need a dropper and a chest. I don't have a dropper. Okay. Boop, boop. Ooh, we're gonna take this for the bank though. Throw that in there. I didn't even know I had this stuff over here. We'll take the dirt, I guess. And the stone from when we dug it out. We'll take that too. Is there more down below? Actually, I think there is. Look at that. More stone. Look at us go. Ender chest? Take this stone. Give me all the stone. And the dirt. There's an observer. Logs. Is there a dropper down here? Is there cobble? Ooh, we're one piece of cobble short. Yikers. Let's put this stone in here. We'll leave this wood here, though. But nice. We're looking good. Okay, chattians. Let's go. Let's move on back to our area now that we repaired our trident, our tridente. Also, why is this? Where does this break? This bubble column. Okay, I don't know. We should get some kelp for that. Boop. Bum 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 bum. Apple Attack has arrived in the mod chat. Hi, Apple. Where am I at? Let me out. Nice. 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 Whoop. Whoop. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Apple Attack 1. Apples, am I right, chat? Apples. Sam, can you say hi, Sage? Hi, Sage. Oh, let me... Better. Now I won't have to deal with that anymore. It's like a blessing. Whee! We need to really repair this ice bridge. Like, really badly. We need to repair this ice bridge. Alex, thank you. Alex B__1, I should say. Thank you for the tier 1 for 4 months in a row. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, comma. Sam is part of the Dream SMP. True, champ. True, champ. I am. Samuel, when shall be on your survival... On your... Wait. When shall be on your stream survival world? Hopefully soon. Or maybe soon. I don't know. I'm actually having a lot of fun just moving blocks around on the SMP right now. I don't know why, but I'm really enjoying it. Why is there scaffolding on the ice bridge? I use scaffolding because not only does it prevent mob spawns, it also prevents any mobs that spawn nearby from walking onto the bridge. That's why I used scaffolding on my bridge. How'd you join the SMP? I think I was the 4th member of the SMP. No, I was the 5th. I was the 5th member of the SMP. Way back when. So you're an original. Cool. Yes. An original. For sure. For sure. Actually, Phil giving us grass is so pog. I don't have any grass because I don't have silk touch on any of my shovels, so I never have grass. Yeah, I was the 5th member, and me and George... What did we do that stream? It was on George's stream, I remember. Oh, I got like burps all of a sudden. I don't know. Sorry, chat. Don't mean to be burping on you guys. It's grody. We went and collected a cow, which I promptly killed when we got back on accident. I killed it. And what else did we do that stream? Yeah, we just had a good time, basically. Oh, we got to go all the way back to our base really quick, because we got to put our stuff back into our ender chest. I do think I'm going to unload our ender chest here, though, for now. Okay, come on, Sam. Why do you need so many blocks? I have a huge terraforming project coming up here. My next huge project is going to be on this and around this island. And I'm going to turn this whole thing into a giant location. I almost leaked exactly what I was going to do, but it's top secret. No leaking. No leaks. I have school in a few weeks. Low-key scared? Nah, you'll be good. Will it be underwater? Parts of it. Most of it will be above. Why is everyone making huge builds? I don't know. Content? Not just that, though. That's what I want to do. Sam on his Animal Crossing arc. True. Any tips for new streamers? Find something you like to do. Enjoy yourself while you're doing it. Have fun. Get a group of people that like to watch you as your core. How would you make friends in high school? Oh, I made a lot of friends in high school just by... This seems like a very genuine question, and I think a lot of people overthink it a lot in high school. Like, think about how awkward you feel in high school. Every other kid there pretty much has a lot of awkward feelings too. And basically, I made a lot of friends through like the extracurriculars I was in. You know, I was in the drum line. I was in football. Even just people in classes, like getting to know people by talking to them and stuff. Like, that's how I met people. And you can do it too. Even if you don't believe in yourself, I believe in you, so that's all that matters. What'd you play in drumline? I originally was in the pit, and then I moved to tenors. And then, of course, I played a little bit of snare, but I stayed tenors. But people are scary? Only if you let them be. I know that's kind of... doesn't really help, but... I promise you can do it. What was your position in football? I played something called free safety and tight end. Mainly tight end. I was pretty good at free safety originally, but then I ended up not being as fast as a lot of the other people that played that position. Just because I'm a big dude. I'm a big guy. I'm a big man. You sound like you can work at the radio. You're right. Thank you for tuning in to 99.sam twitch.tv/Awesamdude today. Today we're having great vibes moving blocks around on the SMP. Big Man Sam 101 coming at you with today's hottest hits. Bum bum. The prison keys? Don't worry, they're safe. Immortal Army, think of it as 200 bits. All right, handsome dude. I've been fighting a migraine, so take the last of my bits as a good night from me. Good night to you, Immortal Army. I hope the migraine goes away. You've got this. Bum. Bum. Me in there. Come on, man. Get out of the way. Get out the way. Oh, I just realized I could have probably carried some more stuff from the house, but oh well. Yeah, you're gonna die for this. You're gonna die for this. I hope it was worth it. Have you thought about using barrels instead of chest? Absolutely not. Less efficient. Less efficient storage medium. It does look better though in most builds, I'd say. There's a hype train? Happy Sav, thank you for the tier 1 gift. I appreciate it a lot. Hype train. Hypers. Hypers. What are the scaffolding for? Like I said, they stop mob spawns and they also stop mobs from wandering onto the path. What's a hype train do? It means whenever someone gifts and donates, they unlock special emotes for the chat and stuff. Sam, would you ever go to football games when you were in high school? I was playing in all the football games when I was in high school. Chad Sam, dude. Real, not fake. You can use buttons too. You can use buttons, but then things can still wander onto the path. Being negative one, best streaming advice. Make TikToks. It's easy to grow on TikTok. Post 4 to 8 times a day. How to make friends easily in high school. Buy the marching band kits, preferably brass section coffee. I played trombone at my high school marching band. Can confirm. Okay, okay. Being with the secret methods.
I've been struggling with insomnia and it's 3 AM, but I think I might actually fall asleep now. Your voice is very soothing. A bit creepy, but thank you.
Kajason, thank you for the 500 bits. That is something that I struggle with all the time too. Sometimes you just gotta ride it out until sleep finds its way to you. But it sounds like you might have finally gotten a little tired, so latch onto it while you are. Good night. Don't let it slip away. Bum bum bum. Carrie Yellow, thank you for the 200 bits. Smile, by the way. Ghost Devils, thank you for the 200 bits. And Bagel Birdie, thank you for the 330. Hi, Samuel. Do you have any songs you associate with your Dream SMP character? I do not. My character is a lone wolf. Sam, do you like sushi? If so, what's your favorite kind of sushi? You know, I'm not a huge sushi person. Hold on, Chad. I got text message. I'm popular. Yeah, I'm not a huge sushi fan. I don't not like it. It's not like it would never be my first choice, really, you know? I mean, of course, they're like a California roll. That's fine. Shrimp tempura roll. That's fine. I think they're good. But it's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of the texture of it for me, of like sushi. It kind of just rubs me the wrong way, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It kind of just like, I don't know. Sometimes when I have sushi, I'm like, ugh, you know what I mean? Like I did not like the texture of that. Kelsey, thank you for the tier 1 for 5 months in a row. Woo! 5 months. I don't know though. I do like some sushi stuff though. I like the really basic sushi stuff though. Like, you know, like I said, California rolls, shrimp tempura rolls. That kind of stuff. That's all good. Okay, I think we set up a beacon next. Loser Max, thank you for the one. Hi, Sam. I'm a small streamer and I just finished a 12-hour stream and exhausted. Glad to see you streaming so I can chill. You're really cool. Thank you so much, Loser Max. I appreciate it. Let's sacrifice this golden sword. I think, chat, actually, I think that's a good spot to be done at for on the SMP today. Tomorrow, we can set up our beacon, and we can get to mining nearby, though we can harvest more stone and dirt, because we're going to need it. So I think we'll go out. There's an island that way that I need to demolish anyways. What? Wait, someone in chat just said, shh, chat, let him think he's had authentic sushi. I understand I haven't. That was the point I was making. But no, I'm not ending. I think let's go play in the survival world for a bit. Just for a bit. Not for too long, because I actually am kind of getting a little tired. So we'll go play in the survival world. I really want to play in it for a bit, though. And recover from yesterday, because yesterday was... Oh, yesterday was rough. Yesterday was rough. So we'll play survival world for a bit. If you've never watched a survival world stream before, and you're here because you love Dream SMP, and you like watching my Dream SMP stuff, you should stick around and watch. We're gonna get another trident. We are so rich on tridents. Where is he? Come on, buddy. Come on. Let me make sure I have looting before we do battle. He dropped one? I don't think he did. Nope. Yeah, so if you didn't I'll catch you all up when we get onto the world. I have to change Minecraft versions though. But yeah, I think that'll do it for the SMP today. So if you only like the SMP stuff, that's okay. Don't worry, I'll forgive you.
You're a very chill dude. Thanks for being a rock and for all the encouragement.
Kohal Curtinson, you are very, very welcome. Thank you for the bits. Okay, hold on. I gotta switch Minecraft versions. Because our survival world is in 1.17. Hey, before I do that, though, and before all of you non-survival world people leave, take a look here at what I'm showing you on my screen. This is my my Twitch. So if I go to my settings right here, and then I'm going to go to notifications. If you haven't heard me talk about it yet, Twitch has rolled out a new thing called Smart Notifications. And when turned on, it will only send notifications to wherever you're active on Twitch. Now... this sounds like a good thing, and I think it might be later on. However, it also seems to be messing with people's notifications. So if you've noticed that you've been missing some of your favorite creators' notifications when they went live, for people that you know that you have their notifications turned on and things like that, like you should take a look into turning that off. Any hoosers. Minecraft launcher, switch to 1.17. We built an Enderman farm yesterday, and we're gonna go build our enchanting area around that Enderman farm today. So that's what the plan is for today on the survival world, at least for a little bit. We'll play there for a little bit. What microphone do you use? This is the Rodecaster Pro that I'm using right now. I also have the Rodecaster Newscaster setup that I use with the Lavier mic sometimes. That's that little mic that I have sometimes. And I also have a Shure SM7B that I use sometimes. But I like the way that this mic sounds better than the Shure, even though I know a lot of people really like the Shure. Like other streamers and stuff, a lot of people really like the Shure. I actually like the way this one sounds better. But that is my setup. So yeah, if you don't know, yesterday we died right at the end of the stream, unfortunately, and we lost everything. And the most important thing that we lost was the bookshelves that we had on us at the time. It was a very sad non-poggers moment. That being said, we've got to fix this issue here, and the only way to fix it is to make more bookshelves and such. So it really is what it is, but it does kind of stinky. Kind of stinky. Also, I'm going to make more iron armor. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to make boots, though. I'm going to make diamond boots. But I'm going to make the rest iron. But I like to have diamond boots so I can get that good feather falling enchantment. Also, we're going to need to use up like all of our diamonds. So we're going to need to go mining eventually again. But we're going to enchant those in the nether. We're going to make let's make at least one pickaxe. And then we're going to make a sword as well. We wasted a lot of diamonds yesterday when we died. It was a very unfortunate death as well. If you want to go watch the end of the last VOD, you can. It was kind of funny as well what happened, so. Okay. We'll put all this on. Man, you trampling my crops. Let's plant those carrots. We're going to need carrots to breed our villagers eventually. All right. Let us traverse to the end. Oh, I'm going to need to get some food, though. Now I lost all of my food as well. I lost a lot of lapis as well. Elder Sea Monster, thank you so much for the 25 tier 1s. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Let's cook this beef real quick. Ooh, 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 ooh. Nice. Killed him. How many books do I have? Not much. How much leather do I have? Not much. Yikers. But yeah. Let us go. Oh, wait, the mix just ended. Our lo-fi mix has ended. Playlist? Oh no, now playing is what I'm looking for. Let's go to the jazz mix. Oh wait, I got Cover Me With Diamonds because I made my first piece of diamond armor. Okay, wait, this music is so much louder than the other music was. But I realize now I actually don't need to do this because I can get bookshelves from the stronghold. Do you plan on uploading these VODs? I've been absolutely loving the streams. They've been so relaxing. I do, Anime Raven. I do. Eldritch, thank you again for the 25 tier 1s as well. Jet Master, thank you for the 1300 bits as well. Ash Holes, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 ones in a row. Koal Curzon, thank you for the 6 for 70 bits. You are a very chill dude. Thanks for being a rocket for all the encouragement. You're welcome. Thank you again. Also, Tabitha, thank you for the 420. Hi, hello, Mr. Sam. I had my first official day of college today, and I was super nervous. I also had to spend over $300 on books. Yikes, cries and broke college student. Anyways, thanks for streaming, sir. You're very welcome. I hope that college is going well. Oh, wait. Also, Lauren_Nimrod. This is from yesterday. Thank you, Lauren. Any hoosers. All right, let's go. Oh, I am going to need to take... I think I'm just going to take this Enchanted Hill, but I'm going to do it later. Let's go and... I just saw the death. Yeah, it was a tough break. Oh my gosh. I should bring a fire rest with me. It's just, our spawn is honestly so unlucky. Oh, I'm gaming today. That's my first time doing that in this world. Return to Cinder, baby. Absolutely gaming today. Absolutely cracked, Your Honor. Let me just kind of try and skirt the outreaches of this stupid thing here, because I'm scared I'm gonna die. Victoria Holden, thank you so much for the 200 bits. And CC Smile, thank you for the 200 bits. Streamer Man, cool, 10 out of 10. Here I shall stay. What an absolute vibe this has been. It has been a vibe. It's been great. Just gonna take a little fall damage here. A little fall damage, a little jump. A little jump. A little jump. Jump, jump, dodge, bob, weave, jump, 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 jump. Jump, dodge, jump, jump, jump. Ah. To the fortress. Oh wait, I just realized that my sword was probably still going to be there in the end, so I just made an extra sword for no reason. Yikers. Yikers. Wait, has Sam already defeated the Ender Dragon? I have. The Ender Dragon is no more. I forgot to get the books. Did I set my spawn? Ugh. Chat, this is where you're supposed to go notebook mode. Oh, exclamation mark playlist is completely wrong now, isn't it? I need to upload my mixes to YouTube or something. That way you guys could get them if you wanted. Oh, man. What a waste. What a waste. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a stack of carrots. And I'm going to craft golden carrots. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, we're gonna need to make a lot more. I guess we need to make a gold farm soon now. because we do be using up the gold that we have pretty quickly. That or we need to go on a crazy mining spree. Sam, when are you going to build a house? Last. You know what? I just had an idea. Why not hardcore? I think we all know why not hardcore. I'm not gamer enough. Besides, if I'm gonna do hardcore, I'd want to do it when Caves and Cliffs 2.0 comes out. Boop. And the reason I came back to grab one of these skis. Look at me go. I need to make a bridge. I need to move into the nether roof. That's what I need to do. We need to go to the roof anyways to make a gold farm, so. I feel like I'm just in a whole different mood today. I'm just in a more gamerish mood today. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot to get the books again. Oh, I didn't bring wood. Yikes. Oh, come on, let me out. I wish I had like fortune or something, but there's plenty of bookshelves here. We're just gonna have to mine enough books. How many do you need, chat? You need 16 shelves, right? There's plenty here. You need to change your you have to change your title. True! Exclamation mark title. Survival world. We grinding again. Silk touch and set spawn? I don't have any silk touch. I just watched your death from last stream. It really hurt to watch. Trust me, I know. I went and watched it back and I was very disappointed. I think there should be plenty of books already, to be honest with you guys. We'll just get 3 stacks of books. Let's just go back to our base to make the bookshelves by just end portal hopping. Berserk, thank you for, Berserk, thank you for the 100. My day started bad.
Watching the stream has been so nice, thank you. Especially when you nudged off Foolish's boat.
It was pretty funny when I nudged off Foolish's boat. Berserk Mist, thank you so much for the $100 donut. You did not need to do that. Thank you so much. I'm glad that your day's gotten a little better, though. And I'm so glad that... Say hi and wave to the camera if you see this. Hi! Let's go craft bookshelves. Hi, Sam. Important question. Who is your favorite character from The Office? Also, my cats... Nelly and Leo are watching, and they want me to tell you that they love the stream. Aw, thank you so much. My favorite character from The Office is probably Michael Scott. Because, okay, here's the thing about Michael Scott. In the beginning, you hate Michael Scott. Okay, let's all be real about that for a minute. In the beginning of the series, you hate Michael Scott. Like, everyone hates Michael Scott in the beginning of the series. Everyone does. That's just a thing. Like that's part of watching The Office is you hate Michael Scott in the beginning. But then you realize like the reason Michael is so dumb and does such annoying things is because like he just cares about those people like so much. Also, I had an idea. Instead of legitimately getting carpet, we're gonna dupe our carpet. And then... Oh, we do need an observer, though. Do I have quartz somewhere? Yep. And then we need a little bit of wood. bit of iron. Should be able to make a piston now. Yep, then should be able to make that a sticky piston. Yep. And then all we need is a carpet. But we only have one wool. Because we died with all of our carpets. But we're going to need carpets to finish the build, so I'm going to dupe those. Swoop. What are you most excited about Caves and Cliffs 2.0? I think sulk sensors, however you say it, are going to be huge for me. I'm going to really enjoy those. But also, I think that the new world gen is super care. Juke this magma cube. Kayla, yellow thing with the one. Hey Sam, I hope you're having a good day. Just wondering, do you like soup? And if so, what's your favorite type? My favorite type of soup would be potato soup for sure. Potato soup is really good. Or tomato soup. Potato soup, tomato soup, both are good. Potato is probably my favorite. Especially when it has like the little chunks of potato in it. That's really good to me. Tomato soup though with grilled cheese. Woo! S tier. Oscar J, thank you for the prime. Alright, chat, here we go. Oh! Creepy guy's trying to kill me here. Okay. Oh, we're only one string short counting this string. Okay, bud. Alright, I'm going. Don't worry about it. Look at this beautiful Enderman farm over here. What a beauty. Look at the Enderman falling down there. Nice. Now we have an extra diamond sword. Actually, how do you make a barrel? Do I need logs for a barrel? No. I thought not. I feel like barrels might be a little better here. Okay. There. Now we've saved all of our items in case something bad happens. Where is our... oh, did we die with our stone cutter? Not Pog. Did we die with our stone cutter? Probably. Okay, we might have to just make slabs the inefficient way. Actually, it's really not that inefficient. It's just not as clean, really. Is this the top side? No, this is the bottom side of a block. Let's see, if enchanting table goes here, one block. Books. Okay, yeah, we gotta go one more. We need a few more slabs. Stairs are the one that, like, you should literally just never craft it the normal way. Squid the Quid, thank you so much for the 5. Bagel Birdie, also thank you for the 3. Hey Sam, what is your favorite song? Also, by the way, can you put your Dream SMP character on Lexapro? He's too sad for me. What does that mean? What's Lexapro? I'm sorry if that's something I should know about. I have no idea what you're talking about, though. I'd rather ask than just not know. Okay, so it would be 1, 2, 3. Let me kind of do this. 1. Okay, yeah, this will give us a max enchanter. Yep. We can fit a max enchanter here. That's all that matters. Yes, sir. Nodders. Oh, it's an antidepressant. Oh, okay. I kind of like the way my character is right now. Actually, you know what, chat? I want to move this further. I want it to be a little further. I want to be able to walk into it easier. Let me make a few more. This is so scary, because if I die here, we just lose, like, so much progress again. It would be the second time we lost all that progress, too. That's the thing. If it was the first time, it's one thing, but doing it again is just not cool. Doing it again is just not alright with me. Okay, there we go. Wait, is this an even number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're adding one more row. I cannot stand even numbered things. You can never center anything in it, so it always just looks awkward. How did the indie boys not teleport out of there? So they can't teleport anywhere down here because everything is only 2.5 blocks tall. And then up here on top of this, we're going to put carpets so they can't teleport up there. 2 tall carpets to be exact. Let's just clear them out of here for a minute. So I'm scared I might accidentally make them mad. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3. This would be the center block. So we'll put this there. I kind of built it wrong, but it doesn't matter. This should be a level 30 enchanter. Yes. Okay, now we forgot to bring the lapis. Chat, where is the note block at? Where's the notebook at? Where's the notebook arc at? We're leaving all that here. We're also leaving these here. We also need to get the grindstone. I'm leaving that there. We are asleep at our desks, Sam. Stay awake, chat. You must notebook for me. Are you excited for Dreams 2 song? It drops in 3 hours. I am excited. I'm excited to hear it for the first time ever. First time ever, never heard before. True. Oh, I think we need to make a new grindstone. What do you need to make that again? It's like a stone slab and sticks and planks. We need, okay, let me just do one of these, one of these, one of these, one of these. There we go. Oh, I got the burps. Okay. You know what? Just had to. I'm gonna get the fire res. This is all my lapis. I'm gonna get the fire res. Also, I saw a really cool thing where in a raid farm, you can make it also have a hero of the village farm. I didn't know about this, but I heard that you could do that, or I found out that you could do that. And like you can have clerics and they'll just give you lapis and redstone, like infinitely. That's OP. Stone cutter? Nah, we don't need that. Oh my gosh, see? This is why I got the fire res. that in our hand. Be ready to use it. Dream Manhunt type beat here. That's what I said last time before we died, but I mean it this time. I'm getting crazy with the controls here. Look at me go, chat. Sheesh. 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 We made it. All right, let's go enchant. Juke the silverfish. Juke. How old is this world? This is only the 77th day. Minecraft day, that is. This is Minecraft day 77 that we're on right now. Oh my gosh, my hand's cramping, but I don't want to take it off my mouse. Oh, I just like broke my knuckles on my wrist. It felt great. 77 days in, feeling great. But yeah, this farm is completely safe to use. As long as we stay down here, it's impossible for the Enderman to get out. Let me grab one of these barrels. Oh, I forgot there was stuff in one of those barrels, in the other barrels. Oh my gosh. We'll put it here so we can put our lapis and stuff in there. And then we'll drop our grindstone on top of it like that. Nice. So this farm actually hits the mob limit for how many mobs you can have in one chunk. So we're at the limit. And I dropped them 2 blocks too little. So until we get sharpness, they don't die from one hit. So there is a little bit of danger of us dying. But like sharpness, sweeping edge will fix this problem. Let's just soak up all this XP here. Let's see if we can get sharpness here. Knockback 2. No, I'm good on that. Let's get our pickaxe then and our boots, and we can see which one has the better enchantments. Efficiency 4. Ooh, we got our silk touch. Nice. Sharpness 4. Oh my gosh, yes. We just need 2 levels. We're just bathing in the EXP, chat. That's the beauty of farms like this one. Because it's in the end and nothing else can spawn, like all we have to do is just come over here, and you know it's efficient when you can't soak up the XP fast enough. Sharp 4 and breaking 3, looting 3. I mean, oof! What else could we be asking for right now? Where's the other diamond sword that I made? Did I move it over here? Oh no, it's in my inventory. What do I got here? Is it feather falling? Ooh, prop 4. I guess we'll take it. Pretty good boots, honestly. We'll just keep enchanting this sword for a minute. The other sword, that is. Oh, I guess we need to expand this some more. We need to expand that couple more blocks, they were able to teleport. Or maybe it's because he teleported on top first. Look at all the ender pearls we have, though. We have too many ender pearls. Look at this. Look at all these ender pearls we have. We need to get sweeping edge. Well, we're level 35 already. I wish Sam would see my comment. I did see it. Isabel Minecraft. That guy was doing something freaky. Sweeping Edge 3. Oh my gosh, we need an anvil. And we need to combine these swords. Let's see which one works better. Definitely the Sweeping Edge. It literally one-shots the entire group. Now imagine if it had sharp on it as well. Yeah, we've made the achievement of infinite experience a reality. We now have infinite XP. For sure. Infinite ender pearls as well, it seems. We'll combine these swords with an anvil at the house. We'll leave this here. We're not stupidly rich. Stupidly rich. Squishy Edgelord, thank you for the tier 1, by the way, and Something Dark 13, thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months in a row. Oh, chat. We're pushing 6 hours here. Oh. Oh, yeah. Level 40. Nice. I guess let's head back to the base. We'll conjoin these swords. And then we'll give someone an axolotl. Who needs an axolotl from today? Mods, who do you think? Why would you yeet them? Because I can literally come back here and get as many as I want. Mods? Mods? What do you guys think? Who was the dono or deserving of the axolotl today? Not actually you, mods. Like who we always do it for whoever donates and goes crazy today. There were several people today though. That's why I can't choose. Eldritch, of course, went crazy. Berserk Mist gave 2 $100 donos today. Haley Honk could potentially receive axolotl today as well. Eldritch gave a ton of subbies today. Whatever's in your heart, sir. First of all, let's do this. That's a pretty good sword. Aside from not having mending. What color is this axolotl? It's a dream colored axolotl. What color is this one? Wait, is that one of the rare ones? Okay, no, it's not that rare. If I have 2 of them. Okay, either Haley Honk or Berserk Mist. Let's do both of them. I have plenty of axolotls. Berserk Mist. Your first axolotl, I do believe. Let me make sure. Yes, your first axolotl has been collected. And Haley Honk, of course. There we go. Both of you have your first axolotls. Chat, I hope you have enjoyed. Hey, one last thing today. You've got this. Whatever's going on, I believe in you 100%. You've got this. Also, though, Twitch smart notifications, turn those off. Those are not that great. Those are not that great. Dun, 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 dun. Let's find somebody to raid ski. Raid channel. No one that I know is really streaming right now. Not really anyone that I know is streaming. We could raid someone small. You want to raid somebody small today? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go on Minecraft. Let me see someone who's streaming. Everybody's playing Bed Wars these days. I need to play Bed Wars. Oh, wait. Wait, I know this person. Stardog, I did not forget about the axolotl from last stream. Lauren Nimron did get her axolotl. Happy Sav, thank you for the 5. Bye, Sam. Have a good evening. Love you. Sav, I think you also deserve an axolotl. Wait, I actually...
Bye, Sam. Have a good evening. Love you.
I actually know this person here who's streaming. At least sort of well. Like, I've talked to them a few times. And we did a Twitch competition together. Raiding Shovel. Join the raid. Did it go through? Did it go through? It did go through, right? Mods, did it go through? Hello? Did it go through? Did it go through? Did it go through? Did it go through? Did it? Did it? Yes? Okay, good, good, good. Join the raid, everyone. We're raiding Shovel. I didn't know Shovel was live. Oh, now it's in my followed channel. What? That was weird. Ski? There it goes, though. All right, join the raid. Hey, you there on the other side of the screen. It's a great day to have a great day tomorrow. It's a great night to have a great night. You're amazing. You've got whatever's going on in your life. You can handle it. And you should smile as big as you can right now because it looks so unbelievably good on you. Smile and have a great day. And I'll see you all tomorrow while you're having a great day tomorrow. Bye, chat.